Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Imagine being told you have terminal cancer, but instead of waiting for death, you're given one insane choice. Reincarnate into a cultivation world with your memories intact. Lee Pinkin doesn't choose to be a warrior or a swordsman. Nope. He chooses something nobody in their right mind would dare pick: Druid. Why? Because nature always survives. Mushrooms, beasts, moonlight. These become his path to immortality. He's reborn into famine, chaos, and danger, where even parents are forced to trade children just to live. Born in the wilderness, fed on his mother's milk mixed with desperation, Lee Pinkin secretly awakens his druid skills: spore growth, animal affinity, thorn whip, moonlight glow. At first, they look weak. But then he discovers the truth. Every tree his family plants gives him EXP. From mushrooms sprouting out of barren soil to ravens whispering secrets of hidden gold, Lee Pinkin slowly builds power while hiding his talents. Behind the innocent face of a baby, his resolve is clear. I will cultivate immortality. I will establish an eternal immortal clan. This is the rise of a druid in the cultivation realm, from mushrooms to immortality. The doctor's words echoed like a death sentence. It's terminal lung cancer. On the freezing street, Lee Pinkin clutched the railing, each cough tearing at his chest. An orphan with nothing to his name, he had neither money to buy time nor hope in medicine. Modern science couldn't cure the incurable. Was this it? Or could he restart? When he closed his eyes, glowing text appeared in his mind. You may reincarnate into a new world with your memories intact. Scanning small worlds. Destination: the cultivation realm. 10,000 years ago, the Immortal Court unified the realms. 9 dynasties, countless sects, peace and prosperity under Tao laws. Mortals thrive, while cultivators pursue the Tao. Choose your custom class: mage, warrior, priest, swordsman. So many options scrolled before him. But Lee Pinkin's lips curved faintly. I choose Druid. For years, he had tinkered with classes and games, weighed strengths and weaknesses. Warriors and monks burned bright, but faded fast. In a world of immortals, talent and resources determined everything. Druids, bound to nature, grew steadily and endured. Plant growth, beast companions, wild shape, life itself will become his ally. Even at the bottom, a druid could survive. If fate gave him an immortal bloodline, then resources would overflow and class would hardly matter. As the panel pulsed, reincarnation commencing, the stars above collapsed into darkness, dragging his soul away. Year 657, Great Yu Dynasty. Floods, droughts, famine, and plague ravaged the land. The Li family of Qingyuan, once small landlords, now wandered as desperate refugees. On a blood-stained road, a gaunt old man stalked them with hungry eyes. He had eaten human flesh before. Li Rongzhou, carrying his heavy-set wife, stopped and faced him. Spears of intent clashed silently. The old man stepped back, dragging out a skeletal child. His lips curled as he licked them. Too hungry. This is my grandson. Trade me your son. His gaze locked onto Li Pingfu, the eldest. Deal, Li Rongzhou said coldly, thrusting forward his weaker second son instead. The exchange never happened. A dagger flashed from the old man's sleeve, but faster still was Li Rongzhou's spear. Blood sprayed. Within 3 steps, my spear is faster. He finished the man without hesitation, then turned to his trembling sons. Your turn. Stab him. Learn courage. The boys obeyed, their childish hands slick with blood. Behind them, the old man's grandson wailed. Lady Qin's pity flickered, until a sickening crunch echoed back. When Li Rongzhou returned, his face was set like stone, robes stained in crimson sunset. Soon after, in the wilderness, Lady Qin's voice broke in pain. I'm giving birth. With no midwife, no food, no safety, death hovered near. Desperate, Li Rongzhou used his clan's greatest treasure, a translucent spirit pill said, to heal even mortal wounds. Moments later, a cry pierced the night. Wah! Mother and child lived. It's a boy, the eldest cheered. Yet the second frowned. If brother hadn't come, mother wouldn't have suffered. Guilt shadowed Li Rongzhou's eyes. No, son, that burden is mine, not his. Remember this, a lone man cannot guard a family. Brothers must stand together. Then he gazed at the infant, fragile yet radiant under the bloody sky. For a brighter future, we'll name him Li Pingyan. Blurred vision, muffled sounds, and a body too small to move. Yet deep within, Li Pingsan's druid senses stirred. He felt the wilderness decaying around him, smelled blood, and fear clinging to his family. Born in the wild, this is hell's beginning. Li Pingyan fought against the heaviness of newborn fatigue, forcing himself to focus on the glowing words in his mind. His future depended on these first skills. They would be the foundation of his survival. Congratulations on your successful reincarnation. You have obtained the following druid specializations. Spores. LV0, spore growth. Zero circle, spell accelerates spore growth within a 20-meter radius. Beast King. LV0 animal affinity. Zero circle spell, sense the emotional fluctuations of nearby animals. One target within 20 m. Earth. LV0 thorn whip. Zero circle spell, summon a thorny vine 20 centimeters long, lasting 1 minute. Celestial. LV0 moonlight glow. Zero circle spell, absorb lunar energy under moonlight. Usable only at night. Relief washed over him. At least I won't starve, even if I get abandoned. With moonlight glow alone, he could sustain himself. Imagine being a newborn mage whose only skill was small fireball. He would have died within hours. The druid path gave him a baseline, affinity with beasts, a meager attack, a way to nourish himself, and spores whose true purpose he didn't yet understand. Enough to survive. Enough to grow. Open status panel. LV0 Druid 0/50. Skills. Spore growth 0/99. Animal affinity 0/99. Thorn whip 0/99. Moonlight glow 0/99. Skill proficiency rises through usage. Trees planted equals 1 EXP. Direct family planting trees also contributes to your EXP. Li Pingyan blinked. So druids really are tree planters. But then a thought hit him, sending excitement through his tiny body. If my whole family plants trees, doesn't that mean generational growth equals faster leveling? A druid could raise an entire immortal clan. His limbs flailed in giddy baby babbling, before hunger dragged him back to despair. Born in the wilderness with no milk, this is bad. At least he hadn't reincarnated into a restroom. That would have been a real disaster start. Weary and uneasy, he activated Moonlight Glow, letting pale energy drip into him from the sky until he fell into a fitful sleep. That night, the Li family huddled in a cave. The spirit pill had worked miracles. Lady Qin, who nearly died in childbirth, now looked as though she'd never suffered at all. She gazed at her infant bathed in moonlight, her heart overflowing with love. Our canner is so obedient. May he grow up safe and happy. Li Rongzhou sat beside her, his voice steady. Don't worry, I'll protect you all. You fool, you wasted the entire pill on me, she scolded lightly. Even a little powder would have saved lives later. I panicked. He winced, remembering her bloodied face. A lifetime of hardships had taught them frugality, but in that moment he'd chosen life over reason. Talk shifted to the journey ahead. 200 li left to Peach Blossom Mountain, with only 5 days' rations remaining. The famine had stripped the land bare. Still, Li Rongzhou clenches fists. If I must, I'll hunt in the deep mountains. I won't let you or the children starve. The couple's whispered bickering softened into laughter and murmurs, while their infant quietly tested his gifts. Moonlight Glow was weak but steady. Thorn Whip was too short to matter. So Li Pingyan tried Animal Affinity. At once, A thrill of hunger surged through his senses. Target, vulture, mood, ecstatic. His tiny body shuddered. The scavenger was watching his family, delighted by the scent of death. Two more casts revealed the same. Vultures circling, dancing on graves. No fluffy kittens, no loyal dogs. Just carrion eaters waiting for them to fall. Damn it, no cute animals at all. His strength drained, and exhaustion overwhelmed him. When he woke again, he tested spore growth. Energy surged, invisible currents coaxing life from the soil. Tiny mushrooms began to sprout, but the drain nearly killed him, leaving him dizzy and starving. His wails pierced the cave. Wah! Gentle hands lifted him, and a mother's lullaby soothed his cries. Eat well, sleep tight. Mother's milk's sweeter than honey. Baby laughs when the belly is full. For now, he was safe. But Li Pingqian knew, if he wanted this family to live, his Druid path had to blossom quickly. At dawn, the first light of day emerged. The air was moist and cool, with strands of sunlight intertwining with morning mist, forming a gradient rainbow arching over dewy white mushroom caps. Lady Qin opened her eyes to this delightful sight and excitedly shook her husband awake. Husband, mushrooms have sprouted from the ground. Indeed they have. Li Rongzhou was equally astonished. At this season without rain, how could mushrooms grow? But when people are hungry and exhausted, they lack the energy to question food sources. Besides, if floods and droughts could occur simultaneously in a single day, why be surprised by some ground mushrooms? These thriving clusters of mushrooms were clearly nature's bounty. You're truly Daddy's little lucky star. The stubble-faced Li Rongzhou planted a firm kiss on his youngest son, making the infant wobble his head and blow bubbles. Lady Qin immediately set about collecting mushrooms with their two older sons, discarding red ones, poisonous ones, and any unidentified varieties. Though wasteful, this was safest. Some toxic mushrooms could kill with just one bite, even when cooked. After sorting, they boiled the mushrooms with a pinch of green salt and rice. The rich aroma soon filled the air. A bowl of this smooth mushroom porridge warmed their bodies far better than wild herb or tree root soup. The family ate contentedly, their exhaustion from days of fleeing famine melting away in this mushroom broth. I wish we could eat mushroom porridge every day. Li Pingfu smacked his lips, sighing. That would be heavenly. Delicious. Li Pingyan nodded vigorously, face full of satisfaction. Lady Qin cradled her milk-scented infant, leaning quietly against Li Rongzhou's broad frame. The family cherished this rare moment of peaceful, surprising abundance, bodies nourished, hearts at ease. But this happiness was fleeting. Soon they packed their belongings and trekked step by step toward Peach Blossom Mountain. My spore growth can provide food for the family. As a reincarnated druid, Li Pingqian had spent days piecing together scattered information to understand their situation. His family was fleeing famine. No wonder they'd given birth in the wilderness. And to keep traveling after childbirth. Was his mother in this life some kind of superwoman? Many questions bubbled in Li Pingsan's infant mind, but he didn't dwell on them. As a sensitive baby, he felt overwhelming love from his father's affectionate kisses and mother's gentle rocking. Almost instinctively, he worried about his parents' plight. His initially seemingly useless spore growth had now become their most vital resource. Spores, the most typical representatives, are the mushroom family. Given an infant's limited mana pool, using spore growth once daily was just right, avoiding the pain of being drained. His previous hunger after using the skill stemmed from his already starved state. To prevent other refugees from discovering the mushroom patches, he'd used animal affinity 3 times to sense nearby humans. After all, aren't humans animals too? Pity I haven't awakened elemental skills like wind dance or fire control. Who knows what enlightenment is needed to unlock those? Zero-level spells, also called cantrips, weren't powerful, just slightly better than magic tricks. But in specific circumstances, combining skills to conjure eerie winds and ghostly flames could sufficiently scare off or even injure hostile refugees. Humanity's greatest fear is the unknown. Truthfully, This world was equally unknown to Li Pingcan. He had no desire to reveal his uniqueness. In this xianxia world, survival meant keeping low and developing quietly. But if forced to choose between exposure and family safety, family would always come first. Fortunately, his towering, muscular father had resolved all conflicts along their journey with sheer physical prowess. The man's solid muscles often uncomfortably pressed against the baby's delicate skin during carrying. Contentedly burping milk, Li Pingcan felt his mother's gentle back pats and soothing hums as the little yellow flower, gifted by his eldest brother, swayed in his grasp. Sleepiness overcame him. He yawned satisfyingly, babbling, "Good night, mother. Good night, family." Under the protection of a certain anonymous druid, the Li family finally reached their ancestral lands at Peach Blossom Mountain without major incident. Surrounded by mountains, the land was flat and vast, with orderly houses, crisscrossing paths, and the sounds of chickens and dogs. Villagers chatted under lush peach trees, presenting a peaceful, natural scene. Li Rongzhou approached, offering dried mushrooms as gifts while inquiring about the village chief's home. With ancestral proof and silver smoothing the way, the chief couldn't refuse, though he warned, refugees receive government aid. If you register here, you won't qualify for refugee housing or relief funds. Li Rongzhou inwardly scoffed. As a former small landowner, he understood the government's so-called relief programs better than most peasants. Whether relief funds actually materialized was questionable, and the housing typically meant being relocated to uncultivated borderlands. Refugees had no right to refuse. Land reclamation could be deadly. Having lost their former wealth and land, the family now sought only peaceful living. 3 crude huts with dirt floors and weed-choked yards awaited them, their thatched roofs sporting bird nest-sized holes needing repair before habitation. But simply having shelter from wind and rain brought immense relief to the travel-worn family. Li Rongzhou handed the new land deeds to Lady Qin for safekeeping. 10 acres of ordinary fields for acres of peach orchards. The houses, plus miscellaneous expenses, totaled over 390 taels of silver. "We only have about 100 taels left," Lady Qin fretted. This was 2 generations' accumulated wealth. They still needed funds for house repairs and urgent rice planting, plus proper nutrition for their road-weary children. Money vanished frighteningly fast. Common folk truly couldn't withstand disasters. "Don't worry," Li Rongzhou hugged her. "I've trained in martial arts. After harvest season, I'll hunt in the mountains to supplement our income. Things will improve. Don't you trust your husband's capabilities?" "Of course I do," Lady Qin smiled, her worry fading. "You're tremendously capable. As newcomers, I'll prepare dried mushrooms for our neighbors. Then I'll start repairing the house," Li Rongzhou said. Their family always followed traditional roles. Women managed domestic affairs while men handled external matters. "Father, I'll help," the dutiful Li Pingfu called. "Then I'll watch little brother," Li Pingyan said, sitting on the bed plank, eyes fixed on the swaddled infant. The family set to work unitedly. Seasons turned, summer to winter, spring to autumn, until over a year had passed. Lady Qin carried her youngest to their backyard, opening a dim wooden shed to reveal clusters of plump white mushrooms. "They're growing even better," she smiled contentedly. Since that unexpected mushroom appearance a year prior, fungi cultivation had become a family specialty. Though neighbors tried replicating their mushrooms became the Leaf family trademark. Absorbed in her harvest joy, Lady Qin completely missed her child's disgruntled expression. Li Pingcan looked at his status panel. Spores. LV2 spore growth. 19/299. Cantrip. You can selectively accelerate specific spore growth within 100 m radius. LV1 spore sense. 77/199. Cantrip. Spore plant senses can become part of your sensory network via psychic link. You stand before a dim mushroom shed, inhaling the rich fungal aroma. Immersed in nature's essence, you've awakened a new skill, glowshroom. LV0 glowshroom, 0, 0/99 cantrip. You can create a bioluminescent mushroom that withers by dawn. Lee Pinkin struggled to maintain composure. Seriously? Over a year of enlightenment, and all I get are spore skills. I'm a druid, not some damn mushroom farmer. I'm not Timo. At least there was good news. Your father, Lee Ronjo, successfully planted a peach tree. Druid EXP +1. Your father, Lee Ronjo, successfully planted another peach tree. Druid EXP +1. You've reached 50 EXP. Druid level increased. You'll gain new specialized branch skills. Lee Pinkin beamed with joy. Finally, I can escape this mushroom hell. Those living near mountains live off mountains. Those near water live off water. Peach Blossom Mountain was rich in peach fruits, and every household grew some peach trees. The Lee family was no exception. As an infant, Lee Pinkin had no chance to go outside, let alone plant trees to level up. His experience points came entirely from shearing his father's efforts. The 4 acres of peach trees the Lee family had taken over were already 14-year-old orchards. Had it not been for this, and the urgent need for money, the previous owners wouldn't have sold the land at a reduced price. Old peach trees often suffered from pests, disease, and withering, requiring healthy saplings to be replanted during spring and autumn. This became an important source of Druid experience. After painstakingly accumulating experience for over a year, he finally leveled up. Lee Pinkin excitedly processed the information flooding his mind. You have successfully leveled up to LV1. You have acquired new branch skills. LV0 Dancing Wind Cantrip Element. You can summon a gentle breeze by consuming energy. LV0 Speak with Animals Cantrip Beast Lord. You can communicate with animals. Conversations with those having high affinity may yield unexpected surprises. LV0 Earth Pulse Detection Cantrip Earth. You can sense changes in the earth. Emergency auto activation. LV0 Swarm Breeding Cantrip Swarm. You can summon a swarm of fleas, cockroaches, pill bugs, centipedes, etc. within a 20-meter radius. These insects have no direct lethality and will disperse after 1 minute. No plant growth. Looking at the 4 skills, Lee Pinkin couldn't help feeling disappointed. Plant growth was undoubtedly a divine farming skill. Not only could it provide crucial help for his family, but it could also increase tree survival rates and allow more efficient leveling. Was a druid without plant growth even a druid? Ever since learning that his family had been reduced from minor landowners to common farmers due to the famine, he'd felt deeply troubled. Ancient farmers had extremely weak resilience against natural disasters, let alone the ability to access immortal cultivation and aspire to longevity. Thus, he desperately yearned to grow stronger, though rushing wouldn't help. Food must be eaten bite by bite. Stay low-key, develop, endure. Lee Pinkin clenched his tiny fists to encourage himself. That said, the druid branches had expanded to include element and swarm. Although dancing wind and swarm breeding seemed more like playful tricks, this meant he could acquire such skills by comprehending nature. Besides, the new skills weren't useless. Earth pulse detection could at least provide early warnings of earthquakes and mudslides. Speak with animals was standard for druids, and as for swarm, if that Granny Wong dares trouble Mother again, I'll summon southern cockroaches on her. Seeing Lee Pinkin's serious expression, Lady Chin pinched his fair cheeks with a smile. Good boy. Mother will finish gathering mushrooms soon. Her youngest son was clever, well-behaved, and adorable, with pure, bright black eyes. His childish yet amusing words made him seem like a soft, glutinous rice ball, melting hearts effortlessly. Mother, wear mask, Lee Pinkin said, pointing to the slipping cloth on Lady Chin's face. All right. Lady Chin responded with indulgent helplessness. If she didn't wear it, her usually obedient youngest son would throw a tantrum. She didn't understand why. The autumn heat was stifling, with not a hint of breeze. The mushroom shed was especially stuffy. By the time Lady Chin finished working, strands of hair clung to her sweaty face, flushed like a peach. She hurried outside, unwilling to stay a moment longer. A refreshing breeze unexpectedly swept over her, this natural gift extinguishing every trace of heat and irritation in her body. Picking up her youngest son outside, she sighed contentedly, so cool. Mushrooms again today, Li Pingfu wailed. On the 8 Immortals table were 3 dishes and a soup: stir-fried mushrooms, egg-fried mushrooms, mushroom buns, and mushroom soup. There was a time when he'd considered mushroom soup a heavenly delicacy, but now, after eating it so often, it felt like torture. The idea of never getting tired of it was a lie. Mother, Canner says he doesn't want mushrooms, Li Pingfu tried. Li Pingcan, sitting on a specially made high chair, glanced at his eldest brother. I'll just quietly watch your performance. Lady Qin carefully poured the oily rice water from the congee into Li Pingsan's small bowl, smiling as she exposed her eldest. Your brother never eats mushrooms to begin with. Li Pingfu's scheme failed, his disappointed voice dragging out. Li Pingyan fastened a bib around Li Pingcan, acting like a proper little adult. Praised by Lady Qin, he puffed out his chest proudly and gave Li Pingfu a triumphant look, earning a mock-threatening fist from his eldest brother, which he defiantly returned. Enough. Keep it up, and no dinner for either of you. Lady Qin feigned anger. Watching his brothers lower their heads in chastisement, Li Pingcan shook his head silently. My foolish brothers. The courtyard gate creaked. I'm back. Li Rongzhou's burly frame was covered in dust from his coarse cotton work clothes. His stern expression softened upon seeing his family, and he immediately picked up his youngest son to plant a kiss. Was Canna good today? Li Pingcan pushed his father away with a look of disgust. Dad, do you know how scratchy your beard is? This is torture. Let's eat. Lady Qin handed her husband chopsticks with a smile, subtly studying his expression. Li Pingcan tensed. He'd noticed something off about his father's expression when he entered. Something big must have happened. His mother, who knew his father best, had likely noticed too. He cast animal affinity on his father. After a brief drain of energy, a surge of intense emotion erupted in his heart, like the precursor to a volcanic explosion. Name: human. Li Rongzhou. Mood: heavy with anger. Something. Li Pingcan finished his rice water uneasily, the food tasteless in his mouth. A year together had given this former orphan a taste of familial love he'd never experienced before. Sometimes, he even felt that nothing mattered more than his family living peacefully and safely. Please don't let anything bad happen. Dinner ended. The Pingfu and Pingyan brothers returned to their room to rest. As for Li Pingcan, a 1-year-old naturally slept with the adults. He burrowed under the thin quilt, pretending to be sleepy while listening intently to his parents' conversation. What happened? Lady Qin asked softly. Li Rongzhou shed the composure he'd shown in front of the children. The disaster in Qingyuan County wasn't natural. It was caused by immortals. The matter was simple. Young disciples from an immortal cultivation family were testing magical artifacts when they lost control, causing an immortal disaster. A year later, the culprits had already been severely reprimanded and fined a massive sum of spirit stones as compensation for the victims, according to the Tao laws. As for those who tragically perished, their remains have been buried deep in the silt by the floodwaters, never to resurface. Lady Qin was silent for a long time. She thought of their former 100-acre farmland, their worry-free life, their harmonious neighbors, then of the suffering and fear during their flight from famine. Hate. Of course she hated. But who could she hate? Those were lofty immortals. All her emotions condensed into a helpless sigh. This is how the world has always been. Seeing her husband's bloodshot eyes, she spoke with both sorrow and reason. Don't hold grudges against the immortal lords. If anyone notices, it'll be a grave crime. I know. Li Rongzhou clenched his fists, then released them. All trades are lowly. Only cultivation is exalted. Pingyan is 7, old enough for spiritual root testing. I'll take him on an auspicious day. Then I must get him a divine talisman for protection. Lady Qin clasped her hands in prayer. Testing a child's spiritual roots was the most important event for commoners. If they were lucky enough to detect spiritual roots, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The entire family would rise to heaven. Lee Pinkin remained silent for a long time. He realized he'd been immersed in the illusion of familial happiness. But in truth, no matter which world it was, without sufficient strength, family safety was nothing but a pipe dream. Taking a deep breath, he set his life's goal in his heart. I will cultivate immortality. I will seek longevity. I will establish an eternal immortal clan. I don't want milk anymore. Lee Pinkin waved his chubby little hands in refusal. With moonlight microbeams upgraded to LV2, he wasn't lacking nutrition and was exceptionally robust. Given the scarcity of resources in ancient times, breastfeeding actually harmed his gentle mother Lady Qin's health. He wanted his dear mother to live a long life. Unaware of her youngest son's thoughts, Lady Qin felt somewhat troubled and planned to discuss it with her husband when he returned. Pinyin, play with your little brother at home. Mother needs to go out. Okay. Li Pinyin responded loudly, placing the chessboard their father Li Rongzhou had made onto the bed with enthusiasm. Little brother, let's play chess. Li Pinyin gave Li Pinyin an exasperated look. His two brothers were quite different. The eldest was straightforward and strong as a young ox, showing some talent in martial arts. The second brother displayed greater interest in literature and mathematics, being clever and proud, yet overly sensitive. Li Pinyin continued excitedly. The rules are simple. Connect 5 stones of the same color in a row to win. I'll give you a 5, no, for stone advantage. Seriously? You actually want to play chess with a 1-year-old? Ignoring the childish challenge, Li Pinyin focused on improving his skills. Having set his goals, he needed to work diligently. After much consideration, becoming a druid seemed his best path to transcend social classes through cultivation. This meant leveling up, earning money, studying, practicing martial arts, and improving his family social status. Becoming an official would be ideal. However, in this dynasty, only those with spiritual roots could become officials. No matter how outstanding one's literary or martial achievements were, commoners could only become clerks at best. Why would immortals want to be officials? This puzzled Li Pinyin. Shouldn't immortals abstain from worldly affairs to focus on cultivation and longevity? But such information remained beyond his current reach. Overthinking was pointless. Li Pinyin decided to practice 3 skills: animal speech, dance of the wind, and thorn whip. Animal speech provided crucial external information and was worth leveling up. Dance of the wind manipulated elements. While currently only creating breezes, what if he could summon gales? That would be overwhelming against ordinary people. Accumulating elemental insight might even unlock fire control, allowing him to create powerful gunpowder or ignite fires remotely, potentially effective even against martial artists. Thorn Whip, his only offensive skill at LV3, now extended 2 meters with dense barbs, perfect for ambushes. Skill practice required gradual progression. He cast Animal Speech on a raven under the eaves. Instantly, its harsh caw transformed into human speech. Caw, hey, scary big bird. Without engaging, Li Pinyin ended the spell and continued practicing on the same raven. Caw, me strong. Choose me. Oh, a mating season raven. Caw, food. Food here. So this thief ate mother's mulberries last time. Caw, like shiny gold stone. Li Pinyin paused mid-spell cancel. Gold. If the raven could describe it, it must have seen some somewhere. Excited, he poked Li Pinyin's arm. Brother, mulberries. Want mulberries? Stay put, I'll get some. Li Pinyin set down his pieces and dashed out. Seizing this lure the tiger from the mountain opportunity, Li Pinyin asked the raven, "Where did you see gold?" The raven cocked its head, finally focusing on the tiny human. In all its bird life, it had never met a human who spoke bird language. Fascinating. Li Pinyin simplified. Gold. Location. Want. The raven hopped excitedly. Caw. No give. Hearing Li Pinyin's returning footsteps, Li Pinyin shut his mouth and tossed a mulberry upward. Flap, flap. What was that? Li Pinyin gasped as a large raven swooped down, snatched the mulberry basket, and flew off triumphantly. Li Pinkin stared dumbfounded. That damn bird just robbed us. Where's justice? Where's law? Thieving raven. Shameless rogue. And you didn't even tell me where the gold is. Bad raven. Li Pinkin fumed, comforting his seemingly tearful brother. Don't cry. We have more mulberries. That's not why I'm crying. When Li Pinkin proudly presented freshly mashed mulberry juice with expectant eyes, Li Pinkin took a sip, instantly puckering his face and really crying this time. Ouch! Mulberry juice is seriously sour. Humans wouldn't be defeated by birds. For days, Li Pinkin strategized how to extract information from the raven. Extreme measures like binding it with thorn whip for interrogation proved futile. The raven only felt instinctive fear without comprehension. If force failed, bribery remained. He diligently fed it berries to build rapport. A druid's natural affinity worked wonders. Despite initial fear from the torture, the raven gradually warmed to Li Pingsan's sugary tactics. Obtaining the goldstone location was now just a matter of time. Kenner made a new friend. At noon, Li Rongzhou watched his youngest interact with the raven, still amazed. After days observing the harmless, intelligent bird, he stopped interfering. Rumors said children with immortal potential displayed unique talents young. Maybe Canner has spiritual roots? Delighted but discreet, Li Rongzhou subtly concealed his son's peculiarity. Touched by his father's acceptance, Li Pinkin felt relieved. His intentional hints at uniqueness had been met with understanding rather than alienation. In this era, individual strength was limited. Lasting success required family trust. Stand like pines, sit like bells, sink energy to your dantian. That afternoon, Li Rongzhou trained his son's stances in the courtyard. Though lacking spiritual roots, Li Pingfu showed martial talent. Childhood training could secure his future. Sweating profusely yet determined, he maintained his stance stubbornly. Li Pinyin fared worse. His slender frame couldn't last half an incense time. So Li Rongzhou treated it merely as exercise. Li Pinyin curiously observed the basics, being too young for formal training. With an adult's mind, he memorized everything instantly. As a druid, he even noticed differences between his father's and brother's techniques. Different breathing rhythms. Li Rongzhou practiced the crane style from Pine Crane Dojo, imitating white cranes with complete internal methods. However, dojo rules forbade teaching core techniques without permission. A martial art is taboo. If imitating animals enables martial arts, my druidic connection to nature far surpasses crude mimicry. Li Pinkin reasoned that while immortality remained distant, martial arts could be a shortcut. His mana pool, linked to vitality, perhaps martial training could accelerate his progress. Thwack! A stone hit roof tiles. Looking up, Li Pinkin saw his father teaching slingshot techniques. First-timer Li Pingfu adored the ox tendon slingshot. Mimicking his father's posture, he drew it taut and launched a stone like an arrow 30 paces away. Crash! The tile shattered on impact. Excellent shot. Li Rongzhou beamed. His eldest was truly a natural martial prodigy. Eat, sleep, train crow. Life was leisurely and carefree. In the blink of an eye, the auspicious day for Li Pingyin's spirit root test arrived. Early in the morning, Li Rongzhou prepared some silver and took his son to set off for Flat Peach Town. Only then did Li Pinkin learn that testing one's spirit root cost 3 taels of silver, an amount most farming families with multiple children couldn't afford. Before parting, Lady Qin bent down to tie a divine talisman she had obtained around her second son's neck, solemnly instructing, "Keep this close to your body." Little Li Pingyin's face was tense as he nodded seriously. Even Li Pingfu wasn't his usual playful self, raising a fist to cheer his younger brother on. This heavy atmosphere made even the normally calm Li Pinkin feel nervous. This was more anxiety-inducing than waiting for college entrance exam results in his previous life. At least with exams you roughly knew your chances, but testing for spirit roots was pure luck for commoners. And it was their only chance in this lifetime to defy fate. Testing spirit roots? Don't waste your money. A shrill voice interrupted. Neighbor Granny Wong had always been at odds with the Li family. She couldn't stand Lady Qin's pretentious airs and sneered with hands on hips. Dragons breed dragons, phoenixes breed phoenixes, and rat sons dig holes. How could a peasant son ever become an immortal? All 5 Li family members' expressions darkened. What an ill-omened thing to say. Li Rongzhou stopped his eldest son from jumping up in anger, whispering, "Don't cause trouble during your brother's important moment." He wasn't unangered, but didn't want to miss the auspicious hour. Li Pingyan's nervousness turned into indignant anger at the insult, lifting his chin proudly to shout at Granny Wong, "Just you wait. I'll definitely become an immortal." Success isn't determined by willpower alone. At dusk, Li Pingyan trailed dejectedly behind Li Rongzhou, causing the welcoming smiles of Lady Qin and others to freeze. Next door, Granny Wong stuck her head out, melon seed shells still stuck to her lips as she crowed loudly. "I told you it was a waste of money. This Li family's second son is as scrawny as a bean sprout. One gust of wind would snap him. How could he bear immortal blessings? Listen, even the hens are clucking at you fools. Brat, go dig in the dirt with your father. Useless thing, watch your parents abandon you." The already humiliated Li Pingyan couldn't take it anymore. With a loud wail, he ran home crying. "You." Lady Qin's lips trembled with anger as she hugged her youngest while moving to chase after her second son, refusing to engage the vile woman. A year in the village had taught her Granny Wong's nature, unreasonable, cunning, and malicious. Arguing with such people was a waste of time and only bred more anger. "What you? Still putting on airs?" Granny Wong felt as refreshed as drinking iced mung bean soup in summer. That stuck-up Lady Qin, who always acted like some noble madam, had finally fallen into her hands. Seeing Granny Wong's gloating expression, Li Pingyan was furious. Even in his previous life, he'd never met someone so vicious. Just because his family were former landowners who'd fallen on hard times, this woman took every chance to mock them. "A druid like me letting you bully us? Thorn whip." With a thought from Li Pingyan, natural energy gathered as wild grass by the fence glowed green, a flexible thorny vine slithering like a snake. Granny Wong was laughing uproariously with hands on hips, when suddenly her plump body crashed heavily into a muddy pit. "Ow! Damn it! Who pulled me?" She was about to curse when countless bugs emerged, centipedes and cockroaches swarming up her pants legs. "Ah!" Swine-like shrieks pierced the twilight. The Li household was somber. Though disappointed, the parents didn't blame their child. Having spirit roots was already a rare blessing. Not having them was the norm. But the sensitive and proud Li Pingyan, humiliated by Granny Wong, cried for 2 full hours without eating dinner, his eyes swollen like fish bladders. Li Pingyan found no satisfaction in punishing Granny Wong, only worry. Lady Qin and Li Rongzhou argued inside. "Husband, go talk to Pingyan. That child's been stubborn since birth," Lady Qin fretted. "A real man shouldn't lose heart over a woman's words," Li Rongzhou dismissed. He disliked Granny Wong's ill omens, but equally frowned at his second son's dejection. Just then, Li Pingyan's hoarse voice came from outside. "Father, may I come in?" "Enter." "What is it?" Li Rongzhou asked. "I've realized something." Li Pingyan raised his red, swollen eyes. "Our family is weak in Peach Blossom Village, so Granny Wong bullies us like soft persimmons. In a dog pack, the small ones get bitten until they whimper. People are the same. The weak get bullied." Li Rongzhou was pleasantly surprised his second son understood this. As refugees, the Lis were inexplicably ostracized despite sharing ancestry with villagers. Encouraged, Li Pingyan mustered courage. "Father, I've thought it over. I'm no good at martial arts. I want to study for imperial exams. Even if I can't become an immortal official, I'll be a clerk to support our family." The 7-year-old declared stubbornly, "I know education is expensive. I'll work as a servant for rich families to save up slowly." Lady Qin's heart ached as she hugged him. "No son of mine will be a servant. I'll pay for your studies." Li Rongzhou laughed proudly, not discouraged by failure. "That's my boy." That night, in the darkness, Li Rongzhou opened his eyes and crept out of bed. He didn't notice the small mushroom suddenly growing on his coarse cloth shirt. The autumn night was cool as he slipped out, following a small shadow to Granny Wang's house, climbing over the wall. Moonlight revealed Li Pingfu's tense face. Holding a slingshot, he waited by Granny Wang's apricot tree. Knowing her nightly habits, his target soon appeared. Draw, release. Thwack! A stone precisely hit the cracked board beneath Granny Wang's feet as she squatted over the pit. What the dash? Before she could react, the board snapped with a crack. Granny Wang slipped, falling backward into the stinking, maggot-filled cesspool. Ha ha ha! Li Pingfu silently laughed at her plight, only to be grabbed by the scruff. Caught! Terrified, he turned to see his father's stern face. Relieved, he grinned and waved the slingshot, whispering, "Father, I avenged Ping'an." Without a word, Li Rongzhou carried him home like a chick. Moonlight cast sharp shadows on his angular face. He stared coldly at his eldest and asked, "Do you want to kill someone?" The moonlight cast a frosty glow as the night wind blew. Father's icy gaze instantly cooled Li Pingfu's excitement. The word murder dragged his memories back to a year ago, to the corpse of an old man on their famine escape route, the sticky sensation of his blade piercing flesh for the finishing blow, his vision stained crimson. That nightmare still haunted his midnight dreams. No, Li Pingfu shuddered violently. I just wanted to teach Granny Wang a lesson. Li Rongzhou pressed like an interrogator. Do you even know what you did wrong? This only ignited Li Pingfu's defiance. Resentment, anger, and grievance surged like a volcano, overpowering paternal authority. I did nothing wrong, he muttered defiantly. We're all from Peach Blossom Village. Why should Granny Wang bully our family? If you're too cowardly to stand up to others, I'll avenge my brother. Li Rongzhou sighed inwardly at his eldest son's self-righteousness. Even his second son understood their family's precarious position, yet the eldest remained oblivious. He refused to let his son become a brute with strength, but no wisdom. You know Granny Wang is tyrannical, but have you considered why she dares to act this way? She has 5 grown sons and 3 generations of ties to the village chief. In villages, power belonged to those with more men. Even as a Tendon Realm martial artist, Li Rongzhou avoided unnecessary conflicts. His voice turned grave. Do you know how deep that cesspool is? If Granny Wang drowned, do you think her family wouldn't investigate and retaliate? Extreme measures were acceptable during the famine, but here, murder demands blood debt. I never meant to kill her. Li Pingfu softened but remained stubborn. If blood debt is required, I'll take responsibility alone. Brave words. You'd break your parents' hearts just to play the hero. Li Rongzhou laughed mirthlessly. But your sole responsibility would only invite extermination of our entire family. Your mother just had 1 peaceful year. Your youngest brother is barely 1. If you die, where could they flee? Li Pingfu reeled from this perspective. Father, then where's justice? Justice? Who advocates justice for the dead? Li Rongzhou spoke earnestly. Those with power or strength make their own justice. Noble clans, imperial relatives, immortal cultivators, they transcend mortal laws. Sometimes, laws merely legitimize their exploitation. Granny Wang is insignificant, but her sons make her formidable. If you must strike, target vulnerabilities and ensure you can bear the consequences. He concluded coldly, my son Li Rongzhou may not raise a heroic legend, but I won't tolerate a disgraceful murderer. If these painstaking lessons failed, perhaps martial arts should be abandoned to avoid future disasters. Fortunately, Li Pingfu was bold, not foolish. Contemplating his father's words, his expression grew thoughtful. Father, if I reach the innate realm, could I protect our family? The innate realm isn't so easily achieved. Pleased by his son's understanding, Li Rongzhou smiled. I'll train harder than ever. Determination burned in Li Pingfu's eyes. Once, martial arts were mere interest. Now, they became purpose. As father and son bonded further, Li Pingfu suddenly yelped, Wait! Granny Wong's still in the cesspool. What if she drowned? Huh, my foolish boy. Li Rongzhou clapped his shoulder, grinning. That loud splash proved it shallow. She won't drown. I'm furious. Lady Qin turned away from her husband at the bedside. I endured Granny Wong's harassment because we're newcomers. I even smiled through it. But that which targeted Pingyan, a child, you failed to defend us, yet scolded Pingfu for retaliating. A mother's gentleness vanishes when her children are threatened. Logically, she knew her husband's approach was correct. Emotionally, she couldn't accept it. Despite prolonged coaxing, Li Rongzhou couldn't placate his usually gentle wife. Finally, he whispered, "Remember when I went out after dinner? Granny Wong's youngest owes gambling debts. I helped the collectors find him. Didn't anyone think a father wouldn't defend his family?" Li Rongzhou had merely been strategic. Villagers would blame Granny Wong's misfortune on her son's vice, never suspecting his anonymous tip. En route home, he'd also coincidentally met her third son, delivering internal injuries without visible marks. A son's pain for his mother's sins. Truly, Lady Qin's tears transformed into delight. Gambling rings had brutal methods for debtors. Ordinary farmers avoided them. Imagining Granny Wong's impending turmoil, she beamed. Her gaze turned adoring. "Husband, you're amazing." Their subsequent affection made a certain sleeping Druid's teeth ache. After kissing her cheek, Li Rongzhou grew serious. Pingfu's martial talent surpasses mine. I can only teach basics. He needs a real master. The 4 foundational martial realms, skin, flesh, tendon, bone, preceded true mastery at the blood-chi realm, where core techniques emerged. His crane style couldn't be taught without his former dojo's permission. Discovery would ruin future opportunities. Lady Qin added, "Pingyan loves studying. I'll enroll him in the village school." The aspirational parents exchanged worried looks. While scholars thrive in poverty, warriors in wealth, both paths demanded resources. Their fallen family status exacerbated the strain. "Education and martial arts are our only paths," Lady Qin declared. "We'll sacrifice everything. Tomorrow, I'll work at the town's textile mill. That work ruins eyesight, and Kana needs you." Li Rongzhou refused instantly. Forcing cheer, he said, "Don't worry. Brother Tiger and I will hunt big game this autumn. We survived famine. These challenges won't stop us." Hunting brought quick money, but extreme danger. Wild boars or leopards could shatter bones. Yet for his children's future, Li Rongzhou shouldered the burden fearlessly. As candlelight faded, silence embraced the world. Li Pingyan flicked his finger, withering the mushroom spores on Li Rongzhou's body. His LV2 spore sense functioned as short-range surveillance, revealing his father's nightly excursion. So everyone avenged second brother in their own way. Starlight shimmered in Li Pingyan's eyes. This unspoken solidarity, this quiet guardianship, warmed him deeply. With father's meticulous planning, Granny Wong no longer threatened them. Eldest brother would master martial arts, second brother, scholarship. Together, they'd elevate their family. Yet now, financial crisis loomed. "Seems I need to fast-track my Crow Pua project." Li Pingyan grew anxious. If he could locate the Crow's gold hoard, their burdens would lighten, and father needn't risk hunting. Cast Animal Speech. Animal Speech Proficiency +1. Animal Speech Proficiency +1. Li Pingyan sat cross-legged on a cool mat, repeatedly casting his skill at a sparrow in the tree. After many attempts, he discovered that corvids were indeed much smarter than other birds, capable of expressing complete thoughts rather than the sparrow's meaningless chirps. An animal's innate spirituality, or rather intelligence, also affected the skill's effectiveness. However, when his animal speech leveled up to 2, even the sparrow's language progressed from vague, meaningless chirps to precise expressions. Just like now. Chirp, chirp. Big black bird coming, run. Whoosh. A glossy feathered raven chased away the poor little sparrow like a bandit, then perched arrogantly on the high branch, chest puffed out. Instead of being startled, Li Pingyan was delighted. "Raven, you're here." After days of bonding, They had become inseparable. The precision of LV2 animal speech even allowed him to teach the raven to understand human language. Though he didn't have an animal companion, this was just as good. Holding a ripe red raspberry, he commanded in a childish voice, "Come here." Seeing her youngest son talking to a crow while doing needlework to supplement the family income, Lady Cheen smiled gently. At this age, children were naturally curious about animals, so talking to oneself wasn't strange. But birds couldn't understand human speech like dogs. How could they be trained? Yet unexpectedly, the raven spread its wings, let out a caw, and circled down to land at the child's feet. Lady Cheen tensed, afraid the bird might peck her son's eyes, instinctively moving to shoo it away. Bow! The raven's round pupils gleamed. Upon hearing the new command, it slightly raised its rear, leaned forward, and obediently lowered its proud neck in a bow, like a general pledging loyalty to his king. Lady Cheen froze mid-step, her small mouth opening in surprise. The bird actually obeyed her son? Good boy. Li Pinkin patted the raven's head contentedly, tossing at the raspberry. After a moment's thought, he said, "I'll call you Little Black." The name was somewhat casual. The raven tilted its head as if considering. The next moment, it hopped excitedly around the ground, its pure joy flooding Li Pinksan's heart through animal affinity. So happy, Li Pinkin was slightly surprised. Then he realized ravens were highly emotional birds, with social bonds far exceeding most avian species. To Little Black, receiving a name was an act of acceptance. This pure delight made him regret not choosing a prettier name. Little Black didn't speak, just nuzzled its new companion's palm affectionately before spitting out a cool, reddish-yellow pebble as a naming gift. Gold dust. Li Pingsan's eyes widened with irrepressible joy. This was definitive proof. You're saying the raven gave Canner a piece of gold? Inside the closed room, candlelight flickering orange warmth, Li Rongzhou stared incredulously at the gold dust his wife handed him. Though mixed with copper and other metals, this low-purity gold was still far more valuable than silver by weight. Exactly. Lady Cheen, still amazed recalling the noon incident, gazed wondrously at their adorable youngest. After a thoughtful silence, Li Rongzhou checked the doors and windows for eavesdroppers before saying solemnly, "Don't mention this to Fu and In." It wasn't distrust toward his sons, but matters involving wealth could tempt anyone. The boys were still young. Unintentional slips might bring disaster. Lady Cheen naturally understood. "Wife, fetch the divine talisman we got for Ping'an earlier." Once she complied, Li Rongzhou turned to his son gently. "Canner, can you call the raven again?" Li Pinkin nodded curiously. His mother's reaction was expected, but why did father want the talisman? Though puzzled, he summoned Little Black through his LV2 animal speech's 150-meter range. Flap, flap. Soon a sturdy raven flew in, boldly cocking its head to study Li Rongzhou instead of fleeing. Corvids truly were fearless. Now understanding his father's plan, Li Pinkin watched as Li Rongzhou pressed the talisman onto Little Black's head, chanting, "Heaven clear, earth tranquil, all filth disperse." After a moment, "Caw!" Little Black tilted its head quizzically. Realization dawned on Li Pinkin, who internally cheered. "Father, you're being overly cautious. Normal people would be dazzled by the gold dust. Who'd stay this calm?" Yet he was deeply moved. His father suspected the raven might be evil, but never questioned his own precocious son. Seeing no change in the raven, Li Rongzhou relaxed. He'd worried some dirty thing was bewitching his child. On second thought, perhaps Canner truly had a gift for communicating with animals? If so, this gold dust might be worth investigating. The thought made his expression odd. Having a raven lead to treasure was straight from children's rhymes. Villagers would laugh themselves silly hearing it. Yet with financial troubles at home and opportunity before them, not trying would be regretful. Flat Peach Town had been gold country 300 years ago. This wasn't entirely far-fetched. Plus, the risk was minimal. He could always turn back if things seemed off. Having successfully led his family through famine, Li Rongzhou trusted his judgment. Pointing at the raven, he asked, "Can it guide us?" Father finally believed. Their first bucket of gold was within reach. Delighted, Li Pingyan clapped his chubby hands. Yes. Little Black's flight, speed multiplied by time, equals linear distance. Using this formula, Li Pingyan easily calculated the gold dust was about 5 li from home in a straight line. Seemingly close, actually not. Peach Blossom Mountain's rugged terrain meant traversing peaks required tremendous effort, making the walking distance far exceed 5 li. After sharing this with his father, "How'd you know that?" Li Rongzhou marveled, his son's words again expanding his understanding. With an innocent face, Li Pingyan said, "Little Black told me." A child's privilege, cute evasion. Not pressing further, Li Rongzhou's conviction grew. His son's uniqueness might indeed relate to spiritual roots. Next morning, ancestors protect my husband's safe return. Amid Lady Qin's worries, Li Rongzhou followed the raven eastward toward the mountains, outwardly disguised as a firewood gatherer with snake medicine, bandages, baskets, sacks, and a machete. The red-stringed raven soared high above, tracking its path through dense foliage. Li Rongzhou carefully avoided large beast trails marked by droppings, navigating the complex valleys. Thorny narrow paths left his hands crisscrossed with bloody scratches. Soon even these paths disappeared before a 10-meter-wide chasm. No wonder villagers avoid this area. Prepared, he threw a grappling hook to an old tree across, creating a zip line to slide over. Beyond lay trackless wilderness, pushing through vines and grass, stopping frequently. Only the raven's guidance kept him on course. Remarkably intelligent, whenever thick canopy blocked his view, Little Black would drop twigs as markers. We're reliable, clever raven. This bolstered Li Rongzhou's confidence in finding the treasure. After roughly 5 exhausting hours, a sudden tinkling sounded, a glimmering light ahead. Sprinting forward as trees blurred past, he burst into a clearing where a silver-streamed creek burbled over glittering golden sand. Ecstatic, all weariness washed away by the sight. Little Black's words were true. His family could live better now. As the sun dipped westward, a disheveled Li Rongzhou limped back to Peach Blossom Village with half a basket of firewood on his back. A passing village elder couldn't help but ask, "What happened to you?" "Just took a bad fall while chopping wood," Li Rongzhou replied with a bitter smile. "Lost most of my haul, too. Won't be much help for household expenses now." "Ah, why must you insist on sending your eldest to martial arts training and the second to school? Such a waste of silver," the elder nagged. Village gossip traveled fast, and Li Rongzhou's inquiries about martial instructors had become common knowledge, with most villagers watching for amusement. Li Rongzhou merely smiled without agreement. As a former minor landowner, his vision extended further. He refused to let his children spend their lives tilling fields like peasants. Even he saw farming only as a temporary measure, nursing quiet ambitions for martial advancement. Seeing the stubborn outsider remain unmoved, the elder shook his head and left. In his view, that spare money would be better spent siring more children to grow like weeds. More hands meant more crops. What use was education or martial arts when few ever succeeded? If they failed, wouldn't they still end up farming to fill their bellies? This Li fellow was truly squandering his family's future. The Li household stood with doors tightly shut. Li Rongzhou's limp had miraculously disappeared as he and Lady Qin spread their washed gold dust across an indigo cloth. Rustle, rustle. The glittering particles resembled a miniature golden beach, dazzlingly beautiful. "We've struck riches." The couple's hearts pounded wildly. Even the family fortune they'd carried while fleeing famine hadn't stirred such exhilaration. That fortune represented 2 generations of accumulation, but this gold came from secret panning. Pressed shoulder to shoulder, they admired their treasure like honey-thieving mice, giddy with delight. After their excitement subsided, Li Rongzhou whispered, "There's more gold in that creek, but this batch needs refining before we can use it." Unfortunately, it wasn't a proper vein, just some exposed riverbed after an earthquake, limited in value. Refining would erase its origins. Obtaining gold proved easier than covering tracks. With shallow roots in Peach Blossom Village, the lease lacked connections to trustworthy smelters. "Does my husband have a plan?" Lady Qin asked softly. "I'll visit the black market in Flat Peach Town." Li Rongzhou had already considered this. During his White Crane Dojo days, his master had taken him there, less a den of thieves than a local tax evasion scheme. Nothing like the stories. Following protocols, concealing his face, and avoiding flashy wealth would minimize risks. Compared to certain lucrative businesses, his modest family heirloom gold dust barely warranted notice. Today's affairs must never reach a third soul. Li Rongzhou fixed his wife with a grave look, met by her equally solemn nod. This ranked as the Li family's second greatest secret. Their youngest son's extraordinary talents remained the foremost. "But I already know." Thanks to his spy mushrooms and Little Black's reports, rewarded with many raspberries, Li Pinkin had learned everything. While sympathetic toward his father's struggles, the boy pumped his chubby fists excitedly. He'd finally contributed to the family. His brother's education would face no more financial hurdles. Still, gold panning is unstable income, not a proper long-term solution. If he could master plant growth to cultivate spirit herbs, wouldn't that prove more legitimate and sustainable than secret gold? Alas, his age limited both his mana bar and skill acquisition, preventing him from planting trees to gain Druid experience. "Dad, oh dad, you must plant more trees." If father won't work hard, his son can only grieve. Days passed with Li Rongzhou leaving at dawn and returning at dusk, spending the farming off-season chopping wood in the mountains. Meanwhile, Li Pinkin trained Little Black while cycling through his skills in their courtyard. Cast Dance of the Wind. Cast Animal Speech. Cast Earth Pulse Sense. His current mana pool allowed about 20 minor spells daily. With Earth Pulse Sense, he could vividly hear underground activities, sprouts breaking soil, earthworms tunneling, roots gathering strength, painting an extraordinary sonic landscape. Tap, tap, tap. Dense footsteps drummed through Li Pingsan's perception. Debt collectors are at Granny Wang's again. As if confirming his thought, Granny Wang's wails mixed with the collector's crude threats and smashing blows. Ever since her youngest son's 200-tael gambling debt came to light, these thugs visited daily to terrorize the household. The commotion made Lady Qin frown as she covered her youngest's ears. "Don't listen. Filthy talk." Li Pinkin nodded obediently while deploying spore growth and spore sense to monitor the situation, calmly observing the drama. Granny Wang's home lay in ruins after the collectors left, followed by even fiercer family arguments. The three daughters-in-law, unable to endure more, prepared to return to their birth families with the children. The four older brothers disowned their battered youngest sibling. The household teetered on collapse as Granny Wang slumped to the ground, eyes vacant, lips mumbling incomprehensibly. When a spy mushroom leaned closer, Li Pingsan's cheeks puffed up angrily. "It's all that bitch Lady Qin cursing me. Otherwise, why would bugs crawl on me? Why fall into the latrine? Why will my son lose at gambling?" Even in disaster, her malice remained unchanged. "Serves your family right." Li Pinkin felt no sympathy. Without his father's divine intervention, debt collectors would have come eventually regardless. Yet the loan shark's ruthless methods evoked uneasy empathy. That 200-tael debt had started as merely 20 taels. Though Granny Wang's family boasts 5 grown sons, they only bully within Peach Blossom Village. Common peasants facing gangs are like mantises trying to stop a chariot, utterly powerless. As his second brother said, the weak suffer oppression everywhere. This realization stoked Li Pingsan's hunger for power into blazing intensity. The Wang family's ruin became village gossip for weeks, gradually quieting after the headman mediated a settlement of 180 taels. Having gathered sufficient gold dust, Li Rongzhou visited Flat Peach Town's black market, returning with 5 taels of pure gold. This windfall noticeably improved their living standards. Daily eggs, ample rice, and occasional meat had Li Pingfu declaring it heavenly living. One day, Li Rongzhou prepared a feast to host martial instructor xianxia. Li Pingyan studied this blood qi realm martial artist with curiosity. Broad-shouldered and muscular with piercing hawk-like eyes, his breathing rumbled like thunder when he moved. He looked impressively powerful. It was my treat for Brother Zhou. Why did you bring gifts? Brotherly, you're being too polite. What's the big deal about bringing some snacks for the kids? The two men exchanged warm pleasantries. Li Rongzhou smiled as he introduced his three sons, then told the children, "Quickly thank Uncle Zhou." "Thank you, Uncle Zhou," Li Pingfu shouted with full vigor, though a closer look revealed subtle nervousness. He knew this martial instructor had been specially invited by his father and wanted to make a good impression. Li Pingyan bowed properly. "Greetings, Uncle Zhou." Then he retreated behind his elder brother with the demeanor of a refined scholar. Li Pingyan spoke with childish charm. "Uncle Zhou looks like a big tiger, so mighty and impressive." The innocent remark made everyone burst into laughter. Among martial artists, the tiger was revered as the king of beasts. Xianxia was thoroughly pleased by Li Pingsan's naive comment. His initial professional courtesy softened slightly, replaced by genuine interest in forming connections. Not only had Li Rongzhou made a good impression, but judging these children at 3 years old, one a martial arts prodigy, one courteous and sharp, the last exceptionally clever, the three brothers supporting each other would surely achieve great things. "How fortunate Brother Li is," Xianxia said with slight envy. "Your legacy is secured." Li Rongzhou felt proud but showed none of it, humbly replying, "Not at all. For them to succeed, they'll need guidance from skilled masters like you." "Don't just stand there talking," Lady Qin interjected cheerfully while serving dishes and pouring wine. "Let's eat and drink." After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew warm and friendly. As one of Peach Blossom Village's few blood qi realm martial artists, Xianxia was someone Li Rongzhou had wanted to befriend. After examining Li Pingfu's bone structure, Xianxia found himself quite satisfied with this potential disciple. Decent bone quality, upper intermediate grade. For martial arts, bone structure was paramount, especially for commoners who couldn't afford expensive medicines. Still, Xianxia cautioned, martial training isn't accomplished overnight. It requires relentless dedication. Remember, scholars can be poor, but martial artists must be wealthy. Training demands not just more meat, but medicinal soups to replenish qi and blood. The expenses will easily exceed 100 taels. Brotherly, as a martial artist yourself, you understand what I mean. This was his standard disclaimer to all prospective disciples. Li Rongzhou nodded. "Naturally." Li Pingfu declared with determination, "Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. Hardship in training is a blessing. I'll never give up." After the incident with Granny Wang's family, he'd realized how childish his previous tricks were, and the gang's brutal methods had chilled him to the core. To protect his family, he must master martial arts and make a name for himself. "Excellent spirit," Xianxia smiled, accepting the tuition fee. His standard rate was 10 taels annually, with an additional tael for each minor realm advancement in flesh, skin, bones, or tendons, medicinal costs separate. While he thought highly of the Li family, professional fees couldn't be waived. He'd simply teach this disciple with extra care. Xianxia addressed his new student. "I practice the black tiger technique paired with tiger breathing methods, moving like a mountain lord, still like a crouching tiger, balanced in advance and retreat. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin foundational training with me." Overjoyed, Li Pingfu imitated storybook manners, presenting tea respectfully. "Master above, please accept this disciple's bow." 2 days later, "Then I'll trouble you, village chief," Li Rongzhou said gratefully. Peach Blossom Village had its own school with literate teachers. He'd personally investigated old Master Xie's character. Impoverished but not bitter, strict with etiquette but not harsh, often helping poorer students, and most importantly, highly knowledgeable. The village chief had specifically invited this teacher, showing foresight. "No need for thanks over such small matters," the old chief chuckled. "Education is good. It brings wisdom. Who knows, they might even escape these mountains one day." This kindness would benefit future generations. If any student succeeded, they'd naturally give back to Peach Blossom Village for reputation's sake. The old chief sipped tea and saw his guest out, his contributions quietly profound. Compared to Li Pingfu's martial arts initiation banquet, enrolling with Old Master Xia was far simpler. Just present the ceremonial tuition gifts. Next morning, Li Pingyan woke early like a responsible child, dressed in Lady Qin's new clothes, packed flatbread, patted his little brother's head, and told his mother, "I'm off to school. Be careful on the road, brother." Li Pingyan left home, passing Granny Wang's abandoned house, where half the door was missing and weeds overtook the empty courtyard. He averted his gaze. Under the golden morning sun illuminating the land, he walked steadfastly toward the rising sun. The shadows of the past could no longer reach him. Time flowed like water. 3 years passed in a blink. Spring returned to earth. Birds sang amid fragrant flowers. On the field ridge, a 4-year-old child squatted like a duck in loosened soil, laboriously digging holes with a thick wooden stick. His indigo cotton trousers were dusted with mud, arms aching as if filled with lead. Li Pingsan's small face flushed red from exertion as he focused intently on digging, bean-sized sweat droplets soaking into the earth. Finally dug it. Examining the teacup-sized hole, he excitedly planted the peach sapling with solemn ceremony. He tossed the unearthed red earthworms back into the hole, covering them with dark soil. After gently packing it down and watering thoroughly from the river, the slightly curled peach leaves fluttered in the spring breeze. Another tree successfully planted. Li Pingyan raised his chubby little fist triumphantly toward the sky. Exhausting as it was, a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction welled up inside him. Today's planting goal achieved. To level up, he needed to successfully cultivate 200 saplings. For his Druid profession advancement these past 3 years, he'd practically worn himself out. Initially, being young and naive, he tried mimicking natural plant growth by burying leftover peach pits randomly. A few actually sprouted, but the success rate was abysmally low, barely worth counting, forcing him to abandon that inefficient method. Eventually, he realized he'd have to patiently grow up and plant trees properly himself. There were rules to this. No supernatural powers could be used, as that showed insufficient reverence for nature. Fortunately, his father's diligent efforts restoring the peach orchard had provided abundant XP. The experience points for leveling up were nearly complete. He checked his panel. LV1 Druid, 189/200. Current branches: Spore, Beast King, Earth, Astral, Swarm, Elemental. Spore. LV5 Spore Growth, 297/599. Cantrip. LV6 Spore Sense, 486/699. Cantrip. LV1 Glowshroom, 45/199. Cantrip. Swarm. LV3 Swarm Proliferation, 17/399. Cantrip. Astral. LV9 Moonlight Microbeams, max level. Cantrip. Elemental. LV9 Dance of the Wind, max level. Cantrip. Earth. LV4 Earth Pulse Sense, 211/499. Cantrip. LV9 Thorn Whip, max level. Cantrip. Beast King. LV4 Animal Affinity, 13/499. Cantrip. LV9 Animal Speech, max level. Cantrip. Through diligent work over these years, Li Pingyan had finally maxed out his most useful skills. And when skills reached maximum level, they underwent astonishing qualitative transformations. Checking that no one was around, he softly chanted, "Thorn Whip." Instantly, plants around him transformed into writhing thorny vines, squirming across the field ridge like tentacles, a scene of demonic chaos. The max-level Thorn Whip was no longer limited by quantity. If there were vines nearby, they could directly transform into thorn tentacles, making them highly practical for both binding and obstructing. Imagine a life-or-death battle where seemingly insignificant vines at an enemy's feet suddenly turn into a thorny trap. That brief moment of vulnerability could determine victory. From now on, my martial training will incorporate both physical and magical cultivation. Li Pinkin thought cheerfully as he washed the dirt from his hands. In a sense, Druid magic was what ordinary people would consider immortal arts. Max-level skills developed special traits. Thorn Whip gained proliferation, while Moonlight microbeams and Animal Speech became passive abilities with no energy cost. Dance of the Wind acquired rotation. Now he could create small-scale tornadoes at will. This gave him reasonable self-defense capabilities among mortals. Yet Li Pinkin still adhered to his low-profile survival philosophy, ensuring his development remained subtle and unnoticed. After all, this world had actual immortals. It was essentially a dark forest where exposure meant danger. If only I had unlimited time and energy to max out all skills, he mused regretfully. There were tears even among zero-circle spells. Creation and summoning magic like Thorn Whip and Dance of the Wind demanded tremendous energy, making them exceptionally difficult to max out. With tree planting consuming most of his time, he could only prioritize leveling crucial skills. Caw! Caw! Little Black cawed a warning from the sky. Simultaneously, thudding footsteps approached, detected through Earth Pulse sense. The writhing mass of thorns vanished instantly as Li Rongzhou returned dust-covered from the mountain peach orchard, calling out warmly, "Kenner, time for dinner. Look at you, playing in the dirt with your father again." Lady Qin efficiently stripped the mud-caked outer robe from her youngest son, replacing it with clean clothes while muttering about how children grew more mischievous with age. Li Pinkin blinked innocently at his father. Recognizing the plea for help, Li Rongzhou interjected. Old saying calls this connecting with earth energy. Kids need this to grow strong and stay healthy. I was the same at his age. You spoil him too much. Lenient fathers raise wayward sons. Lady Qin shot her husband a sideways glance. He maintained a strict father image with their first two sons, but doted increasingly on the youngest, forcing her into the strict mother role. Truthfully, most families favored their youngest, especially one as clever and endearing as Li Pinkin. Even she couldn't resist indulging him sometimes. Father, mother, we're back. Li Pingfu and Li Pingyan arrived together. At 12 after 3 years, Li Pingfu had grown sturdy as a young bull, his father's striking features radiating vitality as he moved with panther-like confidence. Practicing the black tiger technique gave him an intimidating, fierce aura, though this melted into a simple, meat-loving grin at the sight of the dinner table, declaring it heavenly living. Li Pingyan had shed his childhood frailty, shooting up like bamboo, tall and lean, yet muscular from daily martial training with their father. His scholarly pursuits added refined gentleness to his bearing. Mother, I ranked top in the academy's minor exams again. Our Pingyan is truly exceptional, Lady Qin praised generously. The corners of Li Pingyan's mouth lifted uncontrollably. Watching this, Li Pingyan thought amusedly. For all his composed demeanor, second brother remained that praise-seeking kid at heart. After dinner, in the Li family courtyard, Li Pingyan perched on a small stool watching his father spar with the eldest brother. Come, let's have a father-son match. Li Rongzhou beckoned Li Pingfu. Though clearly eager, Pingfu pretended reluctance. Father, you're a Tendon Realm expert bullying a mere Skin Realm beginner. Hardly honorable. Brat's learning reverse psychology now. Li Rongzhou laughed. I'll fight one-handed without moving my feet. If I shift, I lose. Li Pingfu flashed a scheme-succeeded grin before shouting, "One? Here I come." While this sudden attack might catch training partners off guard, Li Rongzhou was a survival-hardened veteran who'd seen every trick. Chuckling, "You little rascal," he stood casually yet alert, his right arm effortlessly deflecting Pingfu's straight punch. When the follow-up uppercut came at his chin, Li Rongzhou raised his arm to block. only for his son to grin and suddenly open his fist, flinging kitchen ashes into his face. Li Pingsan's eyes stung in sympathy. Crafty devil! Li Rongzhou cursed internally, calmly closing his eyes and relying solely on movement sounds to block the flurry of attacks. His crane style specialized in such agile defense. Seeing this fail, Li Pingfu played his trump card. Little Black. Caught. The raven dove from above, razor talons aimed at Li Rongzhou's left arm. Forced to pivot and block with his right fist, the father left an opening. Black Tiger seizes the groin. Originally, Black Tiger seizes the heart. To embody a tiger's ferocity, Pingfu had a target lower against such overwhelming strength. The strike carried shocking force. Thwack! A massive palm slapped aside the incoming fist, leaving Pingfu wide open. Li Rongzhou effortlessly pinned his eldest shoulder, the entire exchange looking like Pingfu had volunteered for defeat. I yield. Gasping, Li Pingfu couldn't hide his disappointment. Cheating, Ash's avian assistance. Nothing had made his father budge. Not bad. At your age, I wasn't half as cunning. Li Rongzhou laughed heartily before lecturing. But your intentions were too obvious. Next lesson, conceal your attack purposes. Li Pingfu lowered his head in thought. Watching this, Li Pingsan's jaw hung open. Martial artists fought this dirty. Sneak attacks, blinding ashes, groin strikes, animal allies. How utterly realistic. Spring days kept family head Li Rongzhou busy, between soil preparation and orchard maintenance. Yet he still trained rigorously every day, decades of unwavering discipline. Almost at the breakthrough point, frowning, he found progress slowing precisely when nearing advancement. As all knew, younger bodies broke through easier, and he was already 28 with mediocre aptitude. Some martial artists remained stuck at Tendon Realm for 7 or 8 years, never reaching Blood Chi Realm. The martial path is hard. His sigh carried the frustration of every cultivator longing to advance. Noticing his father's gloom while playfully digging holes, Li Pingfu frowned too. Was there any way to help? For example, going into the mountains to search for rare treasures. After brief consideration, Li Pingfu dismissed this seemingly tempting idea. This world indeed had medicinal herbs that could enhance a martial artist's physique and cultivation, but these precious plants grew naturally in dangerous locations. Sheer cliffs, deep icy pools, some even guarded by fierce beasts, making harvesting extremely difficult. Apart from experienced herb gatherers who inherited specialized knowledge, ordinary people would simply get lost in the wilderness. In short, it's way too difficult. Better to awaken, plant growth, and cultivate precious herbs myself, both safer and more low-key, unlike herb gatherers who easily attract envy. Thinking this, Li Pingfu dug holes, planted trees, and watered them with even greater effort. Time flowed gently amidst his diligent labor. Father has successfully planted 190 trees. I've planted 10 trees. We're both amazing. Li Pingfu reviewed the panel information in his mind. Your experience points have reached 200. Successfully leveled up to LV2. You have acquired new branch skills. LV0 Nature's Gift, Cantrip, Blessing. You can bless living beings. The more nature-revering the creature, the stronger the blessing effect. As a druid, you will receive increasing favor from nature, passive effect. LV0 Insect Pact, Cantrip Swarm. You can contract one insect to become your insect companion in battle. Higher intelligence insects have failure chance. LV0 Elemental Amplification, Cantrip Element. You can enhance the damage of elemental spells. This is pretty powerful. Li Pingfu blinked, his expression delighted. Insect Pact was self-explanatory, an insect version of Animal Companion. His first thought was contracting long-lived centipedes or scorpions, discreet and low profile. The only issue was insects' short lifespans, and LV0 only had one contract slot. Elemental Amplification granted stronger spell potency. But the most surprising was Nature's Gift. Little Black, come here. The robust black raven flapped over. Li Pingyan cast nature's gift on Little Black. As invisible green light bloomed around the raven, he felt a distinct discomfort, as if his vital essence was being drained. This, nature's gift, was also a high mana cost skill. When the skill ended, there seemed no obvious change. Li Pingyan pondered, then said, "Little Black, fly up." "Caw." The raven nodded humanely and soared skyward with the wind. After quietly observing, Li Pingyan cast Dance of the Wind at Little Black. The once gentle breeze transformed into a fierce gale, tiger pouncing toward the raven. Just as Little Black's wings wavered in the turbulence, an opposing airflow emerged to collide with the gale, both dissipating into nothingness. Nature's gift didn't just enhance Little Black's wind affinity and flight speed. When endangered, nature's protection would neutralize threats. This reminded Li Pingyan of a term, destiny. Did that make him a child of destiny? Excitement surged through him. However, subsequent nature's gift, cast on Little Black, showed diminishing returns. After all, it was just LV0. I wonder what traits will emerge when nature's gift reaches max level. Li Pingyan grew eager, determined to max it out. From then on, Li Pingyan generously bestowed daily minor blessings on family members, both to grind proficiency and safeguard his family. He noticed the blessings worked best on his parents, followed by his brothers. A vague speculation formed. Is it because father and mother are my direct blood relatives? If true, it meant his future descendants would receive stronger blessings. Being Druid descendants after all, extending this logic. If generations underwent this tempering, growing infinitely closer to nature and earning heaven-earth's favor, couldn't they artificially create druids? Li Pingyan's eyes sparkled. Though idealistic with inevitable practical challenges, it was still an aspiration. Immortal cultivation no longer seemed like pure fantasy. Laughter filled the household recently. Li Pingyan's martial training progressed smoothly. With medicinal soups, he advanced from skin realm to flesh realm. Li Pingyan's literary inspiration flowed endlessly, producing unique insights that earned frequent praise from teacher Xia. Lady Qin even encountered a stranded black fish while washing clothes by the river, joyfully stewing milky white fish soup. Even Li Rongzhou experienced unprecedented martial insights, gaining stronger confidence in breakthrough. "I'll be in secluded cultivation for several days," Li Rongzhou announced to his family. "Father, what are the odds?" Li Pingfu asked first. As a fellow martial artist, he understood the difficulty of breaking through to bone realm. Skin, flesh, and sinew realms were visibly observable, but bone lay hidden beneath. Problems wouldn't be immediately apparent. Thus, bone realm was far more perilous, with high chi deviation risks. 50%, Li Rongzhou said. For martial artists, 50% was high enough to attempt. Li Pingfu remained concerned. "Should we ask Master to safeguard your cultivation? Brother Zhou and I have different lineages. His safeguarding would be useless." Li Rongzhou declined with a smile. "Pingfu, remember, people must ultimately rely on themselves. Good thing my nature's gift reached LV1. Seeing his father's determination, Li Pingyan thought. Testing showed upgraded blessings had stronger effects, perhaps crucial assistance for father's breakthrough. He'd considered waiting until nature's gift level higher for better odds. But that would shake a martial artist's resolve, risking inner demons. He could only silently cheer. "Father, you must succeed." The so-called seclusion was just a quiet room. Li Rongzhou calmed his mind, drank the tin-tail silver blood-bone tonic soup, and upon activation, performed crane style. His movements flowed like a white crane, gentle yet precise, breathing long and steady, chest rising rhythmically. After one set, sweat poured, but he didn't pause. Internal energy and medicine transformed into vigor, impacting and compressing bones. Intense pain came. Li Rongzhou grunted, but maintained perfect form, steadfast as steel. The human body has 206 bones. Each refinement meant excruciating pain. Days later, When refining the final 3 bones, exhaustion overwhelmed him. As Li Rongzhou prepared to gamble everything, a natural breeze enveloped him. Past training transformed into martial insight. Pain lessened. Reinvigorated, he surged forward, conquering the last stubborn bones. Success! On the day Li Rongzhou emerged from his breakthrough seclusion, the Li family prepared a lavish feast. Plentiful fish and meat, seasonal wild vegetables, and the indispensable mushroom soup, managing to assemble 9 dishes in 1 soup. Truly a grand banquet. The entire family celebrated joyfully together. Li Pingfu, at his growing age and with martial arts training, ate like a whirlwind sweeping away clouds, devouring a large bowl of rice without satisfaction, his appetite seemingly bottomless. Li Pingyan also had no small appetite. Even little Li Pingyan stuffed himself until his belly was round and full. By the end, the table was spotless. Even the meat juices had been mixed into rice. Half-grown boys will eat their father poor. Li Rongzhou laughed and scolded, though secretly worried. If not for the occasional gold dust supplements, family savings, and the peach trees planted 3 years ago finally bearing fruit, they truly would have been spending beyond their means. But as the children grew, expenses would only increase. How many peach trees would they need to plant to afford it all? Night fell. Li Rongzhou held Lady Qin in his arms, breathing in her warm, soft fragrance of soapberries. The excitement from his breakthrough melted into contentment. A loving wife, children, and warm bed. Wasn't this stable life exactly what he'd worked so hard to achieve? Darling, you smell wonderful. At your age, saying such shameless things. Lady Qin chided, though her face glowed pink in the warm candlelight. Her delicate frame even more beautiful now that her husband's presence cured her previous sleepless nights. Li Rongzhou's heart itched with desire. I don't just say shameless things. I do them too. Shameless man. Afterwards, the couple lay comfortably together. Darling, Li Rongzhou said seriously, all other thoughts cleared from his mind. I want to plant more peach trees. Their 10 acres of dry fields grew double crop rice, yielding 40 dan per acre in good years, 20 taels total income. This was their food supply, not lightly sold for silver. The real profit came from the peach grove, about 500 jin per acre. Their 4 acres earned over 30 taels before taxes. But peach cultivation required heavy initial investment. Expensive land, expensive saplings, long growth cycles. 3 years were needed before saplings bore fruit. The original 360 tael investment would take 7 to 8 years to recoup, requiring favorable weather, abundant yields, and reasonable taxes. Li Rongzhou had calculated clearly. In his prime, with Pingfu as half a laborer, present hardships would secure their descendants' future. Besides, money stored couldn't breed, while planted in earth it brought peace of mind. Lady Qin calculated silently. We have 230 taels left. She hesitated. Won't it be too exhausting? Field work was brutally tiring, enough to kill an ox. Martial training is true exhaustion. Farming is nothing. Feigning nonchalance, Li Rongzhou decided. Tomorrow I'll ask the village head about available peach land. News in Peach Blossom Village spread like wind. Word of the Li family's new 4-acre peach purchase reached every household, spawning much gossip. Truly landlords, fleeing disaster, yet keeping such wealth. Who knows how much they squeezed from tenants? This came from jealous rumor-mongers. Exactly. I tell you, that family's unnatural. Granny Wang's family lived peacefully for 40 years until they arrived. Then disaster struck. Strange, no? This from conspiracy theorists. Fisk, these outsiders bring no good. Even the mushrooms they gave me had worms. I didn't dare eat them. This from those biting the hand that fed them. Heaven strike them. Planting so many peaches. Outsiders stealing locals' livelihoods. Such words were never spoken to their faces. Villagers exchanged polite smiles when meeting. Yet Li Pingsan's little mushrooms heard much. Fuming, his joy over the new peach trees faded. The locals were truly unwelcoming. After Granny Wang's family fell into decline, Relations worsened further, leaving them isolated. Now Li Pingkan understood why his father had avoided conflicts. Words could truly destroy reputations. Forget anger. Better grind skills until they're beneath our notice. Having successfully helped his father's martial breakthrough, Li Pingkan grew even fonder of nature's gift, dedicating himself fully. To increase his mana pool, he began practicing basic martial forms, merely calisthenics he'd mastered 3 years prior. Seeing this, Li Pingfu frowned. "Little brother, you're too young." During physical development, early training risks chi blood depletion and foundation damage. Not worth it. This was common knowledge. "Don't worry, brother. I know my limits." Li Pingkan puffed his cheeks seriously while stretching. He wasn't truly a child. With max level, moonlight microbeams, doubling nighttime growth, his physique surpassed peers, remaining robust and illness-free for years. Knowing his brother's usual wisdom, Li Pingfu still watched carefully until certain he wasn't overexerting before leaving. Watching his elder brother depart, Li Pingkan simultaneously activated spore growth and spore sense. A tiny gray mushroom sprouted on his brother's clothes. This wasn't a spy on family. The villagers' hostility bred unease. Even with martial training, Li Pingfu might struggle against malice. As the central monitoring system, Li Pingkan could respond fastest if trouble arose. Zhou family training grounds. Though surnamed Zhou and Xian earned village respect through his martial prowess. Currently instructing 20-odd village children aged 8 to 16, all from wealthy families, he remained stern-faced. Black Tiger Technique. First form begin. His sharp gaze caught every mistake, punishing errors with stinging bean flicks. "Huh, huh, huh," cries echoed across the grounds as Zhou and Xian lectured. The first form is foundational. Without it, you're building houses without foundations. Martial arts demand persistence. You there? No slacking. Is that hungry tiger pounces? More like lazy donkey rolls. Strikes must be fast, fierce, ruthless. Black tiger plucks heart doesn't mean literally plucking. It signifies the tiger's lethal ferocity. After multiple repetitions and demonstrations, he had them continue practicing. Scanning the group, his eyes lingered approvingly on Li Pingfu. Good bones, but rarer was his endurance for hardship. Diligence brought rewards. Present suffering became future martial advancement. Though impulsive and competitive, unwilling to lag behind, he resembled Zhou and Xian's younger self. Typical youthful flaws. What was youth without spirit? A little tempering will polish him, Zhou and Xian mused. But before he could devise how to refine this uncut jade, conflict erupted. The previously unified shouts of practice instantly turned as chaotic as a marketplace. The group of boys split into 3 factions, one led by Li Fong, son of the wealthy Li family, another centered around Li Pingfu, while the remaining children stood aside watching the commotion. Li Yuan beside Li Pingfu angrily shouted, "Why did you trip Pingfu?" Li Fong sneered. "Who tripped him? Show proof." He turned to his followers. "Did any of you see me trip someone?" "Nothing of the sort. That's slander. Watch your mouth over there." Brother Fong's conduct is impeccable. He'd never resort to underhanded tricks like that scheming Li Pingfu. Li Pingfu grabbed the fuming Li Yuan, who stamped his feet in anger. The two were close friends of similar age, having grown up together through thick and thin. Such genuine childhood friendships, nurtured through shared experiences, were precious, unaffected by adults' prejudices. Yet human bias remained an immovable mountain. Under his fatherly Dahu's influence, the arrogant Li Fong had always looked down on outsiders, especially Li Pingfu, who showed astonishing martial talent. At merely 12 years old, he was already catching up to Li Fong's skills and had become teacher Zhou's favorite. The proud Li Fong couldn't stomach this, deliberately tripping Li Pingfu to vent his frustration, only for the lucky brat to dodge at the last moment. Enough commotion. Everyone run 10 laps around the village. Zhou and Xian's command treated both sides equally. Given Li Fong's connection to a minor official through his father's cousin and his rebellious nature, Suppressing this incident was actually the safest approach for Li Pingfu. Teacher, I accept the punishment, Li Pingfu suddenly declared, stiffening his neck. But I challenge Li Fong first. His cold stare locked onto Li Fong as he provoked. Brother Fong, being 2 years older, surely you're not afraid to fight? Young and hot-blooded, how could Li Fong tolerate the insinuation of cowardice? His foot drew a perfect half-zhong circle in the dirt. Who's afraid of you? With matters reaching this point, Zhou and Xian couldn't intervene. Sparring among students was after all a valid training method. Better to supervise their clash than let them fight secretly where accidents might happen. Still, he worried Li Pingfu might suffer. Li Fong's wealthy family provided constant tonics, and he had 2 extra years of training. This Pingfu boy is too competitive. Zhou Wenxian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Well, better he learns his lesson now than lose his life later. Begin. Within the circle, the 2 adolescents collided like fighting cocks upon the signal, kicking up dust in their fierce exchange. Fueled by rivalry, their normally brutal black tiger fist technique grew even more vicious. Fists and feet clashing, bones cracking, exciting the more combative spectators. Li Fong's supporters kept shouting to disrupt Li Pingfu's rhythm, a permitted tactic. Surprisingly, against expectations of quick defeat, Li Pingfu held his own against Li Fong. Zhou Enxian's eyes gleamed with approval. Some stroke of fortune has improved Pingfu's skills. No wonder he dared issue the challenge. Then Li Pingfu suddenly roared, seemingly desperate for victory as he launched a reckless straight punch that left his guard open. I win! Li Fong's eyes flashed as he moved to counter, only for Li Pingfu to faint mid-strike. By the time Li Fong realized the trick, his momentum carried him forward uncontrollably. Startled by Li Pingfu's sudden groin grab feint, he stumbled and rolled out of bounds. I win! The younger victor struck a triumphant pose, looking down at the fallen Li Fong with incomparable satisfaction, failing to notice the dark fury in his rival's dust-covered eyes. Big Brother's martial talent is incredible. Li Pingfu marveled through his mushroom surveillance. Their father had taught Li Pingfu to conceal his intentions in combat, hence the deliberate opening to lure Li Fong into a trap. Though 2 years younger and less skilled, the gap wasn't insurmountable with proper tactics. Such quick comprehension. What else could this be but natural genius? But that Li Fong. Li Pingfu didn't miss Li Fong's ugly expression, sensing something sinister that needed monitoring. He immediately grew 5 additional gray mushrooms, deploying them with Little Black for full coverage of the training grounds. His LV6 bore sense could only maintain 6 cameras simultaneously. 3 days later, the surveillance paid off. Li Fong was caught sneaking near Li Pingfu's laundry, pouring from a bamboo tube a centipede as thick as a finger and long as a forearm. Its black carapace bore crimson legs, with dark purple fangs glistening wetly under black light. That's deadly poison. Li Pingfu gasped. More venomous than the centipede was Li Fong's malice, to plot harm over bruised pride. Even with prompt treatment, such a bite would cause agonizing pain for weeks. Without antidote, the hand might become crippled, or worse, toxic shock could be fatal. Centipedes prefer dark, quiet places. If Big Brother doesn't touch his laundry on the way home, he'll be safe. Calculating rapidly, Li Pingfu sprinted toward his brother while urging Little Black to fetch their father. Antidote would be needed if the worst happened. To hasten his short legs, he used Dance of the Wind, some gusts pushing from behind while others cut air resistance ahead. Mastery allowed such fine control. Gasping for breath in his fastest run ever, time seemed to crawl until, thankfully, his continuously cast nature's gift must have helped, as the centipede remained motionless in the mushroom feed. Soon his brother appeared on the path. Little brother, what brings you here? The recently victorious Li Pingfu smiled cheerfully. Li Pingsan's face was grave. Big brother, drop your clothes bundle now. The rare seriousness triggered their father's words in Li Pingfu's memory. Your younger brother possesses unique gifts. When he speaks seriously, trust him without question. We're family. Without hesitation, he flung the bundle down. As it unraveled in the dirt, a dark purple centipede emerged. Chilled to the bone, Li Pingfu wondered aloud, how did poison get in my clothes? Before he could ponder further, the startled centipede darted straight toward Li Pingcan. Brother! Li Pingfu's eyes nearly burst from their sockets in terror. Watching the frenzied hundred-legged giant centipede charging straight at him, Li Pingcan, panting heavily, steadied his mind. Because he hadn't found a suitable insect before, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, his insect tribe contract still had an empty slot. Now was the perfect time to use it to tame this hundred-legged centipede. He focused all his attention, casting insect tribe contract. As the gentle breeze brushed over the centipede's body, a spiritual network was established between the two. From the depths of the centipede's mind came emotions of fear, unease, and panic. Li Pingcan grinned, his mindset naturally relaxing. If the centipede was nervous, then he had no reason to be. Using the power of his consciousness to soothe the centipede, probably due to the Druid's affinity attribute, the centipede visibly calmed, its red antennae curiously swaying. The contract was completed smoothly and naturally. The entire process only took a moment. Li Pingfu arrived in an instant, raising his foot to stomp on the centipede. Li Pingcan hurriedly cast a sudden gust of wind to divert his elder brother's stomp and shouted urgently, "Brother, don't. It won't hurt me." Under Li Pingfu's shocked gaze, Li Pingcan performed a true work of art. The fierce, vicious centipede in his hands acted like a harmless silkworm, unbelievably obedient. It actually didn't attack its own brother. Li Pingfu was amazed and proud. His younger brother truly was gifted. Then his brow furrowed. Who exactly wants to harm me? The centipede wouldn't just crawl in by itself, would it? Centipedes like to hide under stones and soil. No matter how big, they could not change their insect nature and certainly wouldn't crawl in a hot clothing. Although he had vague suspicions, his pure youthful heart refused to think so badly of anyone. Seeing his elder brother shift between sudden realization and anger, knowing he was already suspecting Li Fong, Li Pingcan did not play riddles. It's exactly as you think. After the contract, the centipede naturally trusted Li Pingcan. Their minds communicated, producing an effect similar to animal speech. He thus learned that this centipede had a lifespan of 10 years and was at the level of an ancestral elder in the centipede world. Among martial artists, its venom was a rare and precious medicinal ingredient beneficial to cultivation. Originally, the centipede elder enjoyed a comfortable life in Li Dahe's household, living well, but was stolen by Li Fong, the unfilial grandson of the Li family, just to viciously bite Li Pingfu as revenge for a humiliating defeat. Now it's mine for cheap. Li Pingcan felt gleeful inside. Apart from the first dangerous 3 minutes for his elder brother, it was all safe with an unexpected gain of great medicine. Even though Li Dahu forbade selling the venom, secretly using it at home, who would know? Let's just say it was Li Fong's interest payment for trying to harm elder brother. This matter could not fail to alarm the head of the family, Li Rongzhou, especially when Lil Black gave a brief caw-caw-caw code, a family highest-level crisis warning. Having learned the whole story, Li Rongzhou looked at his eldest son, whose face was full of anger and confusion, and said, "You are the key to this matter. If you have any thoughts, speak them." Li Pingfu was silent for a moment. Though he trained in the ruthless black tiger technique, he was essentially a sunny, cheerful young man who admired and looked up to the straightforward, upright heroes and stories, dreaming of becoming a great savior. He thought martial artists used every means as tactics, not malicious intent. After all, his grudge with Li Fong was just the rivalry of peers, not expecting his fellow disciple to apply such ruthlessness to him. This made him feel both hurt and confused. Could it be that I'm not ruthless enough? Li Pingfu said blankly. If he had beaten Li Fong into submission, would Li Fong dare to use centipedes to harm him? Li Rongzhou smiled. No matter how ruthless you are, can you kill him? Li Pingfu, killing is illegal. If he killed Li Fong, Li Dahu would never let it go. That was a lesson learned 3 years ago. But beating him into submission, with Li Fong's prideful personality, would be extremely difficult. It could turn into a deadly grudge. Tracing back to the root, the whole matter started from a moment of youthful pride. Li Rongzhou said, "There's nothing wrong with martial artists competing for victory, but the problem lies in Li Fong's narrow-mindedness. His father is a major villager with extensive connections, turning a simple matter complicated. Your master Zhou agreeing to spar with you was meant to humble Li Fong's arrogance, but you were just too outstanding." The old father's gaze was both proud and regretful. Sometimes being too excellent is a fault. Standing out invites the wind's destruction. Suddenly, he drew a dagger, its cold gleam sharp and glaring. Look at this blade. When its edge is sharp, everyone fears it and pays close attention. With a shing sound, Li Rongzhou sheathed the dagger. But if the sword is hidden in the scabbard, restrained and unadorned, no one notices. Then Li Fong wouldn't have tripped you out of jealousy. Hiding your sharpness. This is the first principle I want to teach you. Li Pingfu's anger gradually faded into enlightened calmness, no longer filled with disappointment, resentment, or fury. Without experiencing it personally, how could one understand his father's painstaking intentions? Li Pingkan blinked. He used to dismiss this in his past life, but now he studied every word carefully. He still felt scared about today's incident. If he hadn't been vigilant and focused, Li Fong would have achieved his goal. This proved that human malice had nothing to do with age. But Li Pingkan understood the principle and was still angry and unwilling. "Father, elder brother almost got poisoned. Can this matter just end like this?" Li Pingfu hurriedly said, "It all started because of me. If I had given way to Li Fong earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Now we might even make enemies with Li Da's family. How could we bring trouble to the household?" He showed guilt. Then Li Rongzhou laughed heartily, picking up the youngest son. "Kanner is right. We definitely can't just let this go." In Li Pingsan's delighted and Li Pingfu's puzzled gaze, he said, "If it's not a matter of principle, we can let it slide for now." But Li Fong tried to take a life. "That is unforgivable. If anyone dares to harm my family, I'll utterly destroy them. That's the second principle I want to teach you." Li Rongzhou stared at his eldest son solemnly. "Pingfu, never forget the 3 parts of malice in a martial artist's heart." Evening. The night breeze stirred the leaves on the branches. Little Black stood vigilant on a branch, its sharp eyes catching every movement from all directions. The family had finished dinner and was discussing serious matters. Lady Qin tightly embraced Li Pingfu, both scared and tearful, making Li Pingfu feel ashamed and restless. Li Pingyan disdainfully said to his elder brother, "Has your brain been replaced with muscle from training? Why pick fights with Li Fong for no reason? Their family is like dog shit. Once tainted, you can't get rid of it." At the start of school, Li Fong's younger brother Li Yuan had led the isolation against him, but Li Pingyan quietly resolved it all. Now it seemed the counterattack had been too conservative back then. In an instant, Li Pingyan's mind filled with sneaky plans to mess with Li Yuan and give him a taste of his own medicine. Brothers' debts are younger brothers to repay. Elder brother already knows his mistake. Li Pingyan squeezed Li Pingyan's hand and noticed it was covered in cold sweat, secretly smiling. Today's incident had clearly scared the second brother badly. To seek revenge, the key is still on Kanner. Li Rongzhou looked at Li Pingyan. "Are you sure you can fully control the centipede?" "Of course." Li Pingsan's confidence shone brightly. Finally, it was time for my insect partner to make its debut. The centipede obediently stayed in the center of the dining table, drawing the full attention of everyone in the Li family. The curious and eager gazes made the centipede nervously retract its legs. "Don't all stare at it. It's timid," Li Pingyan said helplessly. Probably pampered for so long, this centipede ancestor hadn't really seen much of the world. The current scene was like 4 giants besieging a city. Putting yourself in the centipede's perspective, just imagining it was horrifying. Li Pingyan was extremely surprised. "I didn't expect our little brother to not only communicate with Little Black, but also with bugs. Li Rongzhou then scrutinized the centipede and confirmed, this centipede is nearly 2 feet long. It really is Li Dahu's purple gold blood centipede. It's usually fed with beast blood. I heard a single drop of its venom is worth 10 taels of silver. For certain poison techniques and novice martial artists, it works wonders. People even pre-order it in advance. A drop of venom worth 10 taels? Li Pingfu, Li Pingyan, and Li Pingsan's eyes all widened immediately. Probably only a wealthy family, like Li Dahu's, could afford it, not to mention the sons of noble families. Li Pingyan thought of a crucial point. No wonder immortals thrive in this world, and some martial families continue to flourish. Their children enjoy top-tier resources from birth, and ordinary people can't even dream of catching up. This system only solidifies class barriers more and more, and no one can break through. Good thing I'm a druid. I can recycle resources, accumulate little by little, and create a qualitative change. Just like the centipede that produces a drop of venom per month, under the blessing and protection of a druid, venom production can be accelerated. If more of these blood chi medicinal materials could be contracted, it would be a great way to get rich. Private grudges can't compare to blood chi medicine. The Li family unanimously decided that revenge was secondary. Rationally securing the purple gold blood centipede was the top priority. Li Pingyan reported various pieces of intelligence. Centipedes prefer quiet. They usually feed on beast blood for 3 days, during which no one disturbs them. The last feeding was just last night. There's room to operate, Li Rongzhou pondered. Li Feng handled this roughly. Once Li Dahu finds a centipede missing, he'll definitely know the blood chi centipede is with us. So we can't just secretly keep it. It's best if it disappears on its own in full view of everyone. Li Pingyan quickly thought of a plan. Then, tomorrow, let the centipede stay hidden in Big Brother's clothes bundle. Knowing Li Feng's personality, once he sees Big Brother unharmed, he'll get suspicious and look for an opportunity to release the centipede. Li Pingyan raised a question. What if the centipede runs off and Li Dahu forcefully demands compensation? With that family's temperament, it was very likely. We're just low-key. We're not pushovers, Li Rongzhou smiled. Tomorrow I'll go register my new martial realm with the village chief. This would both get the village elder involved and announce the Bone Realm status. A Bone Realm martial artist under 30 could very well advance to the Blood Chi realm and pose a threat to Li Dahu. They discussed for a while. They also planned several fallback options, in case Li Dahu went all out with no mercy. Escaping deep into the mountains to lay low would also be an option. Anyway, with the centipede in hand and the land contract secured, it was a big win. Besides, their family worked in the shadows while Li Dahu operated openly. This time, with careful planning and a bit of luck, success was very possible. The next morning, Li Pingfu clenched his fists, his expression tense as he prepared to leave. "You're too nervous," Li Rongzhou said. "You're the same as usual today." Li Pingyan laughed sharply. Big brother, did you see that big rooster at the village entrance? Why aren't you standing as proudly as it yet? Dare say your brother's not as good as a chicken." Li Pingfu rubbed his younger brother's soft face, squeezing and playing around until the tension was gone. Poor Li Pingsan's face flushed red as an apple. He couldn't help but hatefully think that when he practiced martial arts, he would kick Li Feng and punch Big Brother. The first step of Big Brother's battle plan was set. Li Pingyan didn't stay idle at home and began the second part of the plan. Spore sense prepare. Little Black adaptive communication activated. Centipede mental network signal strong, ready to strike anytime. Nature's gift super boost. Save the mana of Dance of the Wind and Thorn Whip as escape plan C. At the training grounds, watching Li Pingfu proudly strutting like the village's big rooster without any restraint, Zhou Enxian shook his head and planned to visit Li Rongzhou for a drink. This problem wasn't too big, but not too small either, and it could easily cause Li Pingfu to suffer a heavy defeat. His gaze then fell on the gloomy Li Feng, and he sighed deeply. They were all disciples. He didn't want Li Feng's heart to be broken, and had tried to counsel him. But Li Fang only went through the motions. No teacher-disciple fate. As the saying goes, forced things don't taste sweet. Xianxia stopped managing him from then on. In the blink of an eye, noon approached. If Li Fang doesn't act, we'll have to let this kid go. As the controller, Li Pingqian was anxious. Just letting the centipede attract attention and escape wasn't smooth enough and risked being caught again. But soon, a turning point came. Li Fang's expression grew increasingly sinister. The oppressive atmosphere he gave off kept his usual friends away. He still couldn't figure out, after a whole night, why is Li Pingfu unharmed? While Li Pingfu was practicing martial arts, Li Fang secretly opened his change of clothes bundle. A huge centipede lying in wait suddenly sprang out fiercely. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the training grounds. Countless martial artists rushed over, only to see the purple-black centipede biting Li Fang's thumb and shaking it in the air. His once pale skin instantly turned the color of pig liver. Poisonous centipede. Li Fang was bitten. Quick, call Master Zhou. Where did that big centipede come from? So scary. A 50 to 60 centimeter centipede biting someone was visually terrifying. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Enxian immediately arrived, his gaze darkening. Others might not recognize it, but he knew perfectly well it was the purple-gold blood centipede from Li Dahu's family. Why Li Fang brought this centipede out was deeply suspicious. But saving a life came first. Just as Zhou Enxian was about to restrain the centipede, the bug seemed to sense danger like it had intelligence. It retracted its head and escaped toward the forest. If I chase after the centipede for Li Dahu, I won't have time to detoxify Li Fang. He made the decision in the blink of an eye. The centipede was less important than a life. Even if he caught it, Li Dahu might not appreciate it. Zhou Enxian did not pursue. In such chaos, the disciples were terrified and pale-faced, so no one chased after it. Yet, a jet-black raven cawed and flew toward the old village chief's house. Li Dahu hurried to the training grounds. Seeing his son's swollen finger, which looked like a radish, and the angry expression on his thick-fleshed face, he roared, "Who hurt my son? No one hurt your son." Zhou Enxian frowned and stressed, but Li Dahu ignored him entirely, glaring like a wolf at Li Pingfu. "My family's ancestral centipede. How did it end up in your bundle? Did you steal it to harm my son?" Li Pingfu's expression was panicked, but inside he sneered. Just as little brother suspected, this family was downright unreasonable. Just as he was about to reply, a cold and hard voice sounded from behind. "I want to know why your centipede ended up in my son's bundle." Li Rongzhou's words weren't meant to reason with Li Dao. Reasoning with scoundrels was impossible anyway. His purpose was to expose the absurdity of the situation, clear his family's name, and claim the moral high ground. He dissected the inconsistencies. "Your household has guards, Li Dahu. My son is barely 12. How could he possibly sneak past your guards to steal your ancestral centipede?" Li Dahu sneered in response. "Outsiders might have all sorts of underhanded methods we don't know about. Now that the blood centipede is lost because of you, you'll compensate me with your land deed." With his son injured and the centipede gone, Li Rongzhou's land deed would barely cover the losses. He was determined to drink their blood and eat their flesh. Confident in his dominance and that no villager would dare speak up for Li Rongzhou, Li Dahu brazenly showed his true colors. What a shameless bastard. The villagers cursed Li Dahu silently in their hearts. Everyone had their own sense of justice, and who in Peach Blossom Village hadn't suffered under Li Dahu's oppression? But curses aside, no one stepped forward to defend the Li family. First, they didn't want to offend Li Dahu, and second, the Li family's reputation wasn't much better than his. Li Pingfu clenched his fists in anger, while Li Pingqian, who had been monitoring the situation from home, gnashed his teeth so hard he nearly bit through his chopsticks. Compared to Li Dahu's shamelessness, Granny Wang's earlier antics seemed as gentle as a delicate white flower. The training grounds fell silent. Zhou Enxian frowned. Since his wife was distantly related to Li Dahu, speaking up for Li Rongzhou would be inappropriate. Moreover, With Li Fong poisoned at the training grounds, his vengeful father had probably already added this to Zhou and Xian's tab of grievances. This is too tricky. I'll buy Brother Li some time first, then figure something out. Just as he was about to employ stalling tactics, an unexpected voice interrupted. Li Wang, Rongzhou has already reached the Bone Realm. The old village chief spoke calmly with slightly closed eyes, but his words made Li Dahu's expression change. A Bone Realm martial artist had potential to reach the Blood Qi realm, someone qualified to speak to him as an equal. His earlier bullying had only worked because the Li family lacked influence. So what? You think I'm afraid of you? Li Dahu flared his nostrils, pausing slightly before continuing. My son Li Fong was severely poisoned. No amount of tonics can make up for that. Everyone understood his implied demand. Money. Zhou and Xian seized the moment to say, I bear some responsibility for this. I'm willing to compensate 10 taels of silver. Li Rongzhou added calmly, I'll also contribute 10 taels to settle the young one's nerves. Li Dahu's face twisted. 20 taels? Was this charity for beggars? The animal blood his 10-year-old blood centipede had consumed was worth more than that. But with the old village chief backing Li Rongzhou, it signaled a shift in dynamics. With a hateful spit, Li Dahu snatched the 20 taels before storming off with his entourage. Now I understand how Li Dahu got so rich. Li Ping'an was speechless. Any normal person would find the humanitarian compensation insulting, yet Li Dahu still greedily took every last coin. The richer they are, the stingier they become. Skitter, skitter. The sound of insect legs scratching came from nearby as the centipede crawled up the table leg, affectionately rubbing against Li Ping'an's chubby, childlike arm. Good job, centipede. From now on, you're part of our family. Having escaped in broad daylight and disappeared into the shadows, the blood centipede had successfully gone undercover. That vicious bite making the scheming Li Fong howl in pain was particularly satisfying. Centipede venom caused stinging, itching, and heart-wrenching pain. Folk remedies used rooster saliva as antidote, but even with Li Fong's family's superior antidote pills, the decade-old centipede's venom would keep him suffering for 10 to 15 days. Sweet revenge. Father said centipede's venom can be used to make blood qi tonics. I wonder if I can try some. Li Ping'an rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Most blood qi herbs strengthen the strong rather than nourish the weak. Those with frail constitutions might suffer from oversupplementation. Though healthy, he was still young. The centipede's potent venom might be too much for him. I'll ask Father later. If he could take blood qi tonics, his slow mana pool growth wouldn't worry him anymore. Actually, the purple gold blood centipede itself was premium medicinal material. But bound by the insect tribe contract, Li Ping'an couldn't bear to exploit centipede. That would be killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. At least wait until centipede died of old age. Sensing its young master's reluctance, centipede wiggled its antennae. Insect tribe contract proficiency +1. Li Ping'an's eyes lit up. Does leveling up the insect tribe contract skill depend on intimacy? He hurriedly fed centipede the pig blood prepared earlier. Sure enough, proficiency increased. The mystery of leveling up insect tribe contract was solved. Different skills apparently had slightly different upgrade mechanisms. The tiled brick house occupying an acre of land in Peach Blossom Village looked quite impressive. Eh-huh! Screams echoed inside. Li Wang, panting, put down the broken stick and told the wailing Li Fong to get lost. This brat had gone too far, stealing the family's purple gold blood centipede. His mother had spoiled him rotten. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Lying on a rocking chair, thinking about the escaped centipede, he showed none of the devastating loss act he'd put on earlier. How could such precious blood qi medicine lack control measures? His earlier outrage had just been performance to extort the Leaf family. The only hitch was, he actually broke through to the Bone Realm, even got the old village chief to back him. Lucky this time, but next time won't be so easy. If Li Rongzhou's luck held and he reached the Blood Qi realm, they'd become long-lost brothers from different mothers. If not, then he couldn't blame Li Wang for seeking revenge. As the village's wealthy man, Li Wang had flexible moral standards. Time to recall the purple gold blood centipede. It's the foundation of our Li family. Li Wang took a deep breath. After servants set up the ritual altar and lit incense, he used a fire-sterilized dagger to make a cut on his plump white arm, grimacing in pain. Drops of blood fell onto the burnt incense ashes. To become the purple gold blood centipede's master required 49 days of feeding it palm blood, establishing a faint connection that made it obedient. The ashes visibly darkened red, indicating successful connection. Li Wang remained composed. He'd used this blood contract method for 10 years without fail. Sure enough, he sensed the centipede's emotional fluctuations. "My precious, come home. I've got your favorite tiger blood waiting." The purple gold blood centipede was startled by its former master's summons. Then it sent back an icy message. "I was never happy with you." With that, it coldly severed the blood contract. "Goodbye." The backlash made Li Wang spit out heart blood, his face turning ashen with shock. "Damn, there's a bull here." After Li Rongzhou stood up against Li Dahu and displayed his strength as a Bone Realm martial artist, the village gossip abruptly diminished. In small villages beyond the reach of the Tao laws, most people feared power rather than respected virtue. Demonstrating martial prowess remained the fastest way to change others' opinions. Gradually, some farmers became willing to interact with the Li family. "Today you give me a basket of wild vegetables. Tomorrow I present you with mushrooms." As matters settled down, Li Rongzhou disguised himself and went to the black market in Flat Peach Town to purchase auxiliary herbs for neutralizing centipede venom, preparing a potent medicinal brew at home. Buying martial artist-specific herbs on the black market actually cost 10 to 20% more than regular markets. But for safety and secrecy, Li Rongzhou preferred paying extra rather than exposing his identity. Today at the Li family's doorstep, Little Black appeared to be idly bullying sparrows from a branch while actually maintaining full vigilance. Inside, boiling water bubbled vigorously on the stove as the three brothers watched their father prepare the medicine with curiosity. As various strangely shaped herbs were added to the pot, the entire kitchen filled with a wondrous medicinal aroma. Blue star grass, purple soul sand, three-night flower, yang snake eggs. Li Rongzhou instructed them on the types, timing, and measurements while brewing, just as his own master had patiently taught him years ago. This moment perfectly mirrored those past memories, evoking nostalgia for carefree times. Finally, the main ingredient, one drop of venom from the purple gold blood centipede. Here it comes. Li Pink and gently soothed Hundred Legs, who had signaled 3 days earlier about venom production. The purple gold blood centipede waved its antennae and moved its mandibles, releasing a drop of purple gold venom that resembled a lustrous pearl glowing with radiance. So beautiful! No wonder it's called purple gold despite lacking purple light. Li Ping'an marveled, finally understanding why the venom was worth 10 taels of silver. His resentment over his father's forced compensation to Li Dahe lessened somewhat, though this grudge would eventually be repaid. Sizzle. The venom dropped into the pot, immediately producing a sharp sound. The herbs boiled violently, their fragrance transforming into a pungent, strangely appealing odor. The family kept watch by the stove, burning half a kilogram of firewood before finally reducing the concoction into a thick purple paste, about 20 grams when jarred. Let's call it purple centipede paste. Dissolve it in water for consumption. We'll test its potency. Li Rongzhou prepared antidote pills as backup before being the first to try. Upon drinking the dissolved paste, his blood qi surged instantly. A burning sensation traveled from his throat to his abdomen before erupting from his dantian, turning his skin bright red. Incredible potency. The effect proved far stronger than the blood qi medicines his master had brewed at the martial arts school, likely due to the superior main ingredient. Yet there was no painful stinging. Clearly all toxicity had been converted to medicinal power. Without hesitation, he began practicing crane style. Normally graceful crane movements now carried terrifying force. After completing 5 sets, instead of feeling exhausted as usual, Li Rongzhou remained vigorous, energetic enough for several more sets. His face lit up with joy. Taking this every 3 days would boost his chances of breaking through to the blood qi realm by 30%. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. There wasn't enough paste for multiple people. My talent is mediocre. With or without medicine, reaching blood qi realm would still take 10 years. Better reserve it for Pingfu and Pingyan. His youngest had shown keen interest in martial arts since childhood. Without him, they could never have obtained the purple-gold blood centipede despite all planning. He deserved a share to build his martial foundation. Father, let me try some too. Seeing his father's energized state, Li Pingyan looked like a greedy kitten, itching for a taste. Snapping from his thoughts, Li Rongzhou chuckled and carefully diluted a small portion, not out of stinginess, but because children required strict dosage control. Li Pingyan sipped like a kitten lapping water, his face scrunching up as he stuck out his tongue. So spicy, it burned his throat like strong liquor. Not daring to waste any, he gulped it down and imitated his father's martial movements. After fully absorbing the medicine, Li Pingyan delightedly discovered his mana capacity had increased, enough for 3 more spells. Half a month passed in a flash. At home, father and sons drank the dissolved purple centipede paste together before training. Originally reluctant, Li Rongzhou yielded to Li Pingfu's persuasion and Li Pingsan's pestering. Ultimately, it was the children's filial piety. They refused exclusive benefits, preferring to share hardships. Touched yet pained, Li Rongzhou sighed. Had their family remained prosperous, the children wouldn't need such sacrifices. Young Li Pingyan exhausted his stamina after 1 basic form set, observing his father and elder brother's movements and breathing. Crane style requires light breathing. Black tiger technique demands vigorous breaths. Different martial systems have distinct rhythms, yet neither matched his goals. Martial arts served only for self-defense and mana enhancement. He never forgot his true pursuit was immortality. After all, why should a druid engage in combat? With sufficient lifespan and family connections for planting trees to level up his profession, his future path was clear. What I truly need to emulate is a long-lived species breathing method, like the mystic turtle. Regarding longevity, turtles immediately came to mind, preferably enlightened mystic turtles. This couldn't be rushed. It required fate's arrangement. Stretching his muscles, he continued watching his father and brother practice. Even after his father finished, his elder brother kept going. What's happening? Martial training required moderation. Overexertion could deplete blood qi despite the pace assistance. Surely his brother knew this. Li Pingyan glanced questioningly at his father, who quietly signaled silence while watching Li Pingfu with tense excitement. They both remained silent as Li Pingfu's movements grew increasingly fierce, leaping and striking like a mountain overlord until he finally roared like a tiger, instilling fear. Roar! When his skin turned from crimson to deep black, Li Pingfu exhaled contentedly, refreshed and beaming. Father, I broke through. Good lad. Li Rongzhou cheered. That's my son. Li Pingsan's eyes sparkled. Even with the pace help, his brother achieving meat realm after just 2 years of training was truly remarkable. In martial families, he'd be considered natural talent with general potential. When Lady Qin and Li Pingyan heard the news, the family celebrated with extra meat dishes. After dinner, Li Rongzhou privately advised Li Pingfu, "Keep your breakthrough quiet for now. Only your master should know." This reflected veteran martial artists' habit of keeping cards close to their chest. Don't worry, father. I'm not who I used to be. Having learned from the Li Fong incident, Li Pingfu fully understood the value of discretion. Zhou family training grounds. Pingfu Ge, say something else? Let me hear that duck call. Quack. Li Yuan draped his arm over Li Pingfu's shoulders with a mischievous grin. Li Pingfu glared at him but kept his lips tightly sealed, refusing to utter a single word. The reason was simple. He had hit puberty, and his once clear voice had turned shrill and high-pitched, earning him the nickname Duck Call from his friends. Seeing the usually proud and fiery Li Pingfu acting so timid, Li Yuan burst into laughter while holding his sides, only stopping when Li Pingfu punched him hard on the shoulder. Damn, Pingfu Ji's punches feel like hammers now. After their playful scuffle, Li Pingfu took out 3 packets of medicinal herbs from his robe. These were basic, nourishing decoctions called Four Seasons soup, relatively affordable, but still costing him a full 300 copper coins. His entire New Year's money savings had been wiped out, and he'd had to take on several odd jobs for over half a month to gather the remaining sum. He presented the Four Seasons soup to Li Yuan. During the incident with Li Fong, it had been Li Yuan who had discreetly fetched the village head when things turned dangerous, accidentally encountering Li Rongzhou and explaining the situation. True friendship shines in adversity. Li Pingfu deeply cherished this brotherly bond and was determined to repay it through actions, not just words. Go. For me. You're the best. I promise I'll never laugh at your duck call again. Li Yuan exclaimed in delighted surprise. His recent martial training had hit a rough patch, and he desperately needed this boost, so he accepted without hesitation. Mention duck call one more time, and I'll punch you for real. Li Pingfu growled in his deepest voice, which still couldn't mask his high-pitched tone, sending Li Yuan into another fit of laughter. What's so damn funny? Furious, Li Pingfu gave Li Yuan another hammer-like punch, making the latter yelp in pain. Thanks to his voice change, Li Pingfu had naturally become more silent and low-key recently. Within just half a month, he'd blended into the crowd of training youths, no longer drawing attention. These boys will become martial brothers from the same school in the future, Zhou Enxian mused with a smile, stroking his beard as he watched the youths interact warmly. He felt deeply gratified. Even if they gave up martial arts later, these relationships would form valuable connections when they grew up. At this thought, Li Fong's face suddenly flashed through his mind. Zhou Enxian's expression darkened immediately. Since the poisoning incident, Li Fong had stopped coming to the training grounds, effectively dropping out. Li Dahu had stormed over once, suspiciously inspecting the Zhou family compound before leaving in a foul mood. Could they really have lost that purple-gold blood centipede? After some consideration, Zhou Enxian made an educated guess. He had originally avoided searching for the centipede precisely because he knew Li Wang's methods. But seeing Li Wang's purplish complexion and pale lips, clear signs of severe internal injuries likely caused by a broken contract, which could shorten one's lifespan. The wheels of justice turn slowly but grind exceedingly fine. If Li Wang falls, young Li Fong and Li Yuan won't be able to uphold the family. Meanwhile, Li Pingfu broke through to the meat realm at 12, even slightly surpassing my own achievements at that age. His future looks promising. Fortune turns like a wheel. It seems to have rotated to old Li's family now. That old village head has stood firm for so many years. His vision remains sharp as ever. With these thoughts, Zhou Enxian had the village kitchen prepare a feast and happily brought it to the Li family for drinks. They poured out their grievances and drank to their heart's content. Spring passed into summer. The weather grew increasingly hot. The leaves of the newly planted peach trees wilted, while insects shrieked incessantly in the grass. Li Rongzhou, his bronze upper body glistening with sweat, looked up at the blazing sun with a grim expression. This year might bring a drought we haven't seen in years. But compared to the Immortal's calamity, for years ago, when the river reversed its flow, even this impending drought seemed mild. After surviving that ordeal, no hardship seemed insurmountable, just meant more labor fetching water from distant streams. Returning home at dusk. Dad, you're back. Li Pingfu had grown accustomed to his father's sweaty odor and didn't mind it. He asked, when are we planting more peach trees? How could we possibly plant more? You trying to work your old man to death? Li Rongzhou flicked his youngest son's forehead, both exasperated and amused. Canner was remarkably gifted. Despite his young age, he not only showed promise in martial arts, but also grasped academic concepts instantly, often deducing new knowledge from what he learned, making Li Pingyan frequently feel inadequate. Most impressively, the boy wasn't impulsive. Even when facing difficult tasks, he tackled them methodically until success came naturally. Such maturity was rare, even in adults, let alone a 4-year-old. Like all fathers hoping their sons would excel, Li Rongzhou had high expectations for Li Pingyan. But why did the boy have to be so obsessed with planting trees? If not for the scorching summer heat keeping Canner indoors, he'd probably still be digging holes on the mountainside with him. What kind of strange hobby was this? Ouch! Li Pingyan rubbed his forehead. He couldn't help it. Reaching level 3 required a full 500 tree planting experience points. Even with the batch of peach trees his father planted in spring, plus his own daily efforts, he hadn't even reached halfway. So hard to be taken seriously when you're small. Apparently, he couldn't rely on his father for tree planting level-ups. He'd have to manage on his own. How he wished he could grow to 16 immediately and plant trees all day. Enough playing. Everyone wash up for dinner, Lady Qin called. Peasant households didn't observe aristocratic dining etiquette, so the family chatted about their day over the meal. But with the usually talkative Li Pingfu staying quiet due to his voice change, the atmosphere felt somewhat subdued. After swallowing a mushroom, Li Pingyan reported, "Dad, 100 Legs can now produce a drop of venom every half-month. These past months have been spent relentlessly grinding skill levels. Nature's gift had reached level 8, and 100 Legs, blessed by this mysterious boon, had doubled its venom production speed. His intimacy with the centipede had also risen from the initial 60 points to 96, nearly maxed out for an upgrade." Huh. Li Rongzhou laughed heartily. That Li Wang raised his purple-gold blood centipede for 10 years. Yet my son surpassed him in just 4 or 5 months. No matter how civil they'd appear before, Li Rongzhou hadn't forgotten the minor slight he'd suffered. He wasn't one to repay injustice with kindness. With the doubled output of purple centipede paste, the three of them could practice martial arts without restraint. Just as they were clearing the table, loud commotion erupted outside, as if villagers were arguing about something. "I'll go see what's happening." After instructing his wife to lock the gate, Li Rongzhou headed toward the noise with Li Pingfu. Li Pingyan tossed a mushroom at his father and brother's departing figures. Through the mushroom's perspective, he saw villagers gathered in a circle under the dimming sky, furious and gesticulating wildly. "Those damned peach leaf village bastards dammed up our water source upstream. The streams run dry. With peach trees withering, they're trying to kill us. This is beyond insulting. Grab your tools, folks. Let's teach them a lesson." Li Pingsan's small face tensed. Although withering peach trees he'd already planted wouldn't deduct experience points, this orchard represented his father's hard work and their family's main income source. Li Rongzhou and Li Pingfu listened carefully to the whole story, their hearts growing heavy. Peach Leaf Village was upstream from Peach Blossom Village. Though they could be considered competitors in selling fresh peaches, they had always kept to themselves without interfering with each other. Who would have thought such dirty tactics would emerge at the first sign of drought? Without the stream water to irrigate the orchards, the 4 newly purchased acres of peach trees would surely wither and die. Forget breaking even, they'd suffer total losses. Cutting off their water supply was an unforgivable offense that threatened the entire Peach Blossom Village's collective interests. "We must go see the village chief." Li Rongzhou's mind raced, realizing this might escalate into armed conflict. He glanced at his eldest son, hesitation flickering across his face. Noticing his father's gaze, Li Pingfu stepped forward resolutely. "Father, I'm coming with you." He was both worried for his father's safety and secretly thrilled at the prospect of real combat. "Very well. A martial artist must have courage. But remember, blades have no eyes. Stay close to me. At home, father and eldest brother rushing off like this is too dangerous, especially with night falling. Even skilled martial artists could be at a disadvantage in darkness and chaos. But as members of the village, they couldn't possibly stay behind. They'd face consequences later. I can't let them go alone." Li Pingyan couldn't shake his worries. He didn't plan to fight on the front lines, just provide support if his father and brother were in danger. Yet Lady Qin vehemently opposed even this idea. She'd rather go herself than let her youngest son take risks, and moved to confine Li Pingyan. "Mother, let us go." Li Pingyan stood protectively before his younger brother, speaking earnestly. "If anything happens to father and eldest brother, little brother, and I would regret it our whole lives. Living would be worse than death. Ken has extraordinary talents. He can secretly command the purple gold blood centipede to protect father and eldest brother. We'll follow from behind, never engaging directly. Mother, we must go. This is a trial our whole family needs to face together." Lady Qin's beautiful face turned frosty. Without a word, she turned and grabbed an axe. "Let's go. If anyone dares touch my husband or children, I'll fight them to the death." Under the old village chief's leadership, the enraged villagers of Peach Blossom Village marched toward Peach Leaf Village with torches and hoes, their numbers making an imposing sight. Peach Leaf Village wasn't foolish. They'd posted guards who now sounded the alarm. Soon their own chief and able-bodied men formed ranks, creating a tense standoff. "Old Man Lee, what do you think you're doing with this mob?" The Peach Leaf Village chief's tone was hostile. The old chief subtly retreated half a step, positioning the younger men protectively in front. At his age, charging forward would be suicidal. Facing the accusation, he responded calmly. "Need I remind you of your village's despicable acts? Release the stream water now, stop hogging it for yourselves, and we can forget this matter." "Bullshit. The stream runs through our land. It's ours." Chi Fong showed no remorse for his actions. With this year's drought, sharing the water would doom over half their peach trees to death, a loss worth fighting for. After hundreds of insults were exchanged, someone from Peach Leaf Village suddenly raised a hand, a threatening gesture that snapped everyone's strained nerves. "Those shameless Peach Leaf bastards are making their move. Get them." The shout exploded like gunpowder. A hoe descended, splashing bright red blood before everyone's eyes, and madness took over. The old chief, protected by Zhou and Xian, trembled as he fled in the opposite direction. After ensuring his safety, Zhou returned to the fray, seeking Peach Leaf Village's martial artists. "Pingfu, stay close. We fight side by side. No reckless charges. Your mother and brothers are counting on us." Gripping the short spear his wife had brought, Li Rongzhou whispered instructions. What set him apart from other villagers was his priorities. He'd risk himself, but never sacrifice family for profit. Peach trees could die, but his wife and children must remain unharmed. Having loved ones meant having caution, making him more careful in battle. Li Pingfu nodded firmly, wiping sweat from his palms. With his father beside him, his first combat jitters faded, replaced by excitement as he focused ahead. Bam! Thud! Crack! Aya! The cacophony of clashing hoes and axes was endless. Li Rongzhou remained hyper-aware, kicking down a screaming youth who charged at him before immediately repositioning to maintain distance even from fellow villagers. In this bloodlust, even allies might strike blindly. Li Pingfu moved with the Black Tiger technique's agile ferocity. When some fool thought the younger fighter easy prey, one punch left them seeing stars. Actual combat isn't as hard as I imagine. Though encouraged, Li Pingfu stayed vigilant, yet still underestimated human malice when a hunter's arrow silently aimed at him from afar. Whoosh! In the chaotic melee, the distant arrow's trajectory was nearly invisible, until the gray-feathered shaft loomed large in Li Pingfu's vision, leaving him frozen. "Pingfu!" Li Rongzhou leaped, arm raised to block the arrow. Whoosh! A sudden violent gust made the speeding arrow wobble off course, barely grazing Li Rongzhou's arm. "That almost killed me." Li Pingfu's heart pounded. That split second had felt like eternity, paralyzing him. This was real battle. Triumph one moment, ambush the next. Drenched in cold sweat, yet strangely energized, Li Pingfu whipped out his slingshot, squinting toward the arrow's origin before launching a stone. Arrogant brat. At this range, a slingshot can't possibly. The hunter scoffed, though puzzled by that strange wind earlier. His experience let him adjust shots for wind resistance. Yet he'd still missed. Before he could process this, the slingshot stone, as if wind-propelled, found it. How? This defied reason. 200 paces, his deer tendon bow missed, yet a slingshot hit. The old hunter clutched his throat, toppling with disbelief etched on his face. Witnessing this, Li Pingfu stood stunned. Nearly dying had unleashed his fury. That random shot wasn't supposed to connect. I killed someone. His first kill brought overwhelming nausea, reminiscent of survival horrors from their refugee days. Gulping, his gaze hardened. I wasn't wrong. His death or mine, that was the choice. I killed someone. Li Pingyan withdrew the swirling wind currents of Dance of the Wind, his mind eerily calm. First, as mere support, the impact and guilt affected him less than his brother. Second, he held one conviction. If the hunter lived, my brother would die. Anyone threatening my family deserves death. Perhaps that old hunter also had a filial son and adorable grandchildren, fighting for his family's livelihood in his twilight years before meeting an undignified end. But what does that have to do with me? In this moment, Li Pingsan's complete indifference toward anyone outside his family was laid bare. If all living beings suffer, better let others bear that suffering. The chaotic battle raged on. The dazzling starry sky overlooked the battlefield of flashing hoes and axes, illuminating the savage faces contorted with primal ferocity. Torchlight flickered violently amid the struggle as darkness gradually encroached. Cradled in Lady Qin's arms, Li Pingyan could clearly hear his mother's pounding heartbeat through her sweat-drenched thin garments, the moisture clinging uncomfortably between them. Visibility is terrible at night. Good thing I have mushrooms. Initially dismissed as useless, the spore's sensibility now proved invaluable with its unique gray surveillance vision that maintained clarity in darkness, its only limitation being the signal loss beyond certain distances. Currently, Little Black flew through the night sky, adjusting the angle of a gray mushroom clamped in its beak, functioning like an agile drone. Without this, Li Pingyan would never have spotted the hunter's arrow in time to activate elemental amplification plus Dance of the Wind. Most torches have extinguished, and the grassland melee is perfect for Thorn Whip's maximum supportive effect. Under night's concealment, unnoticed greenish glimmers flashed through the grass as thorns slithered darkly across the ground. Clang! A crisp metallic scrape rang out. Li Rongzhou expertly deflected a suddenly descending axe with a fluid spear thrust, sending the rusted weapon spinning wildly before it embedded deeply in mud. Scram! He barked coldly. The disarmed man's eyes cleared instantly from battle frenzy, and he scrambled away in terror. Meanwhile, Li Pingfu helped steady the shaken Li Fong, asking quietly, "Uncle Fong, are you all right?" Li Fong, father of his friend Li Yuan, had always been somewhat aloof toward their family. Now his simple face displayed a complex mix of lingering fear and relief. Battle fervor had made him fearless, but the cold night air brought realization of how close death had been. "Ellie, thank you, brother. No, I mean, thank you so much," he stammered incoherently. "Save gratitude for later," Li Rongzhou said tersely. "Pingfu, stay focused." "Yes, father." Taking deep breaths, Li Fong silently fell in behind them, his brush with death having drained all mob-instilled courage. The fierce fighting continued, interspersed with Peach Blossom villagers' triumphant taunts. "Pa, can't even grip a hoe properly? Take this club. Damn near speared my throat. Lucky this peach leaf bastard tripped. Can't even stand straight, and you challenge me?" Conversely, Peach Leaf villagers grew increasingly frustrated. Whenever someone gained advantage for a potential kill, mysterious tugs from behind or inexplicable stumbles would interfere. Were they haunted? As superstitious fear spread through their ranks, morale rapidly deteriorated. An anonymous Druid watched approvingly as the scales tipped toward Peach Blossom Village. However one sliced it, he was part of this village. Loyalty dictated aiding his own. Keeping Thorn Whip's power restrained, The creeping vines moved like specters through battle's chaos, their subtle harassment going unnoticed. He deliberately avoided Zhou and Xin's combat zone to prevent detection. A full mana-draining large-scale Thorn Whip release could instantly partition and control this mortal battlefield. Li Pingkan mused while assessing his current capabilities. Even Bone Realm warriors like his father would struggle to approach before exhausting his mana pool, likely getting thorn-pricked in the process. Blood-Chi Realm fighters were different matter entirely. His Spore Sense vision turned toward Zhou and Xin's position. The instructor's blood, Chi, surged visibly as he crouched, a faint blood tiger apparition forming behind him while his palm strikes generated howling gales. His opponent matched him blow for blow in their spectacular, intimidating duel. After prolonged observation, Li Pingsan's expression turned peculiar as realization struck. They're putting on a damn exhibition match. While villagers fought to the death, these two were sparring with polite restraint. Upon reflection, it made sense. At Blood-Chi Realm, who would risk life for a petty water dispute? The louder the bluster, the faker the fight. Even office slackers from my past life weren't this blatant. Li Pingkan felt genuine admiration. Still, judging by Zhou and Xian's displayed power, breaking free from thorns would take mere breaths, an insurmountable gap in power tiers. Those sufficient thorns could buy time. Besides martial training, how else can I increase mana capacity? Spirit stones or spiritual items came to mind immediately. If martial energy could convert to mana, spiritual energy should work too. Were he cultivating immortality while absorbing spirit stone energy to fuel area attacks? Even Blood-Chi Realm warriors could be worn down through attrition. For now, this remained merely an appealing fantasy. Brother Zhou, shall we wrap up this performance? Indeed, Brother Wang. Time for curtain call. No silver payment, just obligatory favors. Why exert real effort? Zhou and Xian and the Wang-named warrior exchanged smiles before delivering a final dramatic fist clash, the shockwave shredding surrounding foliage. Their roared parting lines echoed across the field. Cackle. Consider this mercy today, Zhou. Save your boasts. Next time I'll send you straight to rebirth. With that, both sides withdrew, leaving only bloodied ground behind. Thanks to certain interventions, Peach Leaf Village's defeat was undeniable. Chi Fong's face darkened with impotent rage as water rights were conceded. Yet Peach Blossom's old chief showed no victory cheer either. Many husbands, sons, and breadwinners lay among today's casualties. Sigh, still better than famine years where all starve. Survival demands its price. He murmured into the blood-scented wind as stars shone impartially over every grief-stricken face. Father, Canner. Under the starlight, Li Pingkan leaped into his father's arms as the family wept with joy, embracing tightly. Husband. Lady Qin dropped the axe, wanting to wipe her tears with her sleeve when she realized holding the axe for too long had numbed her fingers with prickling pain. Wife, I made you worry. Seeing this, Li Rongzhou immediately put down his youngest son and tenderly took his wife's hand, gently massaging it to improve circulation. Lady Qin clasped her husband's blood-stained hand, anxiously checking for wounds before sighing in relief. You must be exhausted. I'll heat water for your feet when we get home. The couple walked hand in hand. Sandwiched between them, Li Pingkan watched his parents' affectionate display, feeling like an unwanted bonus item from a phone card promotion. So wives get true love, while children are just accidents. Whatever, he wouldn't interrupt their romance. Maybe he'd get a baby sister to play with. Big brother, how did you aim that slingshot so precisely earlier? Any tricks? Li Pingkan looked up. While his wind could alter projectiles' paths, he lacked precision for small targets. He only boosted power. His eldest brother's accuracy was truly remarkable. If he could learn this technique to make every thorn wrap around stones for volley fire, imagine the terrifying rain of precisely targeted rocks. With his current lack of offensive options, it was worth trying. Ugh! Recalling the dying hunter's resentful glare, Li Pingfu suddenly felt nauseous. During their famine escape, he'd seen many corpses, not unafraid, but accustomed. Yet killing someone personally was new. Not trauma, but tempering courage, just slight physical discomfort. Holding his churning stomach, he exhaled, didn't think much then. With boiling blood, the world froze. Only the projectile's path and target existed. Perfect aim, absolute focus. Li Pingcan marveled. His brother wasn't just a martial prodigy, but also a sharpshooter. Using a mere rubber slingshot was beneath him. Sighing, he realized this was pure talent, unlearnable. Changing topics, Li Ping'an asked curiously, "Little brother, that strange wind earlier, was that you?" Li Ping'an scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't meant to hide it, but how could he explain Druid powers without being mistaken for a monster? Before he could formulate an answer, Li Rongzhou interjected gravely, "Don't ask. Don't wonder." Stopping, he knelt to embrace his 3 sons, whispering, "Immortals are omnipotent. They can extract souls and read memories. The less we know, the safer Canner is." Li Rongzhou always knew his youngest talents would lead him to immortality. Mortal family would only hold him back. On the treacherous immortal path, they couldn't help, so they'd avoid burdening him however possible. "Father!" Tears welled in Li Pingsan's eyes. Prepared for rejection, he was instead met with paternal devotion, considering every angle for his sake. Sniffling unsuccessfully, he wiped his nose on his father's filthy pants leg. "Then promise never to abandon us 3 again to face danger alone. Our family shares joy and sorrow, no abandonment." "Good. Well said." Li Rongzhou laughed heartily, lifting Li Pingcan. "Sharing joy and sorrow with no abandonment. This shall be our Li family creed." Peach Blossom Village's simple folk dressed in mourning white. The village funeral chef profited handsomely while pretending grief, pinching his cheeks to maintain solemnity as he cooked. Men set up tables while women served dishes in bustling activity. Village tradition where neighbors helped send the deceased off properly. After mourning, the feast began. Normally, the least wouldn't qualify to sit at table, but today the old chief personally invited Li Rongzhou, who was immediately surrounded by grateful gazes upon seating. "Brotherly, thank you for saving us." "A toast." "Li Fong, no cutting in, I was first." "Stop arguing." "Brother Rongzhou, my toast first." "Piss off, X2." While men drank boisterously, young Li Pingcan sat properly at the women's table, eating neatly to impressed murmurs. "What a well-behaved boy, eating by himself so young. Unlike my unruly monkey child, so fair and adorable." With each compliment, Li Pingcan sweetly responded, "Sister is cute too. Auntie is beautiful." Charming all present. "Lady Qin, you're blessed, such a good son and mighty husband," one woman said enviously. Another teased, "Watch your man, that hussy Tsuehua's eyeing him." Lady Qin spotted the green-clad woman staring, but smiled gracefully. "We wives dare not control our husbands." Maintaining Li Rongzhou's public dignity while secretly vowing he'd sleep outside if he glanced back. Finally free from chatter during dessert, Li Pingcan ate heartily, amazed by women's gossip stamina. A funeral had become their family spotlight. They'd need more discretion henceforth. Apart from grieving relatives, funerals were just social events after all. As the feast concluded, dong, 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 9 majestic bell tolls thundered across the heavens as a golden scroll's phantom image blotted out the sky, casting vast shadows while radiating imperial glory. "The Emperor's edict," the old chief exclaimed reverently. "Quick, all 351 villagers, kneel and kowtow." "The Emperor," Li Pingcan gaped. Immortal realm decrees were announced this magnificently. Only after everyone knelt did the edict reveal its contents. "By mandate of heaven, our beloved heir's birth was heralded by crimson dragons, auspicious celestial signs. Henceforth, we pardon 8,600 minor offenders, excluding unpardonable crimes. The imperial astronomers shall conduct rain prayers to bless the land." What's it say? The emperor's sending immortals to bring rain. No drought. Then old Li's family died for nothing? Someone whispered, quickly shushed. Praise our wise emperor. Cheers erupted. Wah! My poor husband died before tasting the emperor's mercy. Wailing resumed. The summer cicadas buzzed incessantly, the scorching sunlight piercing so fiercely that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. In the Li family's small courtyard, Little Black had just landed and immediately flapped its wings, stomping its feet, causing Li Pinkin to think, so hot, so hot. Dance of the wind. A gentle breeze lifted Little Black and carried it beneath the eaves. The remaining wind brushed past, but there was not a trace of coolness, only heat that stirred restlessness in the heart. This year was unbearably hot. A summer without air conditioning was sheer torture. In ancient times, there was ice storage, but each cubic foot cost a tale of silver, an unbearable burden for farmers who preferred to endure the hardship bitterly. I wonder when the government will cast a spell to bring down sweet dew. Though it was said that the imperial decree would transform spiritual energy into rain, it still required setting up a ritual altar, sacrificing 6 kinds of livestock, praying to heaven, earth, and mountains, and choosing an auspicious day and time before the rain could nourish all living things. But the government moved neither fast nor slow. Farmers were anxious to the point of spitting bubbles, but dared not raise a fuss, only grumbling behind closed doors. Li Pinkin frowned deeply. To prevent the peach trees from withering, his father had been fetching water early and late these days, his skin peeling from the sun. He was still fortunate. Many villagers had contracted summer heat illnesses and barely survived. Finally, as evening approached, the scorching sun hid behind clouds, and the weather cooled slightly. The whole family gathered under the shade of a tree to cool off. Li Pinkin held a bowl of mung bean soup his mother had brewed, specially chilled with well water. Sweet and icy, he gulped it down, finally feeling revived. Looking over, his father and elder brothers had also closed their eyes comfortably, enjoying this rare coolness. He secretly intensified the dance of the wind, letting the refreshing breeze brush his face, his black hair fluttering. This breeze feels really good. Li Fong, walking toward them, sighed. Ever since Li Rongzhou had saved him from death, Li Fong had developed an indescribable admiration and gratitude for him. Thinking back on his previous prejudices, he felt deeply guilty and had been frequently visiting the Li family lately, never empty-handed. This time he brought a bamboo basket of fresh wild mint leaves, a rare item for cooling off. Lady Qin smiled as she accepted them, and served Li Fong a bowl of mung bean soup. Li Fong held it with both hands, grinning bashfully. Thank you, sister-in-law. Delicious. After finishing the soup in one gulp, a refreshing coolness soared through his body. Li Fong praised endlessly before sighing. I wonder when the celestial official will finally bring the sweet rain. Why is it so slow? Though his voice was soft, the resentment in his words was as thick as a water spirit's curse. In recent days, villagers often gathered in 2s or 3s, glaring at the blazing sun and secretly mocking the court's grand setup for the rain that barely fell. A perfect example of unruly peasants. Li Rongzhou only smiled and did not engage, knowing well that disaster came from careless words, though he too harbored some complaints inside. Li Pinkin shook his head. Sigh, expecting the government to act quickly? Just managing to act at all is already good enough. As the weather grew increasingly scorching, public resentment rapidly boiled, reaching its peak. The celestial official's carriage is coming. 6 white horses, snow-colored, stomped and neighed as they pulled the carriage. 8 powerful, silver-armored soldiers wielded dome-shaped umbrellas, shielding the carriage frame. A gray-clad clerk walked proudly beside the carriage, arms crossed holding a jade plate that shone brightly. He arrogantly swept his gaze over the Peach Blossom Village villagers and said loftily, "You commoners, kneel quickly and worship the celestial official." Clatter! The dense crowd obediently dropped to their knees, as if waves had crashed down and bent their backs. Li Pinkin was held by Lady Qin as they kowtowed. The black raven flew across the sky, and the gray mushroom relayed a clear image. The carriage frame held no one. Hiss! Such tremendous celestial power. The villagers of Peach Blossom Village were not kneeling before the celestial official himself, but the official's carriage frame. In these 3 years, apart from tax collection, Li Pinkian had never seen any government officials. His eyes flickered with strange light as he quickly understood. The gray-clad clerk was exercising the celestial official's authority, bestowing blessings of rain and dew. And the jade plate he held was likely a celestial magic treasure. The only celestial artifact Li Pinkian had ever seen since crossing over. A lucky opportunity? Or a deadly tribulation? He exhaled a foul breath, not so easily stirred by passion. His gaze swept over the 8 silver-armored soldiers, each a master at the blood-chi realm. The thorn whip had just begun to tremble. It would likely be shredded immediately. The tornado created by Dance of the Wind would also be scattered by their combined blades. The foundation of a 9th-rank celestial official is terrifying indeed. Having witnessed the court's power, he had no illusions about challenging authority. Moreover, flaunting, boasting, or competing was not his way. The gray-clad clerk, seeing the commoners all bowing, revealed a drunk expression. Power was truly mesmerizing. Peach Blossom Village sincerely honors the court. I also wish to ease your difficulties, but this sweet dew jade plate urgently needs spiritual energy replenishment. The old village chief, experienced and shrewd, quickly offered tribute. Naturally, it was shared by the whole village. The clerk weighed the item, but remained unmoved. The old chief gritted his teeth and took out a translucent jade pendant. Only then did the clerk smile. Peach Blossom Village is much more obedient than Peach Leaf Village. I will definitely report to the celestial official to petition for reduced taxes and labor for you. At these words, the villagers became excited and joyful, completely forgetting the unbearable heat. Those who had just cursed the court as troublesome peasants instantly transformed into obedient subjects. Li Pinkin watched coldly, his mood growing darker. This clerk was skilled in the art of controlling the people. A pressing threat, a compliment comparing villages, and dangling a reward. This is blatant psychological manipulation. Treating people like dogs to be trained, squeezing every last bit of their sweat and blood money. And the villagers still had to thank this clerk, taking all the benefits for himself. If all celestial officials are like this, one can only imagine the character of the immortals above. Though this might not be the immortals' direct intention, it was certainly tacit approval of extortion. He clenched his fists. If he were to be an obedient subject, a beast of burden, even if he could never become wealthy or noble, he could at least live out his days peacefully, adding bricks and tiles to the immortal's glory. But if he wished to inherit his family legacy and strive upward, the mountain pressing down on his head would only grow heavier, countless and insurmountable, with no hope for ordinary people to break through. Fortunately, he was the world's only druid. All the more reason to be cautious, to keep my identity hidden. The road is long and arduous, but the future is still ahead. With money to pay, the clerk used spirit stones to activate the sweet dew jade plate. Clouds roiled in the sky, purple light intertwined, and with rolling thunder, sweet rain poured down massively. Peach Blossom Village, scorched for half a month, finally tasted liberation. The dried-up creek also revived anew. Li Pinkin noticed that the rainfall only covered Peach Blossom Village. Other places remained blazing hot under the summer sun. It seemed this magic device could control the range and amount of rain according to the input of spiritual energy. All right, just as you wished. The clerk said indifferently, I still have to bestow rain to other villages. Born to a life of toil. Farewell to the celestial official. The old villagers quickly led the crowd in kowtowing. Watching the celestial official's carriage frame disappear into the distance, Li Pinkin had a thought and sent Little Black to follow from afar. Peach Leaf Village. Having received satisfactory payment, the celestial clerk smiled at the villagers of Peach Leaf Village. Peach Leaf Village is much more obedient than Peach Blossom Village. I will definitely report to the celestial official to petition for reduced taxes and labor for you. After the rain in the empty mountains, the earth was moist, and the peach forest regained its vitality, with lush green leaves swaying joyfully. The rain bestowed by the Immortal was no ordinary rain, but celestial water infused with spiritual energy, capable not only of dispelling heat toxins, but also enhancing people's constitution and nourishing the fruit trees within a certain range. Li Pingyan held Li Pingsan's small hand as they walked through their family's peach forest, observing the thriving peach trees. Look at the young peach saplings father planted this spring. After this rain, they've grown so robust. Such incredible immortal magic. His eyes sparkled with excitement, admiration, and a hint of hidden regret. Without spiritual roots, his path to immortality was cut off, forever separating mortals from immortals. Yet the sorrow of his childhood had now transformed into purer motivation. Even if I can't become a celestial official, I'll study hard to become a celestial clerk through imperial examinations, protecting my family and benefiting the people. Li Pingyan clearly remembered the complex expression on the village chief's wrinkled face when the heavy rain poured, both joyful and sorrowful. It was a helpless compromise with reality. The gray-clad clerk had brought sweet dew, but also taken away most of each family's harvest in advance, leaving only 20 to 30% to barely keep the villagers alive. If he were the celestial clerk, he would never treat the people so harshly. This will surely be a bountiful year. Anticipation shone on countless villagers' faces. When autumn harvest arrived, just as the farmers had predicted, the yield was abundant. Families carried baskets up the mountain, faces glowing with exertion and excitement. Li Pingfu stopped his martial arts training. Li Pingyan put aside his books, and Li Pingyan ran up the mountain like a busy little bee, diligently transporting crisp peaches tinged with red. After harvesting, basket after basket of crisp peaches were carried down the mountain until the family's arms ached from exhaustion. Yet this hard labor brought little reward. Because of the sweet dew, the entire Peach Blossom Mountain had a bumper harvest. Except for the premium juicy flat peaches, most crisp peaches sold at low prices. Only Li Dahu's family in the village cultivated flat peach trees, earning in "Father, what a loss!" Li Pingfu complained hoarsely. The yield had doubled compared to last year, yet their 4 acres of mature peach trees only earned 20 taels. After deducting the 15-tael sweet dew fee, they barely broke even. He wasn't jealous of Li Dahu's profits, but heartbroken that his father's year of toil brought such meager returns. Cheap peaches hurt farmers. Li Pingyan theorized conspiratorially. Isn't Li Dahu's cousin a county clerk? Maybe he knew about the drought and sweet dew in advance, which is why he planted flat peaches. Second brother. That speculation is a bit far-fetched, Li Pingyan thought to himself. The main issue was that flat peach saplings were too expensive and difficult to cultivate, with high maintenance costs making them unprofitable for ordinary farmers. Li Dahu grew flat peaches to give gifts for his cousin. Looking at the peach forest, Li Pingyan tried to see the bright side. At least the trees were still alive and would bear fruit next year. Without the sweet dew, they would have withered, causing even greater losses. Autumn was a busy season. After finishing with the peach trees, they had to harvest rice. While father and his brothers cut with sickles, Li Pingyan followed behind, gathering fallen rice stalks and sometimes peeling husks to feed grains to Little Black. Pingfu want to compete to see who can harvest rice faster. Li Rongzhou, shirtless and indifferent to the rough rice stalks scratching his skin, challenged his eldest son to a contest. Compete, Li Pingfu replied tersely as usual. Li Pingyan served as referee. At his signal, sickles flew, rice waves rustled, and grain heads scattered everywhere. Li Pingyan stopped gathering rice to watch, chin propped in his hands. After taking purple centipede paste for over half a year, father and eldest brother have improved tremendously, especially eldest brother. His stamina flowed endlessly like river waves, and when his muscles tensed, even sharp blades struggled to penetrate. In 3 to 5 years at most, eldest brother would likely advance to the Tinden realm, starting from a much higher level than father. As for the competition's outcome, there was no suspense. Eldest brother still couldn't defeat father yet. Seeing no other farmers nearby, Li Pingqian secretly used Thorn Whip like a conveyor belt, automatically transporting bundled rice home for threshing. Why work hard when you could save effort? When Li Rongzhou and Li Pingfu finished their competition, the once mountain-like pile of rice had vanished. The three exchanged glances while Li Pingqian put on an innocent expression, an unspoken understanding between them. Extra food at night. After heavy labor and empty stomachs, the family devoured their meal, eating meat without restraint. They couldn't afford to exhaust themselves now, with threshing still ahead, another laborious task. After dinner, Li Rongzhou announced regretfully, "We've finished panning the gold dust from the stream. From now on, we'll have to rely solely on ourselves." The exposed stream bed's gold deposits had always been meager. Otherwise, they would have been discovered earlier. Without this supplemental income, future prosperity would require diligent sweat. The family nodded in understanding. "Brother Li, are you home?" "I'm coming in." Suddenly, Li Fang's honest voice called from outside, brimming with unconcealed joy. "I have fantastic news." "What good news?" Li Rongzhou smiled. After months of interaction, he recognized Li Fang as a somewhat stubborn but fundamentally honest man. Li Fang explained, "The village is selecting blessed children to worship the ancestral tree." This was an old tradition in Peach Blossom Village. On Peach Blossom Mountain grew a 1,000-year-old peach tree that villagers worshipped. 6 selected blessed children would receive the ancestral tree's blessings. The millennial ancestral tree has spirits that have protected our Peach Blossom Mountain through countless storms. If recognized by it, your children might have a better chance of awakening spiritual roots. Li Fang said excitedly. Li Pingqian immediately grew interested. A 1,000-year-old peach tree might have developed spiritual consciousness. As a druid, even without plant communication skills, could he converse with it and gain some immortal opportunity, glimpsing this mysterious corner of the cultivation world? But it depended on father's decision, so he looked to Li Rongzhou. Noticing his youngest son's gaze, Li Rongzhou asked casually, "How does the village select blessed children?" "First by consulting the peach deity, then ancestors, and finally through villagers' approval." Li Fang said earnestly, "Brother Li, I'll never forget how you saved my life. If you want this spot, I'll convince our branch to nominate your child." Li Rongzhou pondered deeply. Refusing would mean nothing changed, but with blessings, it was better to believe than not. Moreover, as an outside descendant of the Li family, having a blessed child would mean returning to their roots. "Then I'll trouble brother Li Fang," Li Rongzhou decided. After Li Fang left, Li Rongzhou faced a dilemma with his 3 children. They were all dear to him, but only one could be the blessed child. Personally, he wanted to choose the most promising youngest son for the family's benefit, but feared hurting his elder son's feelings and creating rifts. Balancing this was incredibly difficult. If all else fails, we could draw lots, he thought. At least that would be fair. "Father, don't worry. Give this opportunity to little brother," Li Pingqian said seriously, sensing his father's conflict. "Little brother hasn't been tested for spiritual roots yet and has the best chance of becoming an immortal. When he succeeds, would he ever look down on his elder brothers?" His smile held no reluctance as he patted Li Pingsan's shoulder. "I voluntarily give up my chance." Li Pingfu nodded gruffly. "Same here." Peach Blossom Village. Dawn broke with hazy light as the morning mist began to dissipate. In the old chief's house, 6 children stood stiffly in their green robes, wearing peachwood ornaments, listening solemnly as the chief declared, "We shall now pay respects to our ancestors. Only with their approval may you enter the mountains to receive the ancestral tree's blessing." "Yes, Grand Chief," the children chorused earnestly. Among them, Li Pingqian felt an inexplicable solemnity well up within him. The old chief nodded approvingly. None of the children acted mischievous. Clearly their families had thoroughly warned them against disrupting the ceremony unless they wanted a taste of the bamboo rod. On the altar beside, the sacrificial pigs, cows, and sheep lay 5-colored rice balls and a basin of crystal-clear water. The old chief carefully placed an emerald peach leaf upon the water's surface with both hands, then announced loudly, "Follow my movements in paying respects. First bow, second empty bow, third prostrate bow." The children focused intently, performing the ritual bows toward the water basin with reverence. Li Pinkin followed along, though his eyes darted curiously about this ceremony. I recall from the game template that Druid traditions also involve ceremonial knowledge. Completing them properly grants gifts that greatly enhance comprehension, attributes experience points. Perhaps there's common ground with cultivation world rituals. Experience points might be off the table, but increased comprehension should be possible. Keeping this thought in mind, his movements grew more devout. Yet upon closer observation, this ritual seemed more like folk prayer than anything containing supernatural power. When he raised his head after the third bow, he saw the peach leaf teetering on the verge of sinking. The old chief's expression darkened with disappointment. Does the leaf sinking completely mean the ancestors disapprove? Would I have to wait 3 more years to meet the ancestral tree? This opportunity had cost his father a life-saving favor and his brother's voluntary withdrawal. It couldn't be wasted. At this realization, Li Pinkin made a decision that would defy ancestral expectations. Silently invoking Dance of the Wind in his mind, a faint, precisely controlled airflow materialized to buoy the leaf. The previously doomed leaf miraculously endured until the ceremony's conclusion before finally sinking. "Truly our ancestors' blessing," the old chief exclaimed joyfully at the sight. "Ah!" Li Pinkin scratched his head sheepishly. "Grand Chief, I didn't mean to take advantage of you." The old chief dipped a clean peach branch into the water, sprinkling droplets over the children. "Leaves of the ancestral tree purify our hearts. Waters of the ancestral tree cleanse our bodies." Under the rising sun, the glistening droplets took on a sacred quality, the ceremony's final step. "Come, we ascend the mountain to pay respects to the ancestral tree." Following the old chief's measured pace under villagers' protection, the group of 7 began their journey up Peach Blossom Mountain. The sky disappeared beneath a canopy of leaves that rustled like jade waves in the wind. Deeper in, brambles and wild grasses flourished until villagers armed with hoes and machetes cleared a narrow path. Along the way, clusters of gray mushrooms rapidly sprouted, unfurling dewy caps that connected to Li Pinksan's mental network. Since summer's end, realizing the importance of foresight, he had maxed out his spore growth and spore sense skills through relentless practice. These skills respectively developed deliciousness and connection traits. Deliciousness spoke for itself. Even pungent varieties became exquisite delicacies that earned him good coin at Flat Peach Town's restaurants. Connection allowed any sprouted mushroom to instantly generate 10 surveillance angles, transmitting audiovisual data directly to his mind, forming a fungal intranet. The combined spore growth and spore sense essentially created mobile surveillance cameras. Before even entering the forest, his mushroom scouts had gathered intel. So quiet, and this inexplicable sense of affinity. Li Pinkin marveled. As a druid, he normally radiated such natural affinity that birds and butterflies flocked to him joyfully. Yet something here made him yearn to snuggle. Utterly astonishing. Moreover, activating LV4 Earth Pulse Sense, he perceived the vast subterranean world, a dense tangle of massive roots. Rather than standing on soil, he stood embraced by that singular tree. Tremendous natural power. His excitement grew. These roots undoubtedly belonged to the millennial peach tree villagers revered as the ancestral tree. His anticipation for this encounter mounted. When the first sunlight pierced the canopy to illuminate the ancient peach tree's dragon-scale bark, the weary old chief suddenly perked up. Li Pinkin gaped upward, unable to conceal his awe. The crown stretched like a green lake, shading nearly an acre. The central trunk required 9 grown men to embrace, its branches gleaming like tempered steel ribs. Surrounding it stood countless towering peach trees like divine soldiers, guarding their colossal deity. But the true wonder lay underground. Through earth pulse sensing, Li Pinkin realized every tree originated from a central giant. One tree had become a forest. Before he could further marvel, the villagers deposited offerings and withdrew, leaving only their group of 7 as the blessing ceremony commenced. Homage to the ancestral tree. The old chief knelt devoutly. Homage to the ancestral tree, the children piped. Roots piercing the nether, gnarled boughs spanning heaven's balance. Rings bearing the world's weight, veins cradling stars' courses. With sacrificial blood's warmth, we entreat the ancestral tree's blessing. As the old chief's prayer concluded, Li Pinkin felt a wondrous sensation blossom within, joyous as spring flowers, summer rains, autumn harvests, nature's purest essence. A warm, gentle presence enveloped all the children. Actual blessings. Li Pinkin felt his natural comprehension expand significantly, while his MP increased by about 10%. No wonder villagers fight over blessed child spots. An ancient tree gaining sentience, yet not as some malevolent spirit, but as generations' guardian. Had it been otherwise, he wouldn't have risked coming. As he absorbed the ancestral tree's gift, inspiration surged. After 3 years, that skill-awakening sensation emerged repeatedly. But as time passed, his expression grew strained. However he tried, the final breakthrough eluded him. Peace and patience, no rushingness. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Li Pinkin closed his eyes in meditation. Gradually, a network of luminous veins materialized before him, pulsing rhythmically with his heartbeat in 9 distinct breathing patterns that intertwined until breaking through an intangible barrier. Pop! Clarity flooded his world as radiant light poured in. Something extraordinary had happened. You observed the millennial peach tree's leaf vein rhythms and achieved profound enlightenment, successfully awakening breath of the tree. LV0 breath of the tree. Advanced breathing technique granting longevity. At max level, extends lifespan to 300 years. Longevity technique. After endless searching, the answer appeared when least expected. The elusive life extension method had come so unexpectedly. Perhaps everything unfolded as it should. Trees do outlive turtles, after all. Ordinary turtles rarely surpass a century, whereas trees easily live hundreds of years with proper nourishment, let alone this spiritual peach tree. Mastering breath of the tree would grant him 300 years, astonishing even by cultivation standards, where golden core immortals barely reached a millennium. Thank you, Grandfather Peach Tree. Li Pinkin's heartfelt gratitude overflowed. For such an incredible boon, mere verbal thanks felt insufficient. He must reciprocate properly. His finest offering? Nature's gift. Your blessing deserves mine in return. Under unseen forces, gentle emerald light erupted from the ancestral tree as winds harmonized, rustling leaves into ethereal song. A delighted surprise resonated in Li Pinkin's heart, the ancient tree's emotions. Accustomed to giving without expectation, the ancestral tree had never imagined receiving gifts from those it sheltered. Invisible to mortals, spiritual energy poured into its roots at several times the normal rate, expelling impurities through leaf pores. This supercharged sensation proved so wonderfully unexpected that the ancient tree stretched its branches joyfully, verdant light shimmering. The ancestral tree's leaves glow greener. Clearly moved by filial piety, the old chief remarked contentedly, unaware of the hidden exchange yet perceptive nonetheless. Those who care always notice changes first. Invigorated, his fatigue forgotten, the chief concluded the blessing journey after another incense stick's time. At parting, Li Pinkin turned back secretly, waving while mouthing, "Thank you for the breathing technique. Grandfather Peach Tree. I'll visit again, before scampering after the group. The towering ancient trees, rustling leaves seemed to coalesce into a hoarse, affectionate chuckle. Thank you, child. Unlike conventional skills, Breath of the Tree didn't level up through MP expenditure. Instead, it required replicating the 9 breathing patterns imprinted in his mind. Each full cycle, 9 breaths, earned 1 proficiency point by circulating energy through organs. Returning home, Li Pingyan immediately practiced. As the name suggests, Breath of the Tree mimics a peach tree's respiration, employing plants' unique gas exchange to expel bodily impurities, achieving longevity like Grandfather Peach Tree. Having observed his father's white crane breathing and eldest brother's black tiger breathing, neither matched the complexity of arboreal respiration, proof of Breath of the Tree's superiority. No wonder it promised 300 years. Sitting upright with cleared mind and full concentration, those luminous leaf veins reappeared as he entered profound tranquility. His breathing grew steady, prolonged, soundless. By the 9th breath, no vapor escaped his nostrils. This longevity method doubled as an exceptional stealth technique. After 2 hours motionless as an ancient coiled dragon tree, Breath of the Tree gained +1 proficiency, yet instead of martial arts training's exhaustion, he felt refreshed. Clearly, Breath of the Tree accelerates MP recovery. Unlike moonlight microbeams, limited to nighttime, this technique restored MP through mere regulation, a godsend for proficiency grinding hampered by MP shortages. Most crucially, if Breath of the Tree resembles health preservation more than skill, could I teach father and brothers to extend their lifespans too? Mortals seldom exceed a century, their final years often bedridden and diseased, a fate Li Pingsan's past self deemed worse than hanging himself. Ironically, terminal illness cut that life short at 20-something, leading to this transmigration. Now, with loving parents and dependable brothers, such despair had vanished. He wanted to live well and long. While fortune as vast as eastern seas, longevity matching southern mountains might be unattainable. Perhaps I can grant parents another century. Martial arts? What would a woman like me do with martial arts? Lady Qin chuckled at her youngest son's sudden mysterious enthusiasm upon returning home. While female martial artists existed, training had to begin young. At her age, she saw no point. Mother, please. It's good for health. Could help you live to 100. Li Pingyan pleaded, shaking her arm. He dared not promise 300 years. While he could grind proficiency, his family would have to progress conventionally. Humoring him with later, I'll try later, Lady Qin busied herself cooking, dismissing his words entirely. Father convinces mother best. I'll teach him first. Undeterred, Li Pingyan devised another plan. As a martial artist, his father would recognize Breath of the Tree, its benefits, and surely persuade mother. Then he'd teach his brothers. Longevity for all, while pursuing immortality. The autumn air was crisp and refreshing. The busy farming season had ended, granting rare leisure time. Li Rongzhou carried 2 fresh large fish, walking home with light steps. Wife! As soon as he entered, he lifted the fish high, proudly displaying his catch. Look, I caught 2 big spotted silver carp, each 20 to 30 jin. The 2-meter-long fish hung on either side, their mouths gaping, gills stained with blood, their coin-sized scales glistening with water. So big, Lady Qin exclaimed, covering her mouth with a laugh. My husband is truly skilled to catch such large fish. Of course, let me tell you, fishing has many intricacies. The line must be tough, the hook sturdy, and the bait. Li Rongzhou rambled on while Lady Qin smiled warmly, occasionally interjecting with I see, or how impressive. The afternoon breeze gently tousled their closely pressed black hair, swirling it into the shape of intertwined knots. Let me clean them while they're fresh. Li Rongzhou reluctantly ended his lecture. His wife disliked mess, so gutting fish, a dirty, laborious task, always fell to him, which was why they kept no poultry. Lady Qin calculated aloud. Salt cure one, gift half of the other. We'll stew the head with pickles, steam the tail, and make mushroom soup with the meat. Half was intended for Li Fang, as thanks for recommending their family to receive the ancestral tree's blessing. Gratitude was gratitude, and courtesy was courtesy. Just because someone repaid a favor didn't mean they should neglect reciprocating. Relationships thrived on give and take. Only through mutual exchange could bonds grow stronger. All right, as you say, Li Rongzhou cheerfully agreed, grabbing a cleaver. He scaled the fish against the grain, removed the fins, gutted them, and split the heads with a decisive crack. His movements were swift and precise. Soon, one fish was salted, another sent to the kitchen, and half delivered to Li Fang's home. Upon returning, he found his youngest son sitting cross-legged on a stool, looking absurdly solemn for his age. "Kinner, we're having a fish feast tonight, all caught by your father." Li Pinkin ignored him, fully absorbed in his breathing exercises. Used to his son's eccentric habits over the years, Li Rongzhou wasn't annoyed but watched curiously. His amusement faded as he observed closely, his expression growing solemn, his heart stirring. What an unusual breathing technique. Though his son sat right before him, his presence seemed to diminish with each rhythmic breath, a hallmark of advanced concealment arts. Li Pinkin peeked open an eye, noting his father's astonishment, and smirked. Rather than pushing the breath of the tree on his father, demonstrating its wonders to pique interest was far more effective. This breathing method was bestowed by grandfather tree, he declared loftily, chin raised. It nurtures vitality and prolongs life. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Li Rongzhou, still mesmerized, scoffed. Since when does a son instruct his father? Yet he quickly relented. Just this once. Never again. Even disregarding longevity, such a concealment art held immense value. In martial clashes, honorable duels were rare. Ambushes and first strikes ruled the day. When lives were at stake, who cared for ethics? As for the technique's divine origin, Li Rongzhou harbored no doubt. They shared an unspoken rule. What couldn't be spoken of remained unmentioned. What was said was truth. Asterisk, acting all high and mighty, yet you're still learning. Asterisk, Li Pinkin inwardly mocked, but outwardly instructed. Watch my movements closely. The 9-part technique mimicked a tree's life cycle. Seed, root, stem, leaf, vein, flower, fruit. Each step purging impurities and absorbing vitality. For 2 days, he practiced relentlessly to perfect his teaching, ensuring even a fool could replicate it. Li Rongzhou was no fool. By afternoon, he'd mastered 2 methods. Breath of the tree begins with the seed, flourishes through roots, bears fruit, and returns to the seed. An endless cycle of renewal. Li Rongzhou marveled at the effects. Heightened vigor, steadier blood qi, and silent, prolonged breaths. But dusk fell, and his wife's repeated dinner calls forced him to concede. We'll continue after eating. Days passed. As the wild carp dwindled, Li Rongzhou mastered the full breath of the tree. Its benefits were immediate, expelling filth and absorbing purity. Sometimes even his seemingly clean body shed grime post-practice. With time, his blood qi grew robust yet calm, his mind serene. Maybe Canner was right. This could extend one's lifespan. His thoughts turned to his wife. Years ago, bearing their youngest in the wilderness had drained Lady Qin. Though spiritual pills aided her, refugee hardships left lasting damage no medicine could fully mend, shortening her years. This technique might help her. Dad, you want to teach Mom? But she refused me. Li Pinkin said, recalling his failed attempt. Watch and learn. Confident, Li Rongzhou approached his wife, sewing indoors. Dear, leave the needlework. Let me teach you martial arts. Lady Qin frowned, waving him off. No, thanks. I just sweat and stink. This method preserves youth, keeps skin like jade, fairer than frost or snow. She set down her needle, looping her arm around his with a sweet smile. Husband, when do we start? Li Pinkin gaped. Mom, you switch sides fast. Apparently, women across eras were powerless against whitening, anti-aging, and eternal youth. In the following days, the entire family practiced the breath of the tree. Li Pingfu, ever eager for martial secrets, needed no persuasion. Li Pingyan, buried in studies, resisted until their father forced compliance. Asterisk. Why would a teen need longevity techniques? That's for grandpas. Asterisk. Li Pingyan grumbled internally, until a month later, when mastery erased his reluctance. Now, when reading strained his eyes, a breathing cycle banished fatigue, letting him study longer. Asterisk, with this, I can study by day and sneak in extra problems at night. Who can outwork me? Asterisk, when Li Pingyan saw his brother using the technique to overstudy, he shuddered at the terrifying aura of the king of overachievers radiating from him. The Li family of 5 now shared another secret to protect together. Li Pingyan had indeed pondered whether a mortal lifespan of 300 years was too exaggerated and might attract unwanted attention. But it was impossible to abandon such benefits just because of potential risks. At worst, we can retreat deep into the mountains to live in seclusion. And with 300 years, surely I'll encounter some immortal opportunities. Come on, he was a druid, nature's favored child. With accelerated spiritual herbs as daily meals, he could accumulate cultivation resources and build his own immortal practice grounds. Thinking this, his worries dissipated like the wind. Dad, when can we go fishing again? Li Pingyan asked eagerly. Pork in this world always carried a gamey smell, no matter how well prepared. Beef was forbidden, mutton too expensive, and chicken grew tiresome after a while. But fish was different. Wild spotted silver carp tasted incredible, with firm yet tender flesh that wasn't greasy. Whether stewed or steamed, it lacked any muddy flavor. Paired with delicious mushrooms, each bite brought layered umami that never got old. Of course, Mother's excellent cooking skills helped too. Craving fish? Let's go right now. Li Rongzhou gathered his handmade fishing rod, net, and bait before walking 10 li with his youngest son to a gourd-shaped riverbed. Under clear skies and gentle breezes, they chose a shaded spot. Li Pingyan sat on a small stool, watching sunlight dance on the water while grinding his skill proficiency. Li Rongzhou used alcohol-soaked corn kernels as chum before casting 2 lines. Want to try? He asked his son. Li Pingyan shook his head. He only wanted to eat fish, not catch them. Standing motionless like a wooden stake seemed boring. Li Rongzhou laughed heartily. You'll understand fishing's charm when you're older. Carefree, he reclined on the grass, hands behind his head, watching clouds drift like the flowing river. Soon enough. Hey, got a bite. Li Rongzhou sprang up, testing the line before lifting his hook. A palm-sized crucian carp emerged. Good omen. Satisfied, he recast. Li Pingyan found it strange. Quick bites meant abundant fish. Why were there no other anglers? After another incense stick's worth of time, splashing water and churning waves signaled a large silver carp struggling before finally being landed after an exhausting fight. The spectacle thrilled Li Pingyan so much he forgot about skill grinding, eyes glued to the action. Unable to resist, he blurted, "Dad, let me try. Told you it was fun." Li Rongzhou chuckled before warning. If it's big, let go immediately. Don't get pulled in. Got it. Yes. Li Pingyan proved lucky, quickly catching several yellow catfish until his cheeks flushed with excitement. Once he even hooked one without bait, making Li Rongzhou exclaim, "Miraculous! That's Druid power. The fish come willingly." Li Pingyan preened. Then his float bobbed violently as unseen currents stirred beneath calm waters. The rod bent unnaturally, its resistance unlike before. Alert, Li Pingyan activated animal affinity, sensing savage hostility. Hiss, this fish meant business. Dad, big one. Not wanting to waste this rare catch after half a shurchin, he held firm. What angler would surrender? Yet caution prevailed as Thorn Whip prepared to strike. Splash! As if sensing danger, the predator thrashed to escape. No way, I'm letting you go. Just as Li Pingyan pulled, Li Rongzhou's thunderous shout came. Canner, release it. Snap! Trusting instinctively, Li Pinkin let go. Whoosh! A 6-foot black monstrosity erupted skyward. The fishing pole whipped into the river with violent cracks, white spray exploding from the beast's raw power that could drown a grown man. No wonder no one fished here. Only his daring father would attempt it. Before Li Pinkin could recover, the fish attacked. Its metallic fangs gleamed coldly as it lunged. Thorn Whip. Dab! 2 skills activated simultaneously. Entanglement and calling reinforcements. Though the barbed vines struggled against slippery scales, they bought precious seconds. Scram! Li Rongzhou's full-powered punch smashed the beast's eye, sending it crashing back. The predator hadn't expected its prey to have protection. Now it circled menacingly, its dark silhouette haunting the waters. What fish is this? Li Pinkin asked after retreating ashore. Being nature-attuned, yet targeted as prey, wasn't pleasant. Neither planned to spare the other. This was mutual hunting. But weak power made even curses seem cute. Affinity meant nothing without strength. A salamander carp. Shielding his son, Li Rongzhou pointed at the shadow. Extremely vengeful. It'll keep attacking if we return. Then strike first. Li Pinkin hated passivity. But underwater, most skills like spores or Dance of the Wind failed. Even Thorn Whip weakened against its armor like scales and slime. Yet fish remained fish, counters existed. He awaited his father's decision. If denied, he'd avoid this river until strong enough to sacrifice this beast to heaven. Who said only salamander carp held grudges? Li Pinkin never forgot either. It must be eliminated. Li Rongzhou hated losing this prime spot. After consideration, he said, hard to fight in water, but we can exploit its grudge, lure it ashore with traps for easier hunting. Even if dragged in my breath of the tree, lets me hold breath underwater. In direct combat, I overpower it, low risk. His eyes gleamed. This fish is rare blood chi medicine, extremely valuable at half a tael per gene. This one's worth 25 taels. 25 taels. Li Pinkin recalculated. 5 fives made 25. Gazing back, the dark shadow now shimmered like silver treasure. The Li household. Li Pingfu and Li Pinyin were shocked to see Li Rongzhou and Li Pinkin returning home covered in grass stains and mud. Lady Qin rushed to Li Pingsan's side, her heart aching as she examined the red scratch visible through the torn sleeve of his cotton shirt. Does it hurt? Mother, I'm fine. Li Pinkin hadn't even noticed when he'd injured his arm, probably scraped by branches while evading the salamander carp. Given another half hour, the scratch would have scabbed over. Lady Qin assumed her sensible youngest son was trying not to worry her. She turned to her husband with narrowed eyes. Li Rongzhou. Li Rongzhou's heart skipped a beat. Though his wife was usually gentle as water, hearing his full name meant serious trouble. Thinking quickly to interrupt her brewing anger, he loudly declared, Dear wife, Canner and I discovered a valuable medicinal ingredient worth 20 to 30 taels of silver. Lady Qin shot him a glare. So that's why Canner got hurt. Rubbing his hands awkwardly, Li Rongzhou was about to offer excuses when Lady Qin sighed. I'll apply medicinal wine to Canner's wound. You all go ahead and eat. Her tone carried unexpected melancholy. The 3 brothers exchanged puzzled glances. While their youngest brother's injury was minor, it was strange to see their usually gentle mother so angry with their father. Ouch! Li Pinkin grimaced, his face contorting momentarily. The medicinal wine disinfecting his wound burned fiercely. Normally he'd complain, but seeing his mother's stern expression, he bore it quietly. Mother, don't be angry with father. It was my own carelessness, he said meekly. Blow on it to make the pain fly away. Lady Qin whispered, gently blowing on the wound, until Li Pinkin giggled from the ticklish sensation. Seeing her son's innocent smile melted her heart, and she hugged him tightly, planting kisses on his cheeks. I'm not angry with your father. I just can't bear to see you hurt. Her youngest had suffered hardships since birth, never experiencing the comfortable life of a wealthy landlord's son. Guilt made her dote on him excessively until age 4. But boys shouldn't be raised solely by women's hands. When Li Pingcan began martial training, Lady Qin realized he would eventually grow up and leave her. Torn between wanting him to succeed and fearing his hardships, she'd reacted fiercely when Li Rongzhou failed to protect him properly. These conflicted maternal feelings, filled with worry and sorrow, were too personal to explain. After dinner, having explained the salamander carp incident, Li Rongzhou secretly watched for his wife's reaction. Surprisingly, Lady Qin, who normally opposed dangerous activities, remained silent. Salamander carp? Li Pingfu grew interested. Master Zhou mentioned consuming them greatly enhances flesh and blood power, more effective than blood qi herbs. While medicines carried toxicity risks, food-based supplements didn't. The purple gold blood centipede's venom paste had similar usage limitations as poison. Li Pingyan angrily added, "That fish nearly hurt little brother. Not avenging this would be unworthy. We must eliminate it to clear our minds." After thinking, he suggested, "We could coat blades with anesthetic. Piercing its scales would slow it down." Li Rongzhou nodded. "Pingyan has a good plan. Luring it ashore would let Pingfu and I flank it easily. Even if dragged underwater, the breath of the tree technique allows extended breath holding. I can help too." Li Pingyan quickly offered, his thorn whip being somewhat effective against the creature. As they discussed details, Lady Qin listened carefully, only relaxing after confirming minimal danger, though worry still lingered between her brows. Next morning at Gourd River, suspicious figures dug pits along the bank, filling them with sharpened bamboo, spears glistening with black liquid, enough anesthetic to knock out a wild bull. After completing preparations, Li Rongzhou and Li Pingfu appeared as bait pretending to fish, while non-combatant Li Pingyan observed. Li Pingyan assisted by activating earth pulse sense. Vibrations and sounds traveling through soil and water would detect any approaching salamander carp. Beneath the swirling currents, a powerful ripple shot toward shore with clear intent. Li Pingsan's heart pounded. "Father, elder brother, it's coming." Li Rongzhou immediately grabbed his iron spear. "Stick to the plan. I'll take left, you right. Lure it toward the trap." "Understood." As Li Pingfu responded, a massive black carp erupted from the water, chasing and snapping at them with razor-sharp teeth that nearly caught his clothes. Retreating toward the trap, he was shocked to see the creature flopping ashore in pursuit. Unlike normal fish, it moved aggressively on land, tail slapping and jaws snapping violently. No wonder they say a carp's struggle is fierce. Into the trap. Now, crash! The dried grass covering collapsed under the carp's weight, bamboo spears piercing through scales into flesh. The enraged creature thrashed wildly, its tail kicking up dust clouds. Li Pingyan summoned thorny vines to seal the trap's exit, though many snapped under the violent thrashing. The massive anesthetic dose proved effective. The carp's furious eyes gradually glazed over as its tail drooped limply, mucus dripping from fins. Ever cautious, Li Rongzhou delivered a finishing spear thrust to its head, blood immediately gushing out. Phew! Li Pingfu exhaled. Unlike village brawls, this creature's sheer wildness, especially that terrifying shadow when it leaped, had been overwhelming. That pressure, pure killing intent only battle-hardened beasts possess. Martial arts cultivated both body and spirit. Understanding such ferocity could strengthen one's martial heart. His contemplation shattered when Li Pingyan screamed, "Elder brother, run, run!" Before Li Pingfu could react, too late. Splash! A towering wave crashed ashore, water curtains rising skyward to reveal an enormous silhouette whose shadow completely engulfed him. Gripping his dagger tightly, he barely registered the white surge before the waters receded, leaving Gourd River's bank devoid of Li Pingfu's presence. There was actually another salamander carp. This sudden turn of events caught everyone present completely off guard. This particular salamander carp appeared even more vicious and brutal. It instantly severed the protective rope tied around the eldest brother's waist with a single bite. Stay calm. Panicking won't help in emergencies. Li Pingyan took a deep breath. His eldest brother could hold his breath using the breath of the tree technique, so he wouldn't drown even if submerged for a short while. Moreover, as a practitioner of the notoriously powerful black tiger technique, he might not be much weaker than the ferocious fish. The only thing Pink Ann could do now was inform their father of his brother's exact location. Closing his eyes to carefully sense the underwater movements, he soon shouted, "Father, eldest brother is 30 meters southeast of your position." Without hesitation, Li Rongzhou stripped off his outer garments and plunged into the river with his short spear. The icy water raised goosebumps across his skin, but fortunately, he'd warmed up beforehand and could still move freely. However, the churning water and swirling sediment blurred visibility, making orientation difficult. Li Rongzhou grew increasingly frantic. "Pingfu, you must hold on." Li Pingfu remained uninjured. When the salamander carp lunged, he instinctively dodged, only getting his clothes caught as the fish dragged him toward the riverbed. Suspended in the murky waters without touching bottom, his hearing became muffled by the water, and his senses dulled, visibility reduced to just 1 or 2 meters. Yet as a martial artist, he keenly felt the predatory killing intent enveloping him through some primal instinct. It was that salamander carp. Stay composed, panic speeds death. I just need to defend patiently. Father and brother will surely find a way to save me. Keeping his eyes wide open to survey his surroundings, Li Pingfu clung firmly to the family creed of never abandon, never give up. Master Zhou and Xian's teachings echoed in his mind. 3 years of martial training had ingrained focused composure into his very bones. As for taking the offensive, that path had never crossed his mind. Was he supposed to challenge a salamander carp to a sliding tackle underwater? Gurgle, bubbles rapidly ascended as a dark shadow circled Pingfu, its massive tail attempting to create vortices that would disrupt his balance. Unshaken, Pingfu descended fully to the riverbed, his feet half buried in silt, while keeping his body squarely facing the fish to prevent ambush. Simultaneously, the carp's unique malevolent aura honed his awareness, tempering his martial resolve. A stalemate ensued. Soon realizing its strategy ineffective, the carp grew impatient and intensified its assault. The prey's turtle-like defensive posture gradually bred contempt within it. An opening. The best defense is a good offense. With a sudden swirl, the carp revealed its soft underbelly during a lightning-fast attack. Li Pingfu remained ice-calm. Pivoting his foot to sidestep the charge by half a body length, he seized the instant they passed each other to viciously plunge a dagger into the fish's belly. Blood blossomed in the water. Enraged by the pain, the carp went berserk, stirring up violent currents that sent debris flying, making it impossible to maintain footing. But far from frightened, Pingfu felt exhilarated. He spotted his father's figure approaching silently through the murk. A single underwater glance between them conveyed mutual understanding as they coordinated wordlessly. Rather than struggling to escape the enraged carp's pursuit, why not strike first and slaughter it? Li Pingfu kept the carp's aggression focused on himself, while Li Rongzhou attacked from behind. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs in relentless succession. The power of a Bone Realm martial artist channeled through a sharp spear point could pierce defenses no scales could withstand. Though water resistance reduced strength, spears faced far less drag than broad blades. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Fish blood diffused through the water in crimson clouds. Caught between 2 fronts, the wounded carp tried fleeing, but found Pingfu stubbornly blocking escape routes. Turning to fight, Li Rongzhou proved futile. Severely injured and having lost the initiative, the carp became mere plaything for a Bone Realm expert. Working in perfect sync, father and son whittled the carp down cautiously like tortoises capturing prey in a jar, until Li Rongzhou delivered the final oblique thrust through its gills into the brain. With the perilous battle concluded, the pair shared a triumphant look before surfacing with their prize. "Father and eldest brother are coming up," Li Pingfu exclaimed excitedly, observing the massive dead salamander carp that appeared even larger than the previous one, a true aquatic overlord. Combined, the two fish would likely fetch 60 or 70 taels of silver, quite the substantial haul. Wringing out his soaked clothes, Li Pingfu said, "That breath of the tree technique you taught really saved me. I wouldn't have lasted until Father arrived otherwise." For him, this battle's rewards extended beyond just maintaining rational strategy under duress. More importantly, it had tempered his martial spirit against malice, polishing it like jade to greater luster. Li Rongzhou clapped his eldest son's shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Well done, lad. Holding your own against a carp bigger than you, without getting cocky, is rare indeed." "All thanks to Father and Master's teachings," replied Ping Fu, his adolescent voice uncharacteristically chatty with lingering adrenaline. "Just glad you're safe," murmured Li Pingyan, relieved to see no injuries while secretly harboring new thoughts. Even with mediocre aptitude, perhaps he too should train in martial arts. If nothing else, being unable to flee properly during crises would only burden the family. Having experienced breath of the tree's benefits, his resistance toward martial practice had diminished. Li Pingyan shared similar reflections. Cultivation aside, martial arts were essential worldly skills for eventual immortal pursuits. Villagers crowded the entrance, buzzing with curiosity. Watching Li Rongzhou and his eldest son, each carrying an enormous fish, comments flew. "Brother Li, what terrifying fish is this? Salamander carp? Impressive, great blood chi medicine. Must be worth a fortune. To actually hunt these, Brother Li's skills are remarkable." Amidst awed stares and envious gazes, some entertained thoughts of borrowing fish meat, until Li Rongzhou's cold spear dissuaded such notions. At the Li household, so huge, Lady Qin nearly fainted seeing two giant fish spanning their courtyard, only calming after repeated assurances of no injuries. As household manager, each financial gain filled her with squirrel-like winter store security. The whole family set to work, portioning fresh fish to gift village chief Zhou, master and Xian, Li Feng and others keeping some, then selling the rest in town for 53 taels. Though preservation was possible, effects diminished greatly, so they sold most after discussion. Earning money this easily, if only we could hunt daily, mused Li Pingfu, savoring memories of rich fish broth and potent blood chi energy. Li Rongzhou shook his head. "Not so simple. Without canner locating you, you'd be fish fertilizer now. Constant exposure will eventually soak you. Our original plan was near flawless, yet accidents still happened." Worried Pingfu might consider professional hunting, Li Pingyan added, "Eldest brother, mountains hold greater dangers. Not from large prey, but camouflage snakes and insects whose bites take half your life." "My mistake," conceded Pingfu, touched by his younger brother's concern. News of Li Rongzhou's catch spread throughout Peach Blossom Village, attracting much attention. Initially considering covert transport, he realized their single village path to Gourd River made secrecy impossible with such enormous fish. Whether butchered outdoors or at home, discovery was inevitable. So he paraded them openly, displaying capability. That very day, visitors arrived. "Brother Tiger, some tea." Li Rongzhou spoke respectfully to the vigorous, fierce-sworded man, the village's other blood chi realm expert besides Zhou and Xian, and its sole licensed hunting specialist. Brother Tiger was a ruthless man. Unlike the ferocity cultivated through Zhou and Xian's black tiger technique, Brother Tiger's brutality stemmed from years of beast hunting, a primal savagery ingrained in his bones, much like how veteran butchers exude an aura of bloodlust that makes dogs cower and flee with just one glance. He sat with deceptive casualness, hand resting on his waist, his body perpetually coiled like a drawn bowstring. At the slightest disturbance, he could spring up and draw his blade like a released spring. This man was extremely vigilant. 3 years ago, when Li Rongzhou first arrived at Peach Blossom Village and faced financial difficulties, he had considered joining Brother Tiger's hunting trips. But after following Little Black through mountains and rivers to find gold dust and overcome his troubles, the hunting plans were quietly abandoned. Li Rongzhou smiled outwardly but remained inwardly suspicious. Brother Tiger never visited without an agenda. Brother Tiger took a sip of tea and frowned slightly. The weak brew paled in comparison to his preferred strong liquor. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Bone Realm, Brother Rongzhou. After the perfunctory pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. Being able to easily hunt salamander carps shows considerable skill. I'm here to invite you on a mountain expedition to hunt a treasure beast. Treasure beast? Li Rongzhou was momentarily stunned. Treasure beasts were far more dangerous than ordinary vicious animals. Their flesh, bones, hides, every part was valuable, often exhibiting obvious mutations that made them premium materials for forging or alchemy, occasionally even catching the eye of immortal cultivators. A successful hunt could easily net each hunter 100 taels of silver. But hunting treasure beasts is too dangerous for my current abilities. Li Rongzhou sighed with feigned reluctance. Only those who bargain mean business. Seeing Li Rongzhou's apparent interest, Brother Tiger smiled. No need to worry, Brother Rongzhou. This hunt is commissioned by the Silver Wolf Merchant Guild to satisfy some noble's hunting hobby. We'll have physicians accompanying us. Absolutely no risk. Just 10 days' work for a guaranteed 50 taels, plus keeping all hunting spoils. Can't lose on this deal. Frankly, if it weren't you, I wouldn't offer this opportunity to anyone else. His friendly smile couldn't mask the ferocity of the claw scar near his eye. Deep forests held deadly beasts, but teamwork mitigated the danger. Li Rongzhou's face brimmed with temptation before finally settling into pained regret. Between us, Brother Tiger, though I killed that salamander carp, being dragged underwater too long damaged my lungs. Fine normally, but when exerting energy, my breathing falters and blood chi weakens. Demonstrating his crane style while secretly reversing his breath of the tree technique. His face soon flushed crimson with violent coughing fits, convincingly simulating internal damage. Seeing this apparent truth, Brother Tiger sighed with genuine disappointment. What a shame. This fortune wasn't meant for you. Li Rongzhou smiled bitterly. After some small talk, Brother Tiger excused himself. Li Rongzhou immediately told his wife, "Quick, give Brother Tiger 5 pounds of salamander carp meat. Keep it to nourish your health." Brother Tiger waved him off without turning back. Watching the hunter depart, Li Rongzhou finally exhaled in relief. Something smelled fishy about this whole affair. Nothing in this world came without risk. When someone promised guaranteed profits, you were likely their merchandise. He just wanted domestic bliss, watching his children grow healthy and start families. No potential gain was worth wading into such murky waters. "Ka, I'll scout ahead." Little Black's cry echoed in Li Pingsan's ears as the raven took flight, a small mushroom now growing from its head like a peculiar gray hat. This was their latest drone upgrade, no longer requiring claw-gripped mushrooms while providing versatile aerial views. "Go, but don't let Brother Tiger spot you." Li Pingkan cautioned. Perhaps due to his Druid instincts, he inherently distrusted Brother Tiger and wanted to uncover the man's motives as precaution. Dance of the Wind. As Little Black rode the currents, Li Pingsan's vision shifted accordingly. Brother Tiger moved startlingly fast along rural paths. Only Little Black's altitude and wind-enhanced speed kept pace as the hunter wove through the wilderness with paranoid caution before meeting a black-clad martial artist deep in the forest. After brief exchanges and headshakes, the two separated, one returning to village, the other disappearing deeper. Li Pingsan's frown deepened. "Follow the black-clothed fighter, Little Black." "Roger that, boss." Wings flapping through dense foliage, the raven trailed the martial artist to a hidden hunter's cabin. Through window cracks flickered candlelight, illuminating a terrifying statue upon a lotus altar, its half-lidded eyes unable to conceal crimson pupils, a vertical third, eyes slightly open amidst its forehead's fissure. The black-clad man kowtowed fervently, eyes burning with fanaticism. Li Pingsan's heart dropped. Holy hell, was this some cult? Local cults have no manners. Try to recruit my old man as an underling. Connecting the dots, Li Pingyan realized Brother Tiger's true purpose. As a Blood Chi realm martial artist, Brother Tiger didn't need elaborate schemes for direct harm. This was clearly recruitment. Compared to other villagers, his family lacked deep roots here. His father's bone realm breakthrough showed martial potential, plus having family as weaknesses made him perfect cult material. Knew that old fox was shady. Li Pingyan urgently recalled Little Black. That three-eyed idol looked too twisted, better keep away. Though an atheist in his past life, this world made belief unavoidable. Having cultists nearby made his scalp crawl. He immediately reported everything to his father. But Li Rongzhou's reaction was surprisingly muted. So that's why Brother Tiger was so insistent 3 years ago. After thoughtful silence, he said, "Just keep distance. No need for confrontation or reporting." Li Pingyan was stunned. "But they're harmful cultists. Shouldn't we inform the authorities?" "Authorities won't bother with small fries." Li Rongzhou chuckled bitterly. With the dynasty's destiny protecting order, these groups can't cause real chaos. Besides, his tone turned icy. Once these cults grow large enough, they become merit points for celestial officials. What about the victims? Most cults won't harm believers. Commoners are their faith resources. Aside from worshipping unorthodox deities, some aren't that different from legitimate religions. Li Rongzhou sighed heavily. If some do turn murderous, that's just misfortune. Like the Immortal caused disaster 4 years ago. Hadn't they all just accepted their bad luck? Li Pingyan listened in shock. Cults farming faith, celestial officials harvesting merits. This wasn't the justice system he imagined. The entire Great Yu dynasty seemed like a man-eating pyramid scheme. If immortals discover I'm a druid, a chill ran down his spine as hostility and wariness toward this world blossomed in his heart. Today's events reinforced a truth for Li Pingyan. Beyond blood-related family, no one could be trusted, especially those immortal cultivators. I've been too flashy in my actions before, not cautious enough, Li Pingyan reflected. Though he consciously hid his abilities daily, Little Black's supernatural nature and the mushroom's unnatural deliciousness left traces. With cultivators possessing heaven-defying methods and himself still weak, what resistance could a mere level 2 druid offer if discovered? The more natural and low-key, the better. In other words, family development should rely on ordinary means initially, like genuinely mastering mushroom cultivation techniques instead of using spore growth to generate delicacies, or expanding peach orchards without repeatedly discovering rare treasures through druid skills. Ultimately, the druid heritage was his core foundation, but it must remain a family secret, a secret known by too many ceases to be secret. Li Pingyan resolved that beyond parents and elder brothers, even future wives and children wouldn't witness his druid powers. This wasn't just self-protection, it safeguarded his family too. Days passed swiftly. Since discovering the three-eyed idol, Li Pingyan grew increasingly discreet and steady. Raising centipedes, grinding skill proficiency, and martial arts foundations became his daily routine. One day, a letter arrived from the distant barren wastes. "Father, who's it from?" Having just finished a fist routine, drenched in sweat, Li Pingyan chugged the burning low-grade, purple centipede paste solution to rapidly replenish his blood chi. Receiving no reply, he looked up puzzled to see Li Rongzhou gripping the envelope tightly, knuckles whitening, eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly looking up excitedly, Li Rongzhou lifted his son in a crushing hug. They're alive. Master and martial uncles all survived. The suffocating embrace forced Li Pingyan to punch his father's shoulder for air. "Father's master, from the White Crane Dojo?" "Yes." Li Rongzhou gazed at the letter, explaining slowly. "When disaster struck, we fled the city hastily. Later we heard chaos erupted inside. No news of your grandmaster's fate. For 4 years, Li Rongzhou never stopped seeking information, finally receiving this distant letter. Master was gravely injured protecting his wife. Disciples scattered when rioters looted silver. They eventually became refugees receiving government aid. settling in the barren wastes. Li Rongzhou frowned worriedly. What kind of recuperation could the barren waste provide? Who'd imagine a peak blood chi expert capable of manifesting blood chi dragons would be reduced to this by a casual immortal's palm strike? Father, send Grandmaster some herbs and silver, Li Pingyan suggested, unwilling to see his father distressed. Their family finances had improved enough to help. Li Rongzhou nodded, touched by his son's filial piety, while simmering with fresh anger toward those lofty immortals. Seasons cycled, autumn to spring, summer to winter. 3 years of exchanged letters built bonds worth 10,000 gold. Spring swallows darted through sunlight toward households, while Little Black and his mushroom cap deliberately flew parallel to startle them, cawing mischievously. Little Black, you're at it again. Li Pingyan sighed through their shared vision at the raven, now resembling an eagle. Sharp talons, hawk-like eyes, broad wings, elongated neck, mushroom-capped head. When max level, nature's gift, generated the blessing trait, it no longer just provided mysterious destiny boosts but anchored/enhanced specific abilities. Post-blessing, Little Black became this sky-dominating menace, powerfully fierce yet retaining his obnoxious personality. Of course, blessings had downsides. Little Black's intimidating presence scared off potential mates, leaving only village hens as playmates. Nature's gift also unusually spawned a second trait, good fortune, usable only by Li Pingyan as a passive. Most visibly, he never lost dice bets with brothers. Other max skills included elemental amplification, double effect, glowshroom, marking, producing special fluorescence to secretly tag targets, visible only to the caster at night. Ignoring the raven, Li Pingyan resumed planting. At 7 years old, his sapling survival rate exceeded 60%, far surpassing his 4-year-old self. This one took root. Kneeling, he examined a heart-leafed paper mulberry sapling, a species thriving even in poor soil, perfect for experience bonuses. Of course, to prevent competition with peach trees, he'd periodically remove them, burning bridges after crossing them. His peculiar daily routines gradually earned him a reputation as Peach Blossom Village's eccentric. He didn't mind, it facilitated undisturbed planting. Besides, his rich inner world needed no external validation. These 3 diligent years saw his Druid level surpass LV3, gaining many practical skills. Finished today's planting. Washing muddy hands in the creek, clear water reflected a handsome face. Well-proportioned, soft-featured like Lady Cheens, currently wearing a smug expression. Already this good-looking, definitely becoming a dashing youth. Unlike his sharp-browed, angular brothers resembling their father, he preferred scholarly elegance. Sauntering home post-planting, sudden shrill taunts pierced the air as a pebble whizzed past. Freak! Catching the stone effortlessly, Li Pingyan eyed the bullying children. Those who differ face exclusion. But should he conform to their mediocrity? Smirking, he channeled emerald light into the stone before tossing it back, landing featherlight, yet triggering a howl from the catcher. Activated sting, huh? He mused. This enchanted stone, spell from the transformation tree, randomly imbued mundane stones with magical effects. No visible marks meant no evidence if they tattled. As a druid, I've 100 ways to make you cry, he thought viciously. Nothing improved moods like making Brat sob. Returning home cheerfully, he found Lady Cheen holding a little girl's hand. Kenner, greet your sister, she beamed. Before him stood an exquisite black-haired, lowly peering timidly with luminous eyes. Hello, Brother Can, she murmured sweetly. Perhaps children weren't so A chubby little face with obsidian-like eyes blinking shyly. The girl quickly hid behind Lady Cheen after greeting them, then peeked out while nervously twisting her clothes to steal glances at Li Pingyan. This well-behaved little Mo girl was simply adorable. Nothing like those village brats who threw stones at people with their rude behavior. Hello, little sister, Li Pingyan greeted cheerfully. What's your name? Though inwardly curious, where did this little lowly come from? He didn't recall the Li family having any close relatives. Surely she couldn't be father's illegitimate daughter? Mother would have made father sleep on the floor every night if that were the case. This is your little sister Xie Yuan, a year younger than you, Lady Qin said with a fleeting trace of sorrow in her eyes, not elaborating further as she led the travel-weary girl inside to rest. Li Rongzhou sat on the stone weightlifting platform and beckoned Li Pingqian over, intending to sit him on his lap for a talk. Li Pingqian squirmed away in protest. "Father, I'm not a child anymore. I'm 7 years old now. Haha, our canner has grown up. Then you must take good care of little Xie Yuan from now on." Li Rongzhou sighed. "She's your martial grandfather's youngest granddaughter. 3 years ago, during the disaster evacuation, the White Crane Dojo master had sustained severe injuries before being relocated to the sparsely populated barren wastes. Lacking proper clothing and food while laboring daily to reclaim land, the dojo master had unfortunately passed from illness a month ago. Refugees couldn't easily transfer registrations. Without travel permits, they couldn't leave the barren wastes, unless a woman had marriage arrangements, which provided some flexibility. Unable to bear seeing her only granddaughter suffer, and being gravely ill herself, the dojo master's wife had entrusted a security escort to bring Xie Yuan to Peach Blossom Village. Officially, it's being called a childhood betrothal, but just treat Yuan as your little sister. Your martial grandfather treated me well, so remember to look after her." "Understood, father." Li Pingqian naturally had no ulterior thoughts, only finding the girl cute and pitiable given her tragic circumstances. Though no matter how pretty she was, it didn't cloud his judgment. He maintained an instinctive wariness. If Xie Yuan actively integrated into the Li family, he wouldn't mind treating her like a blood sister. If no familial bond developed, he'd still arrange a good marriage for her when she grew up, repaying the martial grandfather's teaching kindness to his father. "One more thing." Li Rongzhou lowered his voice. "Your martial grandfather passed down all the mental formulas of the 3 white crane forms to me, permitting me to teach others. Canner, with your strong vital essence and good bone structure, you can start martial training early." He looked at Li Pingqian. "Between the crane style and black tiger technique, which do you want to learn?" Finally able to practice martial arts, Li Pingqian was thrilled. All these years of forced foundational training, daily stance practice had nearly numbed his crotch from straddle stances. After brief consideration, he answered decisively, "Father, I want to learn the crane style from you." Learning the black tiger technique would first require substantial silver. Not that they couldn't afford it, but frugality mattered. Secondly, Zhou Xian would inevitably learn about his progress, compromising secrecy. The crane style was different. Family interests were aligned, sharing glory and loss. Stylistically, the crane combined lightness and agility with graceful elegance for refined bearing. Not that looking cool was the main point. The key was being able to run fast when danger struck. 3 years had passed, yet Li Pingqian's breath of a tree had only reached LV3, in martial terms, the 3rd layer. His eldest brother reached the 2nd layer, father the 1st, while mother and 2nd brother had just achieved initial circulation. This showed that while the breath's peak effect could grant 300 years of life, its benefits diminished greatly for those with mediocre martial talent. Even so, it remained an exceptional health-preserving art. Reaching 100 years disease-free wasn't difficult. More remarkably, breath of the tree conflicted with no other techniques. No reverse meridians or chi deviation risks, far surpassing both crane style and black tiger technique. That afternoon, Li Rongzhou meticulously taught Li Pingqian all 3 forms of the white crane style. This was the advantage of family transmission. No, starve the disciple to protect the master mentality with complete openness. The 3 white crane forms embody the crane's virtues of clarity, agility, and stillness, combining the forces of relaxation, integration, and penetration. Visualizing a white crane spreading snow-white wings, Li Pingqian sank his chi to the dantian, feet separating yin and yang as arms slowly rose from ribs to shoulder height. Palm roots pushed like waves before chi surged like wind. Wings sweeping clouds, as index and middle fingers formed a craned beak hand thrusting diagonally from behind the ear with a whistling thrust. Running lightly, his footwork resembled a crane riding wind, graceful and untainted by dust. Paired with breath of a tree, his breathing became long and endless. After several cycles, warmth blossomed in Li Pingsan's organs, pores opening with indescribable smooth comfort. Though physically nearing exhaustion, the wondrous sensation of clarity drove him to repeat the forms again and again. This is... Li Rongzhou frowned momentarily. For martial beginners, the greatest danger was depleting blood qi through forced breakthroughs, leading to exhaustion. Thus, martial artists must balance ferocity with knowing when to stop before overextending. Yet his son, though tired, had bright eyes and showed no blood qi depletion. Forcing interruption would harm his martial heart. Let's observe further. After another incense sticks time, noticing Li Pingsan's aura growing increasingly turbulent as it broke through barriers, Li Rongzhou exclaimed joyfully, "He's broken through already?" When Li Pingfu first achieved breakthrough, it had taken half a month. While 3 years of purple centipede paste baths and natural compatibility with crane style contributed, the key factor was his younger son's superior martial talent. Martial progress required daily accumulation. After his breakthrough, Li Pingyan didn't rush further advancement. At dinner, the family gathered. This was the Li family's unwritten rule. No matter how busy, all who could return home for meals must do so. Lady Qin introduced Xie Yuan to brothers Li Pingfu and Li Pingyan. "Hello, Yuan. Stay here peacefully. If anyone bullies you, Big Brother will beat them up." Having passed his voice-changing phase, Li Pingfu's deep voice resembled their father's. Years of training had built his tall, muscular frame, broad-shouldered like a bear, yet harmlessly grinning, which didn't frighten Xie Yuan. Li Pingyan teased, "With your hulking presence standing guard, no one would dare bully her, but no one would dare befriend her either." This scholarly gentleman reserved his sharp tongue for family, especially his elder brother. Xie Yuan giggled, sparkling eyes and flushed face easing her initial shyness. Stealing a glance at the handsome Li Pingyan, she said softly, "With 3 big brothers, Yuan isn't afraid of having no friends." Children matured early through hardship. Though young, Xie Yuan had tasted life's bitterness and warmth, making her exceptionally clever and observant. "Such a good girl," Lady Qin said affectionately, stroking her head. But Li Pingyan noticed Xie Yuan's dark eye circles, bloodshot eyes, and abnormally flushed face, masked by the excitement and tension of a new environment. Once the adrenaline fades, she'll likely fall seriously ill. In this era, childhood illnesses remained terrifying. A single misstep could prove fatal. Unable to bear it, Li Pingyan decided to use nature's gift on the little lowly. The max-level trait, blessing, of nature's gift enhanced martial talent for father, while strengthening constitution for mother. For elder brother Li Pingfu, it boosted martial comprehension, and, for second brother Li Pingyan, it improved memory for studying. Thanks to the passive effect, good fortune, nature's gifts blessings would develop in the direction Li Pingyan desired, with destiny naturally aligning in mysterious ways. After dinner, Li Pingyan took out a pine nut candy. Yuan, be good. Want some candy?" The effects of nature's gift were stronger when the recipient was more relaxed. What child doesn't love candy? Xie Yuan's eyes lit up as she fidgeted with her fingers, stammering shyly, "See, can I really?" "Of course." Li Pingyan placed the candy in Yuan's palm. Watching her bloom in his smiles as she happily ate the treat, he silently prayed, "Great nature God, please bestow heavenly blessings. May my sister Xie Yuan grow up safe and sound, free from illness and disaster, protected by heaven and earth." As the words faded, faint glowing light gathered above Xie Yuan's head and slowly infused in her body, flowing through her limbs. Xie Yuan suddenly felt her body lighten, the exhaustion from long journeys and mental tension completely dissipating. After finishing the candy, waves of drowsiness hit. Rubbing her eyes, her little head leaned against Li Pingsan's shoulder as she mumbled sleepily, Yuan sleepy. Xie Yuan became part of the Li family, gradually growing more lively and cheerful. Li Pingkan noticed nature's gift seemed more effective on her than on his elder brothers from the collateral line, almost matching the effects on his direct lineage parents. Yuan couldn't possibly be father's secret illegitimate child, leaving only one possibility. Could it be Yuan has innate high natural affinity? He had vague suspicions. Whether his guess was correct, he could ask Grandpa Peachtree later. Wife, I plan to add 3 more rooms. Li Rongzhou discussed with Lady Qin. Xie Yuan was still young enough to share a bed with Lady Qin, but it wouldn't be proper for long. Their finances allowed for better arrangements. 1 large room and 2 smaller ones to give the children more comfortable living space. Lady Qin agreed. Children do need separate spaces when they grow up. 3 thatch cottages would only cost 3 taels of silver, while brick houses would be twice as expensive. With 3 years of favorable weather, their 8-acre orchard earned 64 taels annually. After accounting for martial training, studies, taxes, and miscellaneous expenses, yearly costs reached about 40 taels. More income meant more expenses. But combined with mushroom profits and salamander carp sales, they'd saved over 100 taels in 3 years. Quite the financial achievement. The brickhouse craftsman did excellent work, completing 3 bright new rooms in just over 10 days. 1 for Yuan, 1 for Li Pingyan, and 1 for Li Pingkan. Li Pingfu continued living in the old thatched cottage. My skin's thick and rough, anywhere's fine. Second brother's particular, while little brother and sister are young, they deserve better quarters. Lady Qin's heart ached hearing this. As a child, her eldest had been mischievous and troublesome, but now his excessive thoughtfulness was heartbreaking. Such maturity came at a price. Privately, she told her husband they'd renovate again when Pingfu married, building nice brick houses for all without favoritism. After 6 firecrackers bang pops for celebration and warding off evil spirits, the new house was ready for occupancy. Li Pingkan was delighted. Not that he disliked sharing rooms, but elder brother's martial training made his feet reek like pickled rotten fish. 1 whiff could knock you out, requiring constant use of Dance of the Wind for deodorizing. Second brother, the ultimate grinder, burned midnight oil constantly. Only years of martial arts preventing nearsightedness. Now, with private space, practicing skills became easier. Feeding the purple gold blood centipede fresh chicken blood proved challenging in summer heat. The centipede ate less, producing fewer venom drops. Still, under blessing, they harvested 3 drops monthly, far exceedingly Da's era, sufficient for family martial training. After feeding, the centipede obediently returned to its clay pot. After 1 contracted year, affinity reached 100%, unlocking a second contract slot. Li Pingsan's new contract was with a colonial insect species. In the peach grove, father and elder brother busied with autumn harvest as peaches tumbled down. Li Pingkan whispered, "Summon the ant colony." Dense swarms of black ants emerged from the ground, enough to make scalps crawl. Upon closer look, these ants had robust builds, slender limbs, and antennae constantly collecting airborne information. This ant species, discovered accidentally by Li Pingkan, were thumbnail-sized with exceptional strength, speed, and aggression, resembling army ants. Who'd have thought the original palm-sized colony would grow to such terrifying numbers in 2 years? Li Pingkan contracted the queen ant for practical reasons. As decomposers, ants conveniently disposed of evidence. Moreover, these black ants could construct transport conveyor belts or even living bridges across gaps at his will. After blessing, their strength and speed peaked. As for why not contract another blood chi venomous insect like the centipede? In his past life, was it because he didn't want to attend Tsinghua or Peking University? Under Li Pingsan's command, the Black Ant Army worked diligently, secretly transporting fragile peaches to baskets when unobserved, saving significant labor. After autumn harvest profits, Li Rongzhou purchased 4 more acres for peach cultivation. Initial planting proved arduous, but maintenance was manageable. Li Rongzhou and Li Pingfu could handle 12 acres together. Li Pingkan never hesitated to bless the peach grove, reducing pests and diseases. Your father, Li Rongzhou, successfully planted a peach tree. Druid experience +1. Notifications kept popping up. The 4 acres ultimately yielded over 500 experience points. Checking his panel. LV3 Druid, 572/1000. Max level skills. LV9 Spore Growth Delicious Spore. LV9 Spore Sense Connection Spore. LV9 Gloshira Mark Spore. LV9 Animal Affinity Passive Beast King. LV9 Animal Speech Passive Beast King. LV9 Moonlight Microbeams Passive Astrology. LV9 Dance of the Wind Rotation Element. LV9 Elemental Amplification Double Element. LV9 Earth Pulse Sense Passive Earth. LV9 Thorn Whip Proliferation Earth. LV9 Nature's Gift Good Fortune Blessing. Non-max skills. LV7 Insect Proliferation 73/799 Insect Tribe. LV1 Insect Tribe Contract Ant Colony 89/100 Insect Tribe. LV1 Enchanted Stone 65/199 Transformation. LV1 Earth Molding 25/199 Element. LV0 Restoration 88/99 Transformation. Enchanted Stone, Earth Molding, and Restoration were new skills obtained after leveling up. Li Pingkan had tested Enchanted Stone on village children, currently with Sting, Frost, and Toxin effects. Restoration could repair one damaged or cracked spot on a touched object, seamlessly fixing breaks under 10 inches in any dimension. Earth Molding could manipulate specified soil or rock on the surface. Looking at Earth Molding, Enchanted Stone, and Thorn Whip, Li Pingkan conceived a bold idea, a combined skill. Thorn Whip Projectile Enchanted Stone. The power of combined skills was undeniable. Spore Growth and Spore Sense were synergistic skills from the same branch. When used together to spread fungal growth, they could instantly triple one's visual range, easily covering the entire peach blossom village. The idea of using Thorn Whip to hurl stones had occurred to Li Pingkan 3 years ago, but material limitations forced him to abandon it. Finding suitable stones locally wasn't easy. But with Enchanted Stone, this initial concept no longer seemed like just a fantasy. By shaping designated rocks into optimal sizes and using Thorn Whip's momentum to launch them, while simultaneously enchanting the stones with magic, Li Pingkan created a veritable hailstorm of enchanted stones. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He even considered using Dance of the Wind for micro-adjustments to improve accuracy and increase throwing distance. A group spell, Thorn Whipstone Volley, if perfected, might rival first-tier magic, enough to handle multiple Bone Realm martial artists, maybe even Blood-Chi warriors. No time like the present. One random stone, one dose of magical energy, plus twisted thorns as a sling. Thus the Thorn Whipstone Volley is... Wait, why are my thorns dying? The formerly vibrant, writhing thorns now oozed purple mucus where they contacted the enchanted stones, making disgusting squelching sounds as the viscous fluid dripped to the ground. Li Pingkan stroked his chin. Apparently this batch of stones had been enchanted with toxin, which completely neutralized the thorns. The Druid summoned vines clearly had no magical resistance against poison. To solve this, he'd either need to enhance the thorn's magic resistance or precisely time the enchantment to occur during release, avoiding contact between stone and vine. Enchanted Stone, Thorn Whip, Spore Growth. Failed again. Once more. Stone after stone was reshaped and launched at a tree trunk 10 paces away, producing satisfying thuds upon impact. After repeated attempts, he gradually found his rhythm, executing the sequence smoothly in one fluid motion. But merely throwing the stones wasn't enough. Both accuracy and power fell short, with projectiles frequently veering wildly off course. This was just single vine control, far from his envisioned stone hailstorm ideal. Maybe I should ask Big Brother for throwing tips. His eldest brother had shown natural sharpshooter talent since childhood. Surely borrowing some basic techniques wouldn't be too much to ask. It wasn't like he needed advanced precision. Checking his steadily improving skill proficiency, Li Pingyan hummed cheerfully as he headed home for dinner. Over several days of post-training practice in secluded woods, he not only gained control over accuracy, achieving consistent 50-meter throws within 5-meter variance, but also made some discoveries. Thorn length under 2 meters, stones shaped like olive pellets, and a 45-degree launch angle produced optimal power. Thud, 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 thud. 5 simultaneous lashes. Distant paper mulberry trees shook violently under the assault, with one 3-centimeter sapling snapping clean in half. Impressive destructive potential. Li Pingyan nodded approvingly. The enchantments from Enchanted Stone have decent effects. Stinging causes sharp pain. Frost slows movement. Poison deals lingering damage. Not amazing yet, but at max level, the enchantment should become truly formidable. Plenty of room for improvement. Most importantly, this combo skill excelled against groups. With sufficient mana, Li Pingyan could theoretically create a sky-blotting storm of thorn-launched magical stones. Enough research for today. Time for dinner. Chewing on a grass stem, he headed downhill only to frown at a familiar sight. Yuan Yuan? Xie Yuan stood surrounded by village children, engaged in what appeared to be a heated argument. Spotting Li Pingyan's approach, the kids shrieked monster and scattered like startled birds. Brother Can. Xie Yuan's eyes were red-rimmed like a little rabbit's, lips trembling on the verge of tears. What does living on others' charity mean? Am I a bad child Grandma didn't want? Anger flared in Li Pingyan, not toward Xie Yuan, but those cruel brats. Though content to enjoy childhood comforts and fraternal protection he'd never experienced in his past life, his mature, transmigrator's perspective made him immune to such petty gossip. But Xie Yuan was a genuine 6-year-old. Such venomous words could leave lasting scars on a child's psyche. Yuan Yuan, you were Grandma's most treasured darling. Li Pingyan wiped her face with a handkerchief. You're not living on charity. You're my little sister, Li Pingyan's sister. He carefully explained how Grandmaster's gift of white crane style proved her grandparents' undiminished love and regard. Xie Yuan looked up in innocent confusion. So Brother Can is the crane's successor? Li Pingyan smiled faintly. You could say that, but Grandfather said crane style can't be taught to xianxia family. Her tiny face scrunched in thought before suddenly brightening. I know. When I grow up, I'll marry Brother Can. Then our baby can inherit the crane style. You. Li Pingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Technically, any son of his would indeed be surnamed Li. Then again, childish whims hardly needed correcting. By adulthood, she'd likely forget this entirely. After her grand declaration, Xie Yuan became Li Pingyan's constant shadow, clinging to him like a devoted duckling. Li Pingfu watched enviously. Why does little sister only like Can? He adored her too. Why didn't she follow him around? Li Pingyan shelved books while delivering a brutal assessment. You're built like a black bear. Who wouldn't be scared? His gaze lingered on Xie Yuan with subtle displeasure. This interloper monopolized their youngest brother's attention. When was the last time he'd had a proper talk with Can? Watching their interactions left an acidic taste in his mouth. Not jealousy, obviously. Whatever. He wasn't about to compete with a child for affection. Back to studying. Unaware of his second brother's sour mood, Li Pingyan maintained his routine. Train, practice combo skills, rest, repeat. Until one day, returning home, as usual, Li Pingyan encountered the same trio of village troublemakers. Despite repeated humiliations, These persistent brats kept returning like stubborn NPCs determined to complete their quest line. Probably because Li Pingyan had never truly punished them. Monster, freak. The 8 and 9-year-olds brandished sticks, emboldened by numbers. My patience has been too generous lately, letting them grow this audacious. Just as Li Pingyan prepared to teach them a real lesson. Don't bully Brother Can. Xie Yuan burst into tears, trembling as she positioned herself protectively before Li Pingyan. Ji, go away. Leave now. Who's this brat? Scram. As the ringleader reached to shove Xie Yuan aside, a hand clamped his wrist like a vice. No amount of struggling could break free, leaving the boy howling in pain. Get lost. Fine. We weren't scared anyway. He stormed off, oblivious to the faint glow now marking him. Late that night, snoring filled the troublemaker's home as something stirred in the shadows. Half asleep, he rubbed his eyes and peered into the darkness, just as an endless black tide of insects surged forth. Piercing screams echoed continuously through the village, startling neighbors who came to watch. What's wrong with Li Guzi? There are bugs. So many bugs. They're crawling all over me, biting my flesh. Li Guzi cried out in terror, huddled in a ball with a deathly pale face. Silly child, what bugs? There's nothing here, his parents said, utterly perplexed. There really are bugs, he wailed miserably. The old chief was alerted by the commotion. Frowning at the scene, he said, "This is bad. It might be an evil influence. We need to find a spiritual expert." How could it be evil influence? The parents panicked, knowing hiring an expert would cost a fortune. Villagers who had gathered to watch immediately scattered, keeping far away from Li Guzi for fear the evil might spread to their families. Having observed the aftermath through spore sense, Li Pingyan severed the connection. Ant colony swarm had almost no lethal power. These gathered insects couldn't even be commanded to bite humans and would disperse within minutes. But the terrifying visual impact of countless bugs crawling over one's body was enough to leave deep psychological scars. One down, the rest could be dealt with slowly. At least now, he'd have some peace and quiet. Turning to Xie Yuan, whose eyes were red from crying, Li Pingyan felt complicated emotions. Despite being 3 or 4 years younger, she'd been willing to stand up for him against older children. He wasn't worried about Xie Yuan being unreasonable, spoiled, or domineering. He had 100 ways to make his parents distance themselves from such behavior. But this pure, trusting protection from someone unrelated by blood made his cautious defenses feel almost foolish. A realization dawned on him. True family doesn't necessarily share the same blood. Conversely, those who intentionally harm family should be judged mercilessly regardless of blood ties. It seemed he'd need to establish a family rule about this. Those who betray the Li family shall face execution without mercy. Regardless of how Xie Yuan might change in the future, at this moment Li Pingyan truly accepted her. Yuan, Big Brother will take you somewhere special. Will there be yummy food? Xie Yuan tilted her head. Sweet peaches and fragrant honey. Li Pingyan smiled, picking her up and covering her eyes as they headed deep into the mountains. Mountain winds rippled like waves across the valley. A raven circled freely overhead, while mushrooms sprouted rapidly along their path, as if paving the way forward. Thorny vines obediently parted before them, prostrating at his feet. A bridge of army ants formed across the valley, awaiting their master's passage. Their journey ended before an ancient towering tree, its lush greenery swaying joyfully at Li Pingyan's approach. Grandpa Peachtree, how have you been? Li Pingyan set Xie Yuan down and greeted the tree. Though the mountains teemed with wild beasts, his innate animal affinity left him unafraid. The mushroom network also provided advance warning of any dangers. Thorn Whip offered many conveniences, and the army ant colony could take shortcuts from the valley, making visits to the ancestral tree far easier than the old chief's arduous bushwhacking journeys. Rustle. The tree shook its leaves in response. Though small talk was a human custom the tree had picked up through exposure, it wasn't particularly patient with formalities. After 3 years of secret visits, Li Pingsan's relationship with the tree surpassed even the old chief's. Cutting to the chase, he said, "Grandpa Peach Tree, please bestow your blessing upon Yuan Yuan." The tree's blessing could dispel evil influences and enhance constitution, stacking with his own blessing ability. Russell, the tree agreed. As the blessed dew fell, Xie Yuan patted her cheeks like a little raccoon. "So cool and refreshing. It feels wonderful." The amount seemed greater than what the village children had received 3 years earlier. Did Grandpa Peach Tree really favor Yuan Yuan that much? Surprised, Li Pingyan ventured, "Grandpa Peach Tree, does Yuan Yuan have highwood affinity?" "Russell, can she become a cultivator?" Russell, Russell, Russell. Disappointed, Li Pingyan understood their established code. 1 Russell for yes, 2 for no, 3 for unknown. Though nourished by the land and having developed consciousness, the tree remained bound to this place, its knowledge limited to village gossip. After the blessing, Li Pingyan picked peaches for Xie Yuan and borrowed some honey from mountain bees using thorn whip. Of course, he repaid the tree by using Dance of the Wind to gather stream water for a refreshing shower. Between them, it was an open secret that Grandpa Peach Tree didn't actually enjoy the old chief's ritual animal sacrifices. It couldn't consume worship energy, perhaps due to insufficient cultivation or different spiritual paths. Rustle, 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 rustle. The tree shook happily under the cool stream, its leaves glistening vibrantly. Li Pingyan then practiced Breath of the Tree under the tree's shade. Observing the ancient tree's cultivation could double his training efficiency. One reason he far surpassed his family members. 2 hours later, Li Pingyan exhaled turbid air and stretched refreshed. Xie Yuan had finished her peaches and honey, quietly watching army ants transport dead insects. Seeing Li Pingyan finish cultivation, she ran over happily. "Brother Can, are you done?" Patting her head, Li Pingyan thought, perhaps Yuan Yuan has potential for martial arts too. Just her patience and focus surpass many warriors. For dinner, Li Pingyan brought back 2 cute rabbits that Lady Qin cooked in a braised meat. Xie Yuan ate tearfully, her mouth circled with red-black sauce. After the meal, Li Rongzhou called Li Pingyan aside with unusual solemnity. The boy straightened instinctively. "Kenner," Li Rongzhou said gravely, "you're 7 now. Time for spiritual root testing. Your mother and I will visit White Cloud Temple to obtain a divine talisman and select an auspicious date for the test." Li Pingyan knew this procedure from when his elder brother was tested 6 years ago. The rituals reflected commoners' desperate hopes for an immortal cultivator in the family. "Understand, father." Li Rongzhou seemed to want to say more, but only patted his son's shoulder. Li Pingyan knew what his father was thinking. As the family's brightest hope, he carried all their aspirations. But what if he failed? The path of immortal cultivation is fraught with hardship. The very first test, measuring spiritual roots, eliminates 99% of aspirants. From the information Li Pingyan had gathered over the years, not a single person in Peach Blossom Village had manifested spiritual roots in the past century. Even across the entire Peach Blossom Mountain and Flat Peach Town region, those blessed with spiritual roots could be counted on 2 hands. This rarity made immortal cultivation an arduous journey. Compounded by the upper echelon's tight control over cultivation knowledge, common folk knew nothing about spiritual roots, how they manifested or what they truly were, beyond revering cultivators as beings beyond mortal reach. Without entering cultivation circles, even snippets of reliable information were a luxury. Rumors circulating among the masses were a tangled mix of truth and falsehood, impossible to fully trust. To this day, Li Pingyan remained only vaguely aware that spiritual roots seemed tied to bloodlines, descendants of cultivators. Even those without spiritual roots themselves stood a far greater chance of bearing children with spiritual roots than ordinary folk. Testing for spiritual roots was like winning the lottery, a game of chance that was in truth predestined. Yet this remained the greatest hope for millions striving to leap from commoner to exalted status. A confirmed spiritual root meant instant elevation. Not only would sects eagerly recruit such individuals, but the imperial court would also bestow spirit stones and grant entry to the Celestial Palace Academy. Their futures would become limitless, placing them on the path to becoming celestial officials. If I possess spiritual roots, I'll cultivate discreetly and let nature take its course. If not, I'll need to uncover the principles behind spiritual roots. Give up? Never. He had come to this world seeking eternal life. Hailing from an era of information explosion, Li Pingsan's thinking was unconstrained. In his previous life, there were artificial hearts, steel bones, cochlear implants. With his Druid abilities, why couldn't he create artificial spiritual roots? To achieve this, he might even need to dissect an immortal cultivator for study. Admittedly a dark notion, and extremely difficult, it remained just a preliminary idea. As a last resort, if creating pseudo-spiritual roots proved impossible, he could elevate his family status, marry a descendant of immortals, and use nature's gift to bless their offspring, increasing the chances of spiritual roots manifesting. With each generation refined by nature's gift, the family's spiritual root potential would only grow more exceptional. Therefore, spiritual roots or not, I must remain patient. Li Pingsan's plans for his family spanned generations. Achieving immortality wasn't a single-generation endeavor. As the linchpin of this grand family strategy, he needed to stand firm as Mount Tai. With such long-term vision, his mindset grew tranquil, free from restless anxiety over immediate gains and losses. Spiritual roots? Their presence would be fortune, their absence, fate. The Li family courtyard. The expanded residence followed a quadrangle layout. To accommodate martial training, the courtyard had been built exceptionally spacious, its bluestone paved ground resembling a compact training field. Li Pingkin sparred with his elder brother while Xie Yuan watched, her small face upturned. Their sparring followed the same format Li Pingfu had used with Li Rongzhou 3 years prior. Li Pingfu remained stationary, permitted only one arm. "Elder brother, here I come," Li Pingkin shouted, not to employ any hero trickery. Such cheap tactics paled before Li Pingfu's experience. His movements flowed like a crane's, dance of the wind lending buoyancy to unusually crisp strikes aimed at Li Pingfu's chest. When blocked, his arm hooked backward. The crane's wing became a monkey stealing peaches. The initial straight punch had merely masked his true intent. "Little brother, you've learned treachery too." Li Pingfu instantly crouched, transforming the peach steel into a chest brush. Li Pingkin deliberately lingered. TSK, elder brother's pectorals were rock hard. Enviable. Yeah, learn from the best. He kicked off, retreating before lunging forward again. Their exchange continued until the session ended, whereupon Li Pingfu meticulously corrected flawed stances and exposed vulnerabilities. Li Pingkin absorbed every word. Martially, his advantages came solely from moonlight microbeams and purple centipede paste cumulative enhancements. While his physique and bone structure were excellent, his innate talent and comprehension lagged behind his elder brothers. Now, like a sponge, he soaked up these precious insights to avoid future pitfalls. After technique discussions, Li Pingkin inquired about throwing methods. Under Li Pingfu's patient guidance, enlightenment dawned. New ideas for his enchanted stone technique taking shape, awaiting experimentation. "Elder brother, you're nearing your breakthrough, right?" "Close. The bottleneck's loosening recently." Li Pingfu regarded his younger brother with emotion. Without purple centipede paste, this breakthrough would have taken 2 or 3 more years. Martial progress demanded not just talent, but abundant medicinal resources. His current advancement owed much to his younger brother. Li Pingkin nodded. Once Li Pingfu broke through to the tendon realm, the family's strength would ascend further. How long until his own realm breakthrough? Several days later, Li Pingfu successfully advanced to the tendon realm, completing 3 of martial arts' 4 foundational stages. Li Rongzhou swelled with pride. At 15, he'd still been struggling in the skin realm. Now his son surpassed the master. A feast became their celebration. Upon the 8 immortals' table rested braised pork knuckle, red-cooked pork, mushroom omelet, Crucian carp tofu soup. Drink less. Lady Qin chided her husband's wine-laden breath, wiping his face with a warm cloth. Today's a happy occasion. Normally averse to alcohol, believing it weakened spear grip, Li Rongzhou had indulged exceptionally, his flushed face radiating satisfaction. Ping Fu, Ping In, Pinkin. Joy and expectation filled his voice. You three must uphold brotherly harmony, support one another, and elevate our Li family. The brothers exchanged smiling glances before chorusing, Yes, father. And me. Xie Yuan piped up unwillingly. Yuan can help too. Good, good. Li Rongzhou scooped her up, laughing heartily. Yuan is family too. Of course. 3 days thereafter, upon hearing of Li Pingfu's breakthrough, Zhou and Xian paid a visit. A 15-year-old Tendon realm martial artist. Worthy successor indeed. Zhou and Xian offered sincere congratulations. A decade prior, at his physical peak, he'd attempted advancing further in martial arts but failed, subsequently settling in scenic Peach Blossom Mountain with a wife. Yet inexplicably childless in middle age, this had become a festering concern. Logically, martial artists shouldn't share cultivators' fertility challenges. Among unfilial acts, leaving no descendants is worst. Recently considering concubines had sparked marital strife, even involving his uncle Li Dahu. Witnessing the Li's familial harmony and rising fortunes stirred both envy and gloom. Blood Qi realm martial artists remain third-rate in the martial world. For true authority, one needs the divine execution realm. Had he reached that realm, his wife wouldn't oppose concubines, nor would he fear that immortal official in the Li family. All thanks to elder brother Zhou's guidance. Li Rongzhou personally poured tea. What brings you today? Due to Li Dahu's presence, their families maintained surface-level distance. Yet with Li Pingfu as their bridge, both being outsider households, they cooperated tacitly on major matters while feigning ignorance on minor ones. I'll be direct. Zhou and Xian sipped tea. I wish to have Pingfu participate in Flat Peach Town's martial arts tournament. Your thoughts? The martial arts tournament was actually a friendship first, competition second event jointly organized by various martial arts schools. The so-called friendship first was just empty words. The real purpose was naturally to win first place, boost their school's reputation, and attract more students. These days, competition for martial arts school enrollment was fierce. There were also many disciples taught by independent martial artists participating, aiming to make a name for themselves, those somewhere after the top 10 prizes. Zhou and Xian said, martial arts shouldn't be practiced behind closed doors. Exchanging skills with peers leads to faster improvement. At Pingfu's age, he should gain some experience. Among village peers, no, even those older than Li Pingfu, none could defeat him now. Sometimes Zhou and Xian even doubted whether a Blood Qi realm martial artist like himself could properly teach such a martial arts genius. Whether for Li Pingfu's future or his own reputation, this martial arts tournament was a good opportunity. Li Rongzhou thought for a moment and said, Ask Pingfu. He can make his own decision. Over the years, Li Pingfu had shed his impulsiveness, becoming steady and composed. Even when provoked, he avoided petty conflicts and kept a low profile. But this wasn't cowardly avoidance. He'd note down grievances and seek proper opportunities to settle scores. Hearing Zhou and Xian's words, Li Pingfu asked, Master, what are the tournament rewards? Don't aim for top 3. Not because you lack skill, but because your master lacks influence, Zhou and Xian sighed. The tournament had youth, junior, and adult divisions. At 15, Li Pingfu would compete in the junior division, 16 and above being youth division. A Tendon Realm practitioner in the junior division was somewhat like bullying, but not without challengers. As for top 3 prizes, Blood Qi pills, genuine Immortal refined elixirs. Each school had their prearranged winners. If you didn't understand this and somehow won, someone would later educate you. Li Pingfu nodded. He was no longer the child seeking justice and law. He understood the world's inherent unfairness. Zhou and Xian continued, but top 10 is achievable. The reward is a mind-awakening talisman that temporarily enhances comprehension, greatly benefiting martial arts cultivation. This was also an Immortal's talisman. Compared to blood chi pills' tangible effects, the talisman's results varied. Some benefited greatly, others felt nothing. Hence Zhou and Xian thought it worth pursuing. Most school heads were Dragon's Blood or Divine Execution realm martial artists, giving them some bargaining power against early-stage chi refinement cultivators. Hearing mind-awakening talisman, Li Pingfu's heart stirred. Master, I want to participate. Then prepare yourself. We leave for Flat Peach Town tomorrow. Initially, just Zhou and Xian and his disciple were going. Eventually, the whole family decided to accompany Li Pingfu and cheer him on. Father, it's just a competition. No need for the whole family to come. Seeing his younger siblings' excitement, Li Pingfu, originally unworried, felt slightly nervous. I'm taking your mother to tour the town. Watching you fight is secondary. Li Rongzhou hired an ox cart for the family. Passing a peach blossom village household, they heard whip cracks and pained wails. Li Pingfu glanced with mushroom vision and gasped. This was the possessed child's home. To exorcise evil, the parents beat him with salt-coated willow branches. Unwilling to pay for an expert, they used folk remedies, whipping him daily while demanding, "Are you still possessed?" Until the child cried, "I'm not." Even evil spirits would fear this treatment. Li Pingfu thought his insect pranks were harsh, but these parents were brutal. Flat Peach Town had blue-bricked buildings, complete with markets, taverns, and inns. Despite claiming to sightsee, Li Rongzhou bought candied hawthorns for Li Pingfu and Xie Yuan. Before the matches, they secured good viewing spots. Clang, clang, clang. The gongs sounded. The tournament began. Schools displayed banners. Azure Dragon, Black Bear, Vermilion Bird, like a zoo. Perhaps ancient people viewed such beasts as epitomes of fearsome power. Soon martial artists paired off, some tumbling offstage. Perched on his father's shoulders, Li Pingfu noticed school disciples had stronger blood chi than independent students. Flat Peach Town residents were wealthier than villagers, though Peach Blossom Village prospered from peach sales, allowing many children to train. Still, the wealth gap showed village disciples lost 9 out of 10 matches. Lack of effort? More like lack of money. The rich rely on technology, the poor on mutation. Truer words never spoken. When his brother's turn came, Li Pingfu didn't attack first. Waiting for openings, he cleanly body-slammed opponents head first into the ground. Wow, beautiful win. Big bro's amazing. The Li family cheered excitedly. After consecutive wins, he reached finals. Then commotion. School heads, impressed yet wary, suddenly changed rules. One-on-one became free-for-all. Li Rongzhou frowned. Trouble. As an outsider, Pingfu will be targeted. The rule change itself was targeting. Even a tiger struggles against wolf packs. Li Pingfu glared. Were they really monopolizing even a talisman? As predicted, different schools unusually teamed up against Li Pingfu. Neither status nor pride allowed outsiders at their table. Advice: Bumpkin, leave now and save yourself a beating. Li Pingfu calmly replied, I just want the talisman. You, the boy scoffed, then gasped as Li Pingfu pounced like a tiger. Take down the leader first. Mad Tiger style, ignoring punches from all sides. Li Pingfu pummeled the mocker until he quit. Then he disabled another. Fierce moves left him battered. Vision blurred. Was that sweat or blood? Salty, like mother's egg soup. Finally, he stood alone, surveying cowering opponents. Who's next? None dared approach this human tiger among sheep. Pingfu, you made top 10, leaving the stage bruised and bloodied. Pingfu, Lady Qin fretted. They clearly ganged up on you. You should have quit. Mother, martial artists don't quit easily. Son's right. Li Rongzhou applied medicinal oil. Zhou and Xian sighed. Our influence is lacking. They couldn't even secure fair competition. The painful ointment made Li Pingfu grimace, but he wasn't upset. Secretly, he felt proud. He'd held back his trump card despite the beating. Such restraint surprised even himself. Meanwhile, Li Pingfu memorized those schools' names. Revenge could wait 10 years. At dusk, Li Pingfu sneaked into Li Pingsan's room. Big bro. Li Pingfu had noticed his furtive movements. Good news. Grinning mysteriously, Li Pingfu produced the talisman. Little brother, use this during your spiritual root test. Brother, no. You earned this. And took so many hits. Take it. Listen to me. Forcing it into his hands, Li Pingfu patted his shoulder, then winced from his wounds. Don't worry about the test. Move forward bravely. Spiritual root or not, you're my brother. Brother? Clutching the talisman warmed by his brother's touch, Li Pingsan's heart swelled like spring wind filling a barren valley. The bright moon hung high, casting its silvery glow across the courtyard. A gentle breeze stirred, making the tree shadows sway like aquatic plants drifting in shimmering water. Staring at the dancing light patterns on the ground, Li Pingfu found himself unusually unable to sleep. Elder brother's been too good to me. I must repay his kindness in kind. In the Li family, fraternal harmony and mutual support were never empty words. Every family member practiced these teachings through action, working together for the family's future. Rubbing the mind-awakening talisman between his fingers, Li Pingfu examined it closely. The bright yellow paper bore intricate crimson inscriptions he couldn't comprehend, emitting a faint metallic scent when sniffed carefully. This talisman must have been drawn with animal blood mixed with cinnabar. Elder brother said, I only need to keep this talisman close to my body. At the right moment, during a breakthrough or enlightenment, it will automatically burn up to release its effects. Not requiring spiritual energy activation made it convenient for mortals to use. This also indicated it was a low-grade talisman. Immortals might look down on it, but such talismans became priceless treasures when circulating in the mortal world. If I don't need this mind-awakening talisman for spiritual root testing, I'll return it to Elder Brother when he makes his breakthrough. Li Pingfu made his decision. There is no sense hogging resources without using them. Every resource should be utilized to its fullest potential. When descendants prosper, the family thrives. The towering tree can then shelter new saplings, creating an endless cycle of growth. Though Li Pingfu only placed 10th, his performance made him instantly famous, bringing renown to the Black Tiger technique. Residents of Flat Peach Town, who previously complained about martial school's high fees, now sought out xianxia for apprenticeship. Meanwhile, both the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Burr martial schools extended recruitment offers with generous terms. A 15-year-old reaching the Tendon realm was rare, a rising star worthy of any school's focused cultivation. Xianxia said frankly, Pingfu, if you find a better opportunity, go without hesitation. Don't worry about me, your teacher. Firstly, if Li Pingfu wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him. Their relationship was transactional. Payment had been made. True disciples taken to inherit a master's legacy were always orphans, eliminating future complications. Secondly, understanding Li Pingfu's temperament. This was a strategic retreat. Everyone had selfish motives. He didn't want to lose such promising talent. Teacher, I'm staying. I haven't fully mastered the Black Tiger technique yet. Li Pingfu immediately declared his position, equally unwilling to join a martial school. As an outsider, he'd face exclusion. Being nearly grown, would schoolmasters truly devote themselves to teaching him? Loyalty needed cultivation, brainwashing, from childhood. Moreover, being too far from home would make caring for his family difficult. Hadn't he pursued martial arts precisely to protect his family? He wouldn't abandon his original purpose. Hearing this, xianxia felt gratified. He hadn't misjudged his disciple. When martial school recruiters came, Li Pingfu rejected them all. Whether visitors left angrily cursing his ingratitude or departed with dark expressions and cutting remarks, Li Pingfu displayed remarkable composure. Even when provoked, he avoided petty arguments, appearing as docile as an ox. Though both brothers practiced low-key caution, their approaches differed completely. One hid thoroughly, disappearing into crowds, unknown to outsiders. The other concealed his depths, showing only surface strength, the ox demeanor masking a fierce tiger. During dinner, after hearing Li Pingfu's account of the day, Li Rongzhou praised, "You handled it well. We can't afford to offend martial schools now. Once you break through to the bloodchi realm and divine execution realm, they'll tremble in fear. Then you'll decide how to deal with them. Revenge comes to those who wait." The Lise always kept careful accounts. Li Pingfu agreed. He'd memorized those arrogant faces clearly. But achieving vindication wouldn't be easy. Martial schools had numerous disciples who could unite into a formidable force. Li Pingfuan suddenly asked, "Father, could our family establish a martial school someday?" Running a martial school could bolster their reputation before the family fully prospered, expanding their network while increasing income. Simple logic. For a family to establish itself, it needed business foundations and martial connections. A martial school? Li Rongzhou pondered, not immediately dismissing the idea. Li Pingfuan elaborated, "Not immediately, of course. First, let elder brother build his reputation over 10 years. Students will come naturally then." Li Rongzhou considered carefully. His youngest made sense. With effort, he might reach the bloodchi realm in his lifetime, while his eldest would surely surpass him, possibly touching the divine execution realm within a decade. Combined with their inherited white crane style, they'd meet the prerequisites for establishing a school. Naturally, this required careful planning. Even a matter of teaching the black tiger technique needed discussion with xianxia, either buying the rights or forming a partnership. Li Rongzhou preferred the former, having witnessed too many friendships ruined by business partnerships. Human nature changed too unpredictably. "Little brother, you've really set me a challenging task." Though Li Pingfu said this, excitement bubbled within him. He practiced martial arts out of passion and family protection, lacking his second brother's clear ambition of becoming an immortal official through scholarship. Now his youngest brother's martial school proposal shone like sunlight through fog, illuminating a clear path forward. He could almost grasp his future. With clear goals came renewed motivation. Training now had tangible purpose. Li Pingfu's eyes brightened as he silently vowed. In this lifetime, he'd establish a martial school surpassing Flat Peach towns, with disciples across the land, becoming undefeated. The martial school concept was just one of the Li family's future plans. The immediate priority remained Li Pingsan's spiritual root test. August 15th, auspicious for rituals, painting sacred images, consecrations, travel, and resolving conflicts. Inauspicious for bridge building, coming-of-age ceremonies, construction, and well digging. 7 to 9 a.m. and 9 to 11 a.m. were favorable hours. Lady Qin solemnly fastened the divine talisman obtained from White Cloud Temple around Li Pingsan's neck, praying with clasped hands, "May my son journey safely with smooth sailing." Li Pingfuan presented a hand-copied scripture. "I transcribed this Taoist text myself. Carry it for divine protection. Go forth bravely." Li Pingfu patted his younger brother's shoulder. Xie Yuan gazed up at Li Pingfuan with sparkling eyes, saying brightly, "Brotherkin will surely achieve his heart's desire." Li Pingfuan nodded earnestly, though telling himself to stay calm. Will be, standing at the threshold, now made his heart race with nervous anticipation. Enough. Li Rongzhou skillfully guided the ox cart. "Time's passing. Let's go. We mustn't miss the auspicious hour." Coming. Taking a deep breath, Li Pingfuan boarded the cart, waving farewell to his family. Under the bright sun, the cart's wheels rolled along the verdant path, gradually disappearing into the distance. Flat Peach Town. The testing site for spiritual roots was located at the town center, its exterior an unremarkable bluestone gate. Before the gate, townsfolk with ashen complexions knelt and offered incense and fruits, placing them respectfully at the base of the wall. To many obedient citizens, Seeking a celestial being's mercy to cure illnesses was more effective than visiting a physician. Li Pingyan composed himself, avoiding unnecessary glances. Li Rongzhou knocked on the stone gate, then knelt and stated their purpose. The 3,000-pound stone gate silently swung open without any visible mechanism. It was a solid stone wall moved purely by human strength. A plain-looking figure in gray Taoist robes appeared, sweeping fallen leaves with a broom. This person is a martial arts master, Li Pingyan noted, not daring to underestimate. While Zhou and Xian could also push open the stone gate, he certainly couldn't do it with such effortless grace. Immortal cultivators truly commanded respect, making even martial masters sweep leaves as servants. Li Rongzhou placed 3 taels of silver for the spiritual root test into an offering box and whispered, "Kenner, go inside. Don't draw attention." Li Pingyan, who had memorized the testing procedure, entered the meditation chamber alone. The rectangular room had 4 divine beasts representing cardinal directions, with celestial and imperial figures enshrined above. The floor bore strange patterns resembling some formation array. At the center stood a wooden table covered with bright yellow silk, upon which rested a smooth, translucent spherical jade. This must be the testing jade. According to his second brother, one simply needed to place hands on the jade. If the glow lasted beyond 10 breaths, it indicated spiritual root potential. Simple enough for even a 3-year-old. Taking a deep breath, Li Pingyan solemnly placed both hands on the jade. Suddenly, wind rose from nowhere, billowing his robes as pure energy swirled around him. This energy felt like the essence of heaven and earth, resonating within the humming formation array, undoubtedly spiritual energy. Though his druid abilities made him sensitive to natural changes, he couldn't physically grasp this energy. As spiritual energy poured in, the cool jade erupted in blue radiance, illuminating the entire chamber. Does this mean I have spiritual roots? His eyes sparkled as the jade's glow shifted to earthy brown, equally dazzling. Puzzled, Li Pingyan wondered if he possessed dual water-earth spiritual roots. Before he could ponder further, the jade flickered twice before dimming completely. Counting silently, his expression froze. The glow hadn't lasted the required 10 breaths. Is this damn jade playing tricks? Why had it failed when his brother's attempts elicited no reaction at all? As the spiritual energy dissipated, Li Pingyan faintly heard what seemed like a sigh. Someone's here. His alertness spiked, yet the chamber held no visible presence except the testing jade. A wild idea struck him. He immediately knelt and pleaded loudly. "Honorable Jade Spirit, please tell me why I failed. Jade Spirit Elder, I beg you." AI. The sigh grew heavier, carrying indistinct words through the air that Li Pingyan couldn't decipher. "Elder, I can't hear you clearly. Truly I can't." This might be his only chance at immortal cultivation. Frantic, his mind-awakening talisman suddenly burned intensely, and he clearly heard an aged voice. Wood and earth both upper grade, but 5 elements incomplete. Cosmic imbalance. Cultivation impossible. Emerging from the site, Li Pingyan shook his head at Li Rongzhou's expectant face. AI. Perhaps our Li family simply lacks the destiny for immortal cultivation. Though deeply disappointed, Li Rongzhou quickly regained composure. Kenner, being a martial artist is good too. With your talent, you might surpass your eldest brother. Li Pingyan nodded absently, his mind elsewhere. He finally understood the mind-awakening talisman's true purpose. Not enhancing comprehension, but amplifying perception to momentarily gather spiritual insights. Only thus had he broken through some restriction to hear the Jade Spirit's guidance. According to the Jade Elder, my wood and earth elements are upper grade, but missing other elements prevents cultivation. Meaning people in this world needed complete 5 elements to truly develop spiritual roots. Before testing, Li Pingyan had speculated about spiritual roots based on previous life's cultivation novels where single-element roots denoted geniuses. Reality required all 5 elements. He'd nearly been misled. Upon reflection, it made sense. Heaven and earth comprised complete 5 elements. Even the human body had metal lungs, wood liver, water kidneys, fire heart, and earth spleen. Any imbalance caused ailments and weakness. This emphasized the importance of elemental balance, making such cultivation more logical. So the question is, how do I acquire the other 3 elements? Likely only through Druid skills. His earth-shaping abilities represented the earth element, so obtaining metal, water, and fire elements wasn't entirely hopeless. The failed test cast gloom over the Li household, though none blamed him, only lamenting cultivation's heaven-defying difficulty. Li Pingfu, Li Pingyan, and Lady Qin all took turns comforting him. His claims of indifference were mistaken for bravado. Any lively child would despair after such failure. His eldest brother deliberately lost sparring matches. His second brother recited motivational stories, and Yuan picked flowers daily for him. The family's excessive care, treating him like fragile porcelain, both touched and amused Li Pingyan. Seeing they wouldn't relent, he let them be. Day and night he pondered acquiring water, fire, and metal elements, soaking in streams, touching earth, lighting fires, handling metal stones beneath peach trees, hoping nature's gifts good fortune passive would trigger. A month passed. Then, panel information finally appeared. Through constant immersion in elemental energies, sensing nature's spirits, you've comprehended element gathering. Element gathering. By attuning to elemental energies, you can collect them to increase elemental affinity. This skill has no upper limit. Reading these words, Li Pingyan's heart surged. Success. My spiritual roots now have unlimited potential. If cultivation defies heaven, why shouldn't I? At dawn, the first light of day emerged. The air was moist and cool, with strands of sunlight intertwining with morning mist, forming a gradient rainbow arching over dewy white mushroom caps. Lady Qin opened her eyes to this delightful sight and excitedly shook her husband awake. Husband, mushrooms have sprouted from the ground. Indeed they have. Li Rongzhou was equally astonished. At this season without rain, how could mushrooms grow? But when people are hungry and exhausted, they lack the energy to question food sources. Besides, if floods and droughts could occur simultaneously in a single day, why be surprised by some ground mushrooms? These thriving clusters of mushrooms were clearly nature's bounty. You're truly Daddy's little lucky star. The stubble-faced Li Rongzhou planted a firm kiss on his youngest son, making the infant wobble his head and blow bubbles. Lady Qin immediately set about collecting mushrooms with their 2 older sons, discarding red ones, poisonous ones, and any unidentified varieties. Though wasteful, this was safest. Some toxic mushrooms could kill with just 1 bite, even when cooked. After sorting, they boiled the mushrooms with a pinch of green salt and rice. The rich aroma soon filled the air. A bowl of this smooth mushroom porridge warmed their bodies far better than wild herb or tree root soup. The family ate contentedly, their exhaustion from days of fleeing famine melting away in this mushroom broth. I wish we could eat mushroom porridge every day. Li Pingfu smacked his lips, sighing. That would be heavenly. Delicious. Li Pingyan nodded vigorously, face full of satisfaction. Lady Qin cradled her milk-scented infant, leaning quietly against Li Rongzhou's broad frame. The family cherished this rare moment of peaceful, surprising abundance, bodies nourished, hearts at ease. But this happiness was fleeting. Soon they packed their belongings and trekked step by step toward Peach Blossom Mountain. My spore growth can provide food for the family. As a reincarnated druid, Li Pingyan had spent days piecing together scattered information to understand their situation. His family was fleeing famine. No wonder they'd given birth in the wilderness. And to keep traveling after childbirth. Was his mother in this life some kind of superwoman? Many questions bubbled in Li Pingyan's infant mind, but he didn't dwell on them. As a sensitive baby, He felt overwhelming love from his father's affectionate kisses and mother's gentle rocking. Almost instinctively, he worried about his parents' plight. His initially seemingly useless spore growth had now become their most vital resource. Spores, the most typical representatives, are the mushroom family. Given an infant's limited mana pool, using spore growth once daily was just right, avoiding the pain of being drained. His previous hunger after using the skill stemmed from his already starved state. To prevent other refugees from discovering the mushroom patches, he'd used animal affinity 3 times to sense nearby humans. After all, aren't humans animals too? Pity I haven't awakened elemental skills like wind dance or fire control. Who knows what enlightenment is needed to unlock those? 0-level spells, also called cantrips, weren't powerful, just slightly better than magic tricks. But in specific circumstances, combining skills to conjure eerie winds and ghostly flames could sufficiently scare off or even injure hostile refugees. Humanity's greatest fear is the unknown. Truthfully, this world was equally unknown to Li Pingcan. He had no desire to reveal his uniqueness. In this xianxia world, survival meant keeping low and developing quietly. But if forced to choose between exposure and family safety, family would always come first. Fortunately, his towering, muscular father had resolved all conflicts along their journey with sheer physical prowess. The man's solid muscles often uncomfortably pressed against the baby's delicate skin during carrying. Contentedly burping milk, Li Pingcan felt his mother's gentle back pats and soothing hums as the little yellow flower gifted by his eldest brother swayed in his grasp. Sleepiness overcame him. He yawned satisfyingly, babbling, "Good night, mother. Good night, family." Under the protection of a certain anonymous druid, the Lee family finally reached their ancestral lands at Peach Blossom Mountain without major incident. Surrounded by mountains, the land was flat and vast, with orderly houses, crisscrossing paths, and the sounds of chickens and dogs. Villagers chatted under lush peach trees, presenting a peaceful, natural scene. Li Rongzhou approached, offering dried mushrooms as gifts while inquiring about the village chief's home. With ancestral proof and silver smoothing the way, the chief couldn't refuse, though he warned, refugees receive government aid. If you register here, you won't qualify for refugee housing or relief funds. Li Rongzhou inwardly scoffed. As a former small landowner, he understood the government's so-called relief programs better than most peasants. Whether relief funds actually materialized was questionable, and the housing typically meant being relocated to uncultivated borderlands. Refugees had no right to refuse. Land reclamation could be deadly. Having lost their former wealth and land, the family now sought only peaceful living. 3 crude huts with dirt floors and weed-choked yards awaited them, their thatched roofs sporting bird nest-sized holes needing repair before habitation. But simply having shelter from wind and rain brought immense relief to the travel-worn family. Li Rongzhou handed the new land deeds to Lady Qin for safekeeping. 10 acres of ordinary fields for acres of peach orchards. The houses, plus miscellaneous expenses, totaled over 390 taels of silver. "We only have about 100 taels left," Lady Qin fretted. This was 2 generations' accumulated wealth. They still needed funds for house repairs and urgent rice planting, plus proper nutrition for their road-weary children. Money vanished frighteningly fast. Common folk truly couldn't withstand disasters. "Don't worry," Li Rongzhou hugged her. "I've trained in martial arts. After harvest season, I'll hunt in the mountains to supplement our income. Things will improve. Don't you trust your husband's capabilities?" "Of course I do." Lady Qin smiled, her worry fading. "You're tremendously capable. As newcomers, I'll prepare dried mushrooms for our neighbors. Then I'll start repairing the house," Li Rongzhou said. Their family always followed traditional roles. Women managed domestic affairs while men handled external matters. "Father, I'll help," the dutiful Li Pingfu called. "Then I'll watch little brother," Li Pingyan said, sitting on the bed plank, eyes fixed on the swaddled infant. The family set to work unitedly. Seasons turned summer to winter, spring to autumn, until over a year had passed. Lady Cheen carried her youngest to their backyard, opening a dim wooden shed to reveal clusters of plump white mushrooms. "They're growing even better," she smiled contentedly. Since that unexpected mushroom appearance a year prior, fungi cultivation had become a family specialty. Though neighbors tried replicating, no longer ostracized by village children, Xie Yuan had blended into peach blossom village life, happily playing with girls her age. While the girls played, the young men chatted. Ping Fuji. Li Yuan sat slouched with crossed legs, voice tinged with envy. "When will I become as strong as you?" Zhou Venxian had fully taught Li Pingfu the core techniques of Black Tiger technique, now accumulating strength to break through to Bone Realm. But Li Yuan, having just reached Meat Realm, wasn't qualified to learn. Shouldn't have slacked off during training. Li Pingfu lightly admonished before glancing at Li Pingqian with the same unspoken reproach. "Don't laugh. You're no better." Li Pingqian feigned innocence. Martial arts weren't his livelihood. Why push so hard? Moderation was key. Moreover, White Crane style emphasized agile footwork, unlike Black Tiger technique, which required brutal strength training. Li Yuan dragged out his wine. Li Pingfu laughed. "Stop fooling around. You're never this sentimental. What's really on your mind?" Caught. Li Yuan fidgeted awkwardly before stealing a glance at Li Pingfu. "What do you think about my second sister?" Li Ernie, whose formal name was Li Hong, was the second daughter of Uncle Li Fong. The moment this name was mentioned, Li Pingfu's mind immediately conjured an image of a plain-faced girl with square, honest features. If nothing else, that face unmistakably proved she was Uncle Li Fong's biological daughter. Her personality was similar too, honest, hard-working, and not particularly eloquent. Li Pingfu wasn't stupid. The way Li Yuan had asked suggested his family might be considering matching Li Ernie with him and were testing the waters first. Marriage matters should follow parents' orders and matchmakers' words. "I can't decide this myself," he said, employing a stalling tactic. "All right," Li Yuan replied, disappointed and slightly embarrassed by the non-answer. He quickly changed the subject. "My sister Li Qian will have her spiritual roots tested after the new year." Immediately realizing his blunder, mentioning spiritual root testing to Li Pingqian, who had failed his own test, he grew even more flustered. Li Pingqian didn't mind. "That's wonderful news," he said warmly, then carefully explained the testing process until Li Yuan relaxed, and their conversation became lively again. By sunset, when the girls finished their shuttlecock games, sweaty and exhausted, little Li Qian clung to her brother's leg like a bear cub rolling about. "Brother, I'm hungry," she whined, her sturdy frame inherited from Li Fong, making her playful tugs surprisingly forceful. "Little bear, hungry are you?" Li Yuan laughed, scooping her up. "Pingfu, we're heading home. See you tomorrow." "Brother, what do you think about Li Ernie?" At the Li family dinner table, Li Pingsan's curious question drew everyone's attention. Li Pingfu recounted his conversation with Li Yuan that day. "Our son's grown up, old enough to start eyeing other families' cabbages." Li Rongzhou mused nostalgically, amazed how quickly his children had reached marriageable age. Lady Qin considered carefully. "Ernie is honest, diligent, and capable. She'd manage household affairs well. But depends on whether Pingfu likes her." Peach Blossom Village marriages traditionally matched social equals. Having watched Li Ernie grow up, they knew her background well. She was a suitable candidate. But suitability wasn't everything. Lady Qin herself had married Li Rongzhou for love, and naturally hoped her son would find someone who truly understood him. Uncharacteristically, Li Pingyan didn't tease his elder brother, lost in his own thoughts. Li Pingyan observed Li Pingfu, thinking Ernie's reserved nature might not suit his quick-witted brother. In his eyes, his eldest brother deserved the finest woman in the land. Li Ernie seemed too ordinary. The entire family set down their chopsticks, staring intently at Li Pingfu. Given the choice, Li Pingfu spoke frankly. "I don't plan to marry so young. I want to focus on martial training." Truthfully, he had no particular feelings toward Li Ernie, or any village girl for that matter. His heart remained untouched by romance, wholly devoted to advancing his martial path toward opening a training hall someday. What could compare to the joy of martial arts? While there was no formal concept of virgin cultivation, historical records suggested maintaining one's vital essence before reaching the divine execution realm, especially during the blood-chi realm, accelerated progress. Fair enough, Li Rongzhou agreed, sharing his son's ambition for a martial school. Though disappointed about delayed grandchildren, Lady Qin wouldn't force the matter. With parental approval secured, Li Pingfu clapped Li Pingyin's shoulder teasingly. "Little brother, the sacred duty of continuing our lineage falls to you now. Is this how an elder brother should talk to his sibling?" Li Pingyin retorted, swatting the hand away while privately considering that if his brother's martial school succeeded, it might elevate the family's marriage prospects and social connections. Every bit of family advancement could become his own stepping stone. Education not only brought wisdom, but revealed the vast, unbridgeable gaps between social strata. Growing older, he increasingly understood how some were born with golden spoons, effortlessly obtaining what others struggle for lifetimes to attain. Giving up would be easier, but his goal of becoming an immortal official never wavered. "Father, mother," Li Pingyin announced solemnly, "Teacher Xie says my studies have progressed enough to attempt the autumn examinations." The family beamed with pride. "We'll prepare everything you need for the exam," Li Rongzhou said warmly. Imperial examinations progressed through preliminary, provincial, metropolitan, and palace levels. Passing all 3 preliminary tests conferred the xianxia degree with tax exemptions. Li Pingyin knew teacher Xie was a stern, traditional scholar whose academic standards were exacting. If he said Li Pingyin was ready, success was almost certain. Passing the preliminary exams might even lead to provincial success. His second brother was truly remarkable. Those dense classical texts would put Li Pingyin to sleep instantly. If only my little mushrooms could transmit messages like simplified versions of immortal communication jades, Li Pingyin mused. Then if second brother forgot a passage during exams, I could whisper reminders. He wondered if he should focus more on spore-based abilities. Every family member traveling abroad could carry a mushroom. But dreams were sweet while reality proved harsh. For now, Li Pingyin would have to rely solely on his own talent and effort. Autumn examinations arrived swiftly at Yinshui County, requiring a town carriage ride. Li Rongzhou accompanied Li Pingyin for 3 days. When they returned, Li Pingyin had visibly withered, his already lean frame now gaunt as a withered stalk rather than the elegant bamboo scholar. Lady Qin tearfully prepared a feast. Over dinner, they learned Li Pingyin had been assigned the worst examination booth. Reeking so foul he couldn't eat, shivering under thin blankets at night on hard floors in cramped quarters. Thick quilts were prohibited to prevent cheating. Fortunately, his breath of the tree technique maintained body warmth despite the cold. Several elderly examinees had collapsed and been carried out, unable to endure the 3-day ordeal. Martial training does have merits, Li Pingyin conceded. Had his father not forced him to practice health-preserving techniques, he might have failed miserably. "Then train more with me," Li Pingyin immediately suggested, not daring to ask about exam results. Between the stench and chill, how could anyone perform well? 7 days later, just as the family assumed Li Pingyin had failed, festive gongs echoed from the village entrance to their doorstep. Villagers gathered curiously as a beaming messenger in red sash announced joyfully. "Peach Blossom Village's Li Pingyin, you've passed. Top scorer in the county examinations." He passed. Top scorer in the county examination. The entire Peach Blossom Village was abuzz with excitement. As fellow villagers, they had heard about the Li family's second son's scholarly talents. But who could have imagined Li Pingyin would become the county examination top scorer? This must be the reincarnation of the literary star. The Li family is about to rise. Why can't my son be like this? With this, the Li family's second son is practically guaranteed to become a xianxia. He'll receive imperial stipend from now on. The villagers were overjoyed. There was an unwritten rule that county examination top scores could bypass the prefectural examination and proceed directly to the provincial examination, almost never failing under the examiner's scrutiny. What wonderful news! I always knew your Ping'an would achieve great things. The old village chief leaned on his cane, proud of his foresight years ago. A 13-year-old xianxia. Once he passed the provincial examination and became an immortal official, he'd be right-hand man to the immortals. Beaming, he called to Li Rongzhou. Hurry and give the examination messenger his reward. Yes. I'm so overjoyed I forgot. Li Rongzhou quickly brought out 2 taels of silver wrapped in red paper for the messenger, then scattered copper coins for the villagers to share in the good fortune. The crowd cheered with continuous congratulations, the air filled with jubilation. Lady Qin, smiling warmly, stopped her youngest son and pressed copper coins into his hand. Kinner, go tell your second brother at school the good news. Give these to his classmates. Yes, Li Ping'an answered brightly, his face alight with excitement. His second brother was now a Tongsheng, exempt from the prefectural examination. After passing the provincial examination, he'd officially become a xianxia. No wonder they'd heard magpies heralding good news at dawn. It had come true. From now on, Little Black mustn't scare away any more magpies that came bearing auspicious signs. Lee Village Schoolhouse. Second brother, you topped the county examination. Father, mother, and eldest brother are overjoyed. They're waiting for you to come home. Li Ping'an knocked lightly on the schoolhouse door, delivering the happy news with visible delight. The classroom stirred as classmates turned to look at Li Ping'an, their faces filled with unconcealed admiration and excitement. Such a young county examination top scorer, and from their own school, it brought them all reflected glory, and they even received copper coins to share in his scholarly aura. What a windfall! Excellent. Old Master Xia's normally stern face showed a rare smile as he stroked his white beard. Ping'an, you may go home now. Yes, thank you, Master. Li Ping'an remained composed, calmly bowing first to his teacher, then to his classmates before exiting the classroom. Second brother was so unfazed even now. Truly the demeanor of a top scholar. Li Ping'an marveled inwardly. But just as Li Ping'an stepped over the threshold, he stumbled awkwardly, nearly tripping on the doorstep before recovering with embarrassment. Li Ping'an burst out laughing. Surely second brother hadn't been too excited to watch his step. Second brother, it's okay to show you're happy. No need to pretend otherwise. On the path home, Li Ping'an said through suppressed laughter. Li Ping'an glared at his younger brother in mock anger, only for their eyes to meet, and both burst into laughter. I'm the top scorer. Wonderful. Years of effort and anxiety had finally borne fruit. With his mind at peace, even the flowers smelled sweeter, the sky bluer, the distant birds flying higher and farther than ever before. Li Ping'an felt completely relaxed. But long accustomed to hard work, this lightness soon passed as he steeled himself for the final hurdle, the provincial examination that would secure his xianxia status. Second brother, do you have any enemies at school? Li Ping'an suddenly asked. Li Ping'an grew serious, knowing his brother never spoke idly. After consideration, he answered, though proud, I've treated classmates well despite my academic success. Only Li Yuan, son of Li Dahu, has been antagonistic. After the purple gold blood centipede incident, he'd secretly made trouble to teach Li Fang's younger brother, Li Yuan, a lesson. Li Ping'an nodded. Through the mushroom surveillance, he'd seen Li Yuan glaring at his brother's back with the same venomous hatred Li Fang once displayed. Should we strike first and eliminate Li Yuan immediately? The thought came and went. With their history of conflict, and at this critical juncture, any accident befalling Li Yuan at school would immediately implicate his brother. If they acted, it must be at the perfect moment, silent, clean, leaving no traces that could tarnish second brother's rising star status. First, have Little Black monitor Li Yuan's movements. He's no real threat, nor even Li Dahu, but that immortal official cousin. No one knew if the official could use immortal methods through artifacts to trace things back to the Li family. Returning home, Li Pingyan informed his father and brothers. While remaining vigilant, they decided to bide their time. I must cripple Li Pingyan. At home, Li Yuan brooded darkly. Already Li Pingyan overshadowed him completely. If he became a xianxia, Li Yuan would never lift his head again. As Li Dahu's favored youngest son, his father's doting had peaked 3 years ago when Li Feng's mistake led to losing the purple-gold blood centipede. Now Li Dahu treated him as sole heir. Summoning a family guard, he ordered, "Find me a blood chi realm expert." When Li Pingyan traveled for the examinations, break his legs. A cripple couldn't take exams. Great Yu dynasty barred the physically disabled from becoming immortal officials. The guard frowned. If you hate him so, why not kill him and be done? Death is too merciful. Li Yuan sneered. I want him alive to suffer. Once crippled and useless, let's see if his family still wants him. His eldest brother had become worthless, losing their father's favor entirely, abandoned to live or die as he would. Killing Li Pingyan was too simple. He wanted to feast on the boy's misery, making each meal more delicious. Young Master Li, we found someone. He demands 40 taels. What? 40 taels? Damn bandits, might as well rob me. Gritting his teeth, Li Yuan secretly sold some fine family porcelain to raise the sum, warning the guard. Do this well, and you'll be rewarded. The guard bowed deeply. Thank you, young master. Afterwards? Who cares about afterwards? I want my cut now. The guard smirked, pocketing 30 taels before telling an underworld contact. 10 taels to find a blood chi realm fighter to break someone's legs. Both legs. Do it well, and there's more. The man groveled gratefully. True brother, remembering me, I'll handle it perfectly. Find 2 lackeys. Tell them the boss pays 2 taels to break legs. In a wilderness ruin, someone arrogantly addressed filthy refugees. 10 steamed buns to break Li Pingyan's legs. The autumn wind grew colder with each passing day. After the prefectural examination concluded, it was time for the academy examination. Li Pingyan maintained a strict routine between his school and home, focusing intently on his preparations. One evening after dinner, Li Pingyan shared the intelligence he had gathered with Li Rongzhou. You hired a refugee? Don't they know I'm a bone realm martial artist? Li Rongzhou found it amusing after his initial surprise. Having been a refugee himself, he knew some skilled fighters could emerge from such desperate circumstances. But a refugee bribed with just 10 steamed buns was clearly just another destitute wretch. Village rumors truly never lied. 10 steamed buns. Li Pingyan was furious. He, a brilliant literary star destined for greatness, was only worth 10 lousy buns. The local gangs had absolutely no manners. Li Pingyan, however, noticed something unusual. It was post-harvest season. Where had these refugees come from? This particular refugee was strong and traveled alone, likely among the first to reach Peach Blossom Mountain. The Great Yu dynasty maintained firm control over its territories with no signs of war. The last refugee crisis had been during this celestial calamity. Could something unexpected be happening? When Li Pingyan voiced his concerns, Li Rongzhou pondered and said, We should investigate. If disaster looms, we must prepare. Father, let me accompany you to escort second brother to his exam. Li Pingfu clenched his fists. Whatever happens, we'll face it together. Father and sons standing united. The ox cart bound for the academy examination stopped at Flat Peach Town, while Li Pingyan purchased fodder and steaming meat buns before heading to an ink shop in the alleys. Shuffling footsteps echoed from the shadows where sunlight couldn't reach. A beggar followed nervously, clutching a stone, raising it hesitantly before lowering it again. Friend, a calloused hand seized the man's wrist like an iron clamp. Li Rongzhou demanded, Why are you following my son? The man panicked, trying to flee but couldn't break free. Just as despair set in, a warm meat bun was offered, freshly steamed. Eat. Hunger. Such unbearable hunger. The man swallowed hard, tears welling as he devoured the bun gratefully. Li Rongzhou waited patiently. Having been a refugee himself, he understood starvation's agony. Only after the meal did he ask, Who sent you? The man shook his head blankly. Don't know. Do you know whose legs you were supposed to break? Don't know, came the quicker reply. How could such an ignorant man be an enforcer? Utterly unprofessional. Yet he seemed honest and cooperative. His prolonged hesitation suggested not a vicious thug, but a desperate soul pushed to extremes. Li Rongzhou pressed further. Where are you from? How became a refugee? What happened? Ordinary questions, yet the man suddenly clutched his head, curling into himself with hoarse screams, eyes wide with terror at some horrific memory. Exchanging grave looks with his sons, Li Rongzhou understood. Something terrible had indeed occurred. Li Pingyan unsealed the small bamboo tube attached to Little Black's leg, extracting a soft yellow paper covered in dense handwriting, his second brother's account. The refugee, Zhou Yu, was originally an herb farmer from Phoenix County. His life shattered when nearby rivers turned black overnight, corrupting living creatures into mindless zombies that attacked the living. Zhou Yu had been away selling herbs during the initial outbreak. Upon looking back after fleeing, he witnessed Phoenix County engulfed by a monstrous black tree's roots, forming a nightmarish burial sphere. Terrified, he ran instinctively until reaching Peach Blossom Mountain. Finishing the letter, Li Pingyan inhaled sharply. Phoenix County's disaster resembled either a demonic outbreak or some sinister cult ritual. Like the celestial calamity, ordinary folk stood no chance against such horrors. Fortunately, Phoenix County lies thousands of miles away. The celestial officials should contain this before it spreads. Li Pingyan trusted the officials' efficiency when the dynasty's interests were threatened. His immediate concern was the local impact. If this is a demonic outbreak, Zhou Yu's account shows clear early warning signs. Blackened waters, zombified animals. As a druid, Li Pingyan could detect such unnatural corruption early enough to evacuate his family if needed. The real danger now was people. With Phoenix County gone, panic would send refugees flooding into neighboring regions. Desperate, starving masses capable of anything. First step, stockpile grain. While Li Rongzhou and Li Pingyan continued to the examination, Li Pingfu returned home with Zhou Yu in tow. The household needed protection during uncertain times. Brother, why bring him to our village? Li Pingyan eyed Zhou Yu warily. He has nowhere else, Li Pingfu explained quietly. Offered to farm medicinal herbs for us in exchange for food and shelter. Her cultivation was valuable knowledge. When Li Pingyan remained unconvinced, Zhou Yu desperately added, I can grow fleece flower root, wild ginseng. Finally, through gritted teeth, I possess a family heirloom, a spiritual herb seed. A spiritual herb seed? Though intrigued, Li Pingyan insisted, then we draft a contract. Not out of cruelty, but necessity. Without mutual trust, he'd never normally accept a stranger, even one as harmless as Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu stood nervously, though inwardly he felt greatly relieved. He had heard about the hardships of refugees reclaiming wasteland, but never dreamed he would become one of them. Though skilled, without any silver tails, his only option was to attach himself to someone else. Rather than serving some powerful landlord or minor aristocratic family, condemning himself and his descendants to generations of servitude, he preferred finding a kind household to weather these difficult first years, avoiding forced labor under government orders. When starving and destitute, Li Rongzhou's 2 meat buns had given him immense comfort and hope, convincing him this was the right family. He knew nothing about choosing a wise master. He simply wanted a decent family to provide his next meal. Zhou Yu presented the spiritual herb seed honestly. This was passed down from my grandfather. I don't know what herb it's from. Won't sprout no matter if soaked in water or buried in soil. Useless if it wouldn't sprout. Only his skepticism about it being a spiritual herb seed made him willing to part with it now, hoping to increase his perceived value. Even small farmers had their survival wisdom. This heirloom was at least 40 or 50 years old. Li Pingyan pondered. Villagers said seeds past their year rarely sprouted, let alone after decades. Yet when a deep purplish-brown seed, faintly metallic, landed in his palm, He sensed a tenacious whisper of life. Zhou Yu wasn't lying. This is no ordinary seed. But calling it a spiritual herb seed isn't quite right either. Its aura differed from the ancestral tree, resembling more a treasure seed, potentially more valuable than blood qi herbs. Ordinary mortal methods couldn't awaken it. Only his druid skills might succeed. The Li family settled Zhou Yu alone in Granny Wang's abandoned home. A 10-year contract was signed. Zhou Yu would cultivate medicinal fields for the lease, who'd provide seedlings and household registration. Both parties were satisfied. After observing Zhou Yu for days, Li Pingcan found the middle-aged man genuinely honest, hard-working, and grateful, a true farmer, dissipating his initial wariness. Shortly after Lady Qin's grain purchase, rice prices in Flat Peach Town rose. Tea houses and taverns buzzed with unverified rumors about Phoenix Town. Li Pingfu returned home dusty and breathless, immediately sharing urgent news before even drinking water. Everyone saying Phoenix County is gone. Do they know why? Lady Qin asked anxiously, fearing another celestial calamity disrupting their peace. Something about a great demon appearing. Immortal officials have sealed the entire prefecture. Details are unclear. Li Pingfu had heard fragmented, exaggerated accounts at the tea house, leaving listeners unsettled. Phoenix County's troubles don't concern us yet, Li Pingcan interjected. Brother, informed Chief Grandpa, we need stronger gates at the village entrance. With mountains on two sides and water on another, securing the entrance would deter outsiders, mainly refugees. The wise old chief would surely agree. Right? Li Pingfu nodded, realizing he should also warn Zhou and Xian and Uncle Li Fong. Everyone needed caution with refugees roaming. Boss, strangers approach Peach Blossom Village. Little Black's warning echoed as Li Pingcan saw through mushroom-linked vision several ragged figures lingering at the village gates. Fortunately, the wooden barrier held. After futile attempts, the refugees trudged toward Peach Leaf Village. Li Pingsan's mood darkened. While sympathetic, he knew chaos demanded pragmatism. The fable of the farmer and the snake taught that kindness could be fatal. Sometimes aloofness stemmed not from coldness, but limited capacity for charity. His former laziness vanished, replaced by diligent white crane-style practice. Next day, clamoring village women gathered outside, relief and fear mingling on their faces. What happened? Lady Qin inquired. Lady Qin, a Peach Leaf Village family was robbed. Everything taken, everyone killed. The women's pity couldn't mask their terror, though they glanced gratefully at Lady Qin. She'd initially thought the Li brothers wasteful for insisting on village gates. No pay for such labor. Now, she was profoundly thankful. Without this foresight, Peach Blossom Village might have suffered instead. All dead? How awful. Didn't authorities catch the thieves? Lady Qin paled, unable to envision such brutality. The killers fled. Officials can't track them, nor would they bother. Sighing deeply, Lady Qin silently prayed for her absent loved ones. May my husband and son journey safely, encountering no misfortune. The son in her thoughts, Li Pingyan, sat in the examination hall. Unlike his first attempt, bearing the county examination top scorer, title transformed everything. The identity verification remained, but inspectors handled his clothes respectfully, no longer rough. Even his food was carefully sliced open, not mangled. Assigned a most spacious booth, far from the foul-smelling ones, he was politely addressed. Rest a while. Examinations commence shortly. May victory and prosperity follow you. The attendant's flattery vanished outside as he barked at other candidates. Several bedraggled scholars entered muttering, disgraceful, humiliation twisting their features. Li Pingyan felt dazed. Months ago, that had been him, swallowing indignation to focus on exams. Now he enjoyed privileged treatment, suddenly among the elite. Without the top scorer title, I'm nothing. To earn respect, to protect my family from humiliation, I must climb higher, reach the peak. Rubbing his ink-scented inkstone in that tiny booth, Li Pingyan tasted power for the first time and found it addictive. When the examination officially began, Li Pingyan dipped his brush in ink, his handwriting neat and proper. The examination topic was a gentleman is not a vessel. The simpler the topic, the harder it was to delve deeply. This question came from the Analects of Confucius, Wei Zheng. After pondering for a moment, Li Pingyan began with, a vessel refers to tangible forms, while a gentleman embodies the Tao and flows freely. Thus, Confucius emphasized the principle of not being a vessel. With this thought, his mind cleared, and he fell into a focused state, letting the words in his mind flow onto the paper like a spring, completing the entire process in one go. After finishing the essay on the 4 books, he moved on to the poetry section, composing a poem titled 10,000 Homes Amid Spring Rain. He began, imperial willows veiled in misty green, the royal capital bathed in dewy sheen. Clouds hang low, darkening twin palace gates. Rain nurtures slanting paths, the town awaits. Li Pingyan spared no effort in showcasing his talent. No matter the dynasty, child prodigies were always highly regarded. This was his advantage. The younger the xianxia or jiren, the more they symbolized the flourishing destiny of a great nation, serving as auspicious signs of the dynasty's prosperity. Once all the exam questions were completed, Li Pingyan set down his brush with confidence, submitting his paper early to leave a strong impression on the examiners. Being the first candidate to submit his paper not only startled the other examinees, but also drew the attention of the examiners. Let me take a look. The examiner skimmed through the paper, leaning forward with a serious expression. When he reached the climactic parts, he couldn't help but slap his thigh and exclaim, "Excellent." He even read aloud. As for the gentleman, it is not so. His essence flows like the primordial qi, penetrating everywhere without gaps. His actions unfold like the orderly progression of the 4 seasons, never disrupting their sequence. In stillness, he is as profound as a silent abyss, yet harbors the rumble of thunder. In action, he is like clouds bringing rain, nurturing all beings. Such is the immeasurable depth of his character. The examiner looked at Li Pingyan with satisfaction. Such profound insight at such a young age was remarkable. The inner cultivation resembled the ceaseless flow of heaven and earth's primordial qi. His external actions were as orderly as the changing seasons, never violating their sequence. In silence, he was as deep as an abyss yet concealed thunderous potential. In prominence, he was like clouds bestowing rain, benefiting all. These ideas subtly aligned with the concepts of immortal cultivation, leaving one in awe. This boy is born to be an immortal official. As for the poem, it paled in comparison to the brilliance of this essay. The examiner set down the paper and said kindly, "Go home and await good news." A weight lifted from Li Pingyan's heart as he bowed respectfully to the examiner. This student understands. Returning to the village in glory. Though there was no grand red horse, the old ox was adorned with red silk for celebration. Li Pingyan was planting paper mulberry trees in the wasteland. Using a shovel, he dug hole after hole, planting saplings gathered from the mountains one by one. After finishing a batch, he leaned on his shovel like an old farmer, wiping sweat while wearing an expectant smile. The sudden cold weather made him wonder if they'd survive. Recent days had been too busy, delaying his tree planting plans. The main reason was the intense autumn heat. Planting trees during such conditions reduced survival rates, making it inefficient. Fortunately, the treasure herb had increased his strength, making planting easier. You've successfully planted a paper mulberry tree. Druid experience +1. The panel notification referred to previously planted trees that had finally taken root, though only about a quarter survived. His Druid experience rose from 572 to 591 points, still over 400 living saplings short of the 1,000 needed for level up. "I hope to finish planting before next winter," he muttered. Anything would be better than the extreme drought 3 years ago. That disaster had left a deep impression. Li Pingyan washed his face at the stream and gathered his tools to head home. As he approached the village houses, he heard noisy commotion. At first he assumed it was just villagers bickering. Country life was like that, with people quarreling over everything, even children not using their family's cesspool for waste, which was valuable as fertilizer and pig feed. But then he caught wind of serious news. The town had posted notices. This year's autumn taxes wouldn't accept silver, but would collect grain instead. Some said it was due to Phoenix County's influence. Others speculated impending war. Theories abounded. Damn it, silver was better. Now we'll have to buy grain at town, and prices will skyrocket. I bet those damn clerks came up with this scheme to line their pockets. Villagers complained bitterly. While silver and grain taxes might seem equivalent, the difference was huge. Just consider the ghost feet and transportation wastage. Layer upon layer of exploitation could add 20 to 30% more grain. But when the imperial court decreed changes, what could they do? They had to accept it gratefully and joyfully. Silver payments have been Peach Blossom Village's comfort zone. This change unsettled Li Pinkan, but lacking expertise, he decided to consult his father. This isn't good news, Li Rongzhou said solemnly. The Great Yu Dynasty's tax system was a poll tax. All males over 7 paid full tax, females half. Peach Blossom Village primarily grew peaches. Their dry field rice was just for subsistence. Paying taxes and grain meant their household owed over 4 dan. Prepare 6 dan first, Li Rongzhou instructed. Li Pinkan frowned. Why 6 when the tax is 4? Li Rongzhou explained. You've never seen heap and kick measurement, canner. Officials deliberately shake and kick the measuring vessel to spill grain. The overflow doesn't count toward your tax. Farmers have suffered this ghost feet exploitation forever. Li Pinkan suddenly understood. The government openly cheated people, who then had to thank them for it. Li Pinkan interjected. Father, have you forgotten? Our family has a xianxia now. We're exempt from poll tax. The revelation left father and sons staring at each other. After so long as beasts of burden, they'd grown accustomed, almost forgetting they'd risen in class. After the relief came sighs. While their family was free, the rest of Peach Blossom Village still suffered. Only martial artists like Zhou and Xian were exempt. Even the old village chief had to pay grain taxes properly. How much grain do we have left? About 30 dan. This included the autumn rice harvest plus grain Li Pinkan had purchased earlier, enough for 8 or 9 months. After consideration, Li Rongzhou said, Your uncle Li Fong planted less this year, but has more mouths to feed. With grain prices about to soar, buying now would be terrible. Pingfu, share some with your uncle. Got it, Li Pingfu responded, glancing at his younger brother. Li Pinkan voiced no objection. Though their father had saved Uncle Li Fong's life, a sky-high debt, over the years, Uncle Li had constantly brought gifts, making the families quite close. In times like these, helping when possible was natural. Often, good neighbors were better than distant relatives. Thank you, Brother Can. Li Qian's round cheeks dimpled as she happily accepted 2 malt candies from Li Pinkan. Bouncing with joy, her small face flushed red. Even young girls harbored secret crushes. With his fair skin and delicate features, Li Pinkan was quite the handsome youth, popular among girls. Meanwhile, Li Pingfu finished transporting grain to Uncle Li Fong's storage. Thank you so much, Li Fong said gratefully. Uncle, between our families, no thanks needed. Let's drink together sometime. Father misses your spring peach wine. Haha, we'll drink tomorrow. The simple, honest man beamed. The Li Rongzhou brothers were truly decent folk. Whoa, whoa. The clip-clop of horse hooves and a driver's call sounded outside. Li Pingfu looked out to see grain merchants arriving in Peach Blossom Village. Most villagers would need to buy grain to pay taxes. After a brief glance, he paid no further attention. Amid the merchants' bustling activity, a figure moved among the villagers, chatting enthusiastically. Heard your village produced a xianxia? Damn right. Under the envious gaze, the villager swelled with pride. Youngest Li of Rongzhou's family. I always knew he'd succeed. Now the proper xianxia, bound to become an immortal official someday. Your ancestors must be proud. Such excellent feng shui here. Of course. Li Pingyan is a true Li descendant. Why wouldn't our ancestors protect him? The villagers spoke as if stating obvious truth. After all, they shared common ancestry centuries back. Who could argue? Such prosperous descendants, the questioner murmured, glancing toward the Li ancestral graves with flickering eyes. The autumn evening wind carried a bone-chilling cold. Two figures met in the dense mountain forest, one of them being the superstitious feng shui practitioner Wang Li. Having fled from Phoenix County, he had been swindling villagers along the way with his feng shui theories, though in his own words, he was providing spiritual solace to troubled women. While there were larger groups of refugees on the road, most were ordinary people who would only slow him down, so he maintained contact with just 3 or 5 companions. "Did you gather the information?" Wang Li asked. "Brother, when have I ever let you down?" replied the man known as Master Inquisitive. Master Inquisitive, real name Zhao Swan, had a pointy face and scrawny build that made him look like a child next to Wang Li's bear-like frame. Zhao chuckled. "The Peach Blossom Village shares the same ancestral lineage. I've located the Li family gravesite." His investigation went beyond that. He had also identified the village's wealthy households for a planned nighttime robbery. After all, how else would they eat on the road? The previous attack on Peach Leaf Village had been his crew's doing. What was terrifying the first time now only stirred greed at the thought of riches. Though Wang Li seemed eccentric with his mystical beliefs, he had real skills. Helping him was just a side task. Among traveling companions, mutual aid was expected. Zhao's eyes gleamed with avarice. "I'll help you dig the grave if you assist me with a bigger score." "Deal." Wang Li agreed immediately. In the dead of night, something's wrong. The urgent messages from 100 Legs jolted Li Pingyan awake. To absorb Yin energy, 100 Legs and the 7-leaf Paris herb were buried deep in the ancestral graves at night, surrounded by countless mushrooms. Through the mushrooms' perspective, shadowy figures were skulking around the graves. Grave robbers. Tomb raiders weren't unusual, but the Li family ancestral graves held no particular treasures. Whatever their purpose, they mustn't discover our precious plants. Li Pingyan immediately roused his family. "Father, emergency! Someone's digging up our ancestral graves." The Li household burst into activity as lamps were lit. After hearing the report, Li Rongzhou's expression turned grave. With malicious individuals about and the situation unclear, he too began mobilizing people. Thieves daring to target our ancestors' resting place? "I'll alert the village chief immediately." Li Pingfu declared, "I'll gather our martial brothers." As the steady and reliable one with exceptional martial talent, he had naturally become the leader of their group. Having grown up together, their bonds ran deep. A single rallying cry would bring many martial brothers running. More people meant greater strength and courage. The Li family coordinated their story and sprang into action. "Brothers, my father just saw suspicious figures heading toward the ancestral mountain during his night fishing." Village chief, disaster. Our ancestral graves are being disturbed. The ancestral lineage concerned every peach blossom villager. The old chief flew into a rage upon hearing, throwing aside his cane and moving with surprising agility as he summoned the village's young men and martial artists. "To the mountain with me. Dear, lock the doors and wait for our return." Lady Qi nodded. Having weathered many crises, she held Xie Yuan's hand and said with forced calm, "Be careful. Don't take unnecessary risks. Safety first." "Brother Can, please come back safely," Xie Yuan pleaded worriedly. "We'll be careful." Li Pingyan patted Xie Yuan's head before joining the stream of villagers following his father and eldest brother. A few lanterns flickered in the darkness. "Where are the treasures?" "Wang Li, were you mistaken?" The speaker's voice dripped with resentment as he gazed greedily at Peach Blossom Village, eager to raid it and flee far away rather than dig up graves. "Just keep digging," Wang Li snapped, though doubt gnawed at him too. Had they targeted the wrong grave? Was there really no destiny-enhancing treasure here? According to the mystical records of Blessed Lands, Ancestral graves of the gifted produced a strand of blue smoke that could boost fortune and prolong life. One more shovel. Maybe the hole isn't deep enough. As he raised his shovel, a sharp whistle cut through the wind. A stone grazed his cheek, drawing blood. The wound burned with what felt like poison. Damn it, we're spotted. Moreover, the precision of that stone throw in pitch darkness indicated a village expert. Without warning his companions, Wang Li immediately turned and fled, leaving Zhao and the others stunned. Thieves! Catch them! Grave-robbing bastards! The hills echoed with shouts that sent the group into panic. Only then did Zhao understand Wang Li's escape. Better others die than oneself. Cursing inwardly, he scrambled away as the others fled wildly. Their shared thought, survival meant outrunning the others. But how could these thieves match the Peach Blossom villagers' familiarity with their own mountain? Halt! Don't run. Surrender now. Behave if you know what's good for you. Soon several young men cornered and captured 2 robbers, while the teenage martial artist swiftly overtook Zhao Xuan, kicking him to the ground and beating him black and blue. Daring to dig up our family graves? You've got a death wish. The old chief angrily rapped the thieves' heads with his cane. Grave robbery was the ultimate offense, a feud to the death. Father, their leader's poisoned. He won't get far, Li Pingyan whispered in the darkness. Fortunately, his enchanted stone spell had activated its toxin effect, a fast-acting paralytic agent. These intruders' strange motives needed investigation, or no one would sleep peacefully. Li Rongzhou nodded. His movements are impaired, like he has old injuries. Pingfu and I can handle this. Without further discussion, father and son gave chase into the woods. Li Rongzhou moved with swallow-like grace, his shadow haunting Wang Li's every step no matter how fast the latter ran. Wang Li's pace slowed despite taking antidotes. When he tried changing direction, Li Pingfu blocked his path, watching like a tiger eyeing prey. One quick step, and Wang Li was cornered. Brother, spare me. I'll give you 100 taels. Knowing grave robbery meant mortal enmity and fearing capture worse than death, he offered huge bribes. Fine, as Li Rongzhou agreed. Wang Li eagerly produced silver notes, only for Li Rongzhou to suddenly step forward and kick him square in the chest. You treacherous old fox. Even expecting deceit, the poison Wang Li couldn't react in time. Back downhill, interrogations revealed the robbers' true plan. Grave robbing was secondary. They intended to drug several households and loot them. The Peach Blossom villagers broke into cold sweats upon realizing how close they'd come to sharing Peach Leaf Village's fate. All thanks to Brother Rongzhou's sharp eyes spotting these thieves, or we'd have been doomed. Brother Rongzhou is truly reliable. Fortunately, we discovered it early. Otherwise, not only would our ancestors suffer, but we might not have escaped unscathed either. The thieves claimed they only wanted money, but how did that family in Peach Leaf Village get completely wiped out? A single wicked thought from these ruthless people could destroy families and claim lives. Who would willingly place their hopes for survival on the mercy of such vicious criminals? Do they even possess such a thing? The more they reflected on their close call, the more the villagers admired and trusted Li Rongzhou, while their hatred for the thieves grew stronger. Under the blazing torchlight, the thieves were bound with tortoiseshell restraints, completely immobilized. The old chief led the young men in conducting an overnight interrogation, beating the thieves until they cried for their parents and wept bitterly, filled with regret. Of course, their regret wasn't for committing evil deeds, but for believing Zhao Xuan's words about Peach Blossom Village being easy prey, never expecting to capsize in what they thought was a tiny ditch. Now, desperate for a way out, they eagerly betrayed their so-called brothers and friends, hoping for leniency. Ding San is skilled at picking locks. Just a wire can open your courtyard gates. Old Wu is expert with knockout smoke. He planned to render you all unconscious. You bastards selling me out. Let me tell you, this pervert has twisted desires. While others just want money, he specifically enjoys defiling wives and daughters. Zhao Xuan was the mastermind behind this plan. He's the ringleader. He's also responsible for the Peach Leaf Village massacre. Hearing this, Zhao Xuan quickly protested. Peach Leaf Village has nothing to do with me. I'm not the mastermind either. Wang Li is. He insisted on digging up ancestral graves. The group kept shifting blame, each one a real talent, deserving lifelong imprisonment. Li Pingyan finally understood why refugees were unwelcome. It wasn't that refugees turned bad, but that bad people always survived extreme conditions more easily than good ones, leaving only these detestable villains remaining. He also noted the Wang Li mentioned by Zhao Xuan, likely the first grave robber who had fled. Through his mushroom's perspective, he saw his father and eldest brother interrogate the thieves before digging pits to bury the bodies. Wang Li must have revealed something extraordinary for father to execute and bury them so decisively. Li Pingyan quietly retrieved his treasure seeds, waiting for Li Rongzhou and Li Pingfu to return. The Li household's lights were still on. Lady Qin, relieved to see her husband and sons return safely, placed freshly made hot egg pancakes on the table, saying gently, "Eat." Men always got hungry after physical labor, so she had prepared the dough and pancakes early. She hadn't expected to wait until late at night. After hours of worry, seeing her men devouring the pancakes made ripples of joy dance in her beautiful eyes, her heart finally at ease. "Wife, your pancakes are delicious," Li Rongzhou praised between bites, having already eaten 3. Mother's cooking keeps improving, and she grows more beautiful too. Li Pingsan's sweet words made Lady Qin smile warmly, which in turn pleased him. He might not cook, but he could certainly provide emotional comfort. And the pancakes truly were delicious, crispy at the edges, melting sweetly in the mouth, with the local eggs lending an irresistible aroma that made one crave more. After the meal, Lady Qin cleaned up and took the sleepy Xie Yuan to bed, while the Li men discussed matters. Li Rongzhou produced 200 tael silver notes and a thin yellowish booklet, saying, "I told the chief we didn't catch Wang Li, hiding that we intercepted the stolen goods." Being a thief apparently paid well. Their family had never owned silver notes before. Li Pingyan examined them curiously. Though just paper like his second brother's books, they somehow seemed to glitter appealingly. Redeeming the notes might require passwords or codes, but his father was thorough. Li Pingyan trusted him completely, his gaze instead fixed on the mystical records of blessed lands. This was likely the real reason his father had killed to keep the spoils. The universe shares one breath. All things possess spirit. Observe the energy, see the divine, reach the underworld. Energy is the root of life, the pivot of the Tao, the origin where all methods converge. This was the art of energy observation. Li Pingsan's heart raced. This sounded like immortal magic. He looked to his father. Li Rongzhou nodded. "Wang Li heard about your second brother being the reincarnation of the literary star. He wanted to use this energy observation to intercept our family's auspicious aura. This manual was something he obtained after falling off a cliff while fleeing enemies. He dared target second brother." Hearing this, Li Pingyan felt Wang Li's death had been too merciful. Such evil arts, whether real or not, were utterly malicious. Well, no use dwelling on the dead. Tomorrow, he'd have little black defecate on Wang Li's grave. Studying the manual closely, Li Pingyan noticed something. Strictly speaking, this wasn't the evil art he'd imagined, but rather a method for concealing energy. This energy included spiritual energy, human vitality, talent, and the energy of heaven and earth. A secret technique for hiding from immortal detection. But Wang Li wasn't a cultivator. Unable to see energy directly, he could only intercept auspicious destiny energy at specific locations through underground energy channels, hence his midnight grave digging. In wicked hands, even the noblest art becomes a curse. Wang Li couldn't see spiritual energy, but I can. Though my leaky body can't retain it, with these techniques from a mystical records of blessed lands, could I precisely intercept spiritual energy? The uses for spiritual energy were endless. If nothing else, as a mana potion for skill cooldowns, an infinite blue bar. Leveling skills would be effortless. Moreover, when he eventually began cultivation, such concealment methods would prevent immortals from recognizing him as a cultivation world fugitive from the Great Yu dynasty. Father, let me keep this mystical records of blessed lands to study, Li Pinkin said, clinging to the manual. It's yours, Li Rongzhou smiled. This manual clearly contained immortal secrets. With his youngest son's clever mind and mysterious abilities, he might actually achieve something with it. By noon, all thieves had been apprehended. The most vicious home-invading murderers were beheaded at noon, while lesser accomplices were sentenced to hard labor in the mines, facing endless toil. The Li men specifically attended the executions. Xie Yuan insisted on coming too, but shut one eye at the falling blades and avoided red candied hawthorns for days afterward. The next day, tax collectors arrived. Peach Blossom Village families mobilized en masse to deliver rice, fearing delays would invite harassment and extra levies. Li Pingfu helped Uncle Li Fong load rice, while Li Pingcan held Xie Yuan and Li Qian's hands tightly, protecting them from the jostling crowd. The entire village buzzed with activity. The normally spacious drying ground overflowed with people as the chief checked household registers, while officials stood by the official measuring vessel. One kicked it sharply, sending golden rice cascading like rain into the dirt. Such good rice. Why kick it into the mud? Li Fong's face twisted in pain. What farmer could bear seeing grain wasted? He knelt in the mud, arms outstretched to gather the scattered rice. Who said you could pick that up? You. I'm talking to you. The official cursed, rushing over to deliver a sharp kick toward Li Fong's waist. Father, Li Yuan cried out in alarm. His father had suffered from back and leg problems since his early years of hard labor in the fields. How could he withstand such a vicious kick to the ribs? Moving with astonishing speed, Li Yuan threw himself in front of his father, taking the full force of the blow. He grimaced in pain, groaning loudly. Li Pingfu quickly pulled open Li Yuan's shirt, revealing an ugly purple bruise. The kick had been delivered with brutal force. Fortunately, he always carried medicinal oil and began massaging the injury, shooting a glare at Uncle Li Fong. Li Fong stood frozen in shock, his face ashen with fear. You hit Brother Yuan? You evil man. Li Qian was seeing red, baring her teeth like a feral kitten ready to pounce. Li Pingyan barely managed to restrain her. The girl had the strength of a bear cub. Without his martial training, no ordinary teenager could have held her back. The secondly daughter slipped past the tax collector, wiping tears as she helped her father up. A murmur of discontent spread through the Peach Blossom Village crowd like wildfire. Even if he's an official, he can't just beat people. Li Fong didn't mean any harm. We farmers treasure every grain. Honestly, 9 pecks get kicked down to 7. That's outright robbery. The tax collector sneered. Remote areas like this always bred troublemakers. Without a word, he swept his arrogant gaze across the crowd. One by one, the villagers lowered their heads under his stare. Only then did he speak coldly. Refusing taxes means disrespecting the celestial officials and defying the imperial court, a capital offense. This accusation of treason instantly silenced the crowd. Their earlier courage evaporated, leaving them standing uneasily in place. The old village chief trembled as he spoke. Honored official, Peach Blossom Village has always been loyal subjects of the court. Ignoring the elder, the collector pointed at Li Fong's nose. Then don't follow this old fool's example. All of you behave. Returning to the official grain measure, he put his full strength into every kick, reducing each portion by half, pure retaliation. Li Pinkin frowned. As the saying goes, it's easier to deal with the king of hell than his minions. 4 petty officials like this, even a speck of power became fuel for tyranny. The autumn tax season was their only chance for substantial bribes. No wonder they seized every opportunity to extort money. Yuan, go tell father we need more rice, Li Pinkin whispered to Xie Yuan. The girl nodded obediently, hugged her friend Li Qian, then darted home like a sparrow. Measure after measure of Li Fang's rice was taken, each time reduced by half. Soon, his harvest fell short of the tax requirement. The collector smirked at Li Fang. "Can't pay in full? Then you'll mine the mountain veins. Don't worry, a year or two's labor should cover your debt." Li Pingsan's heart sank. Countless men died in those mines each year. A fate reserved for criminals. Would honest Uncle Li Fang survive? Li Fang collapsed to his knees, kowtowing desperately. His entire family followed suit. Elderly parents, children, all wailing except the furious Li Yuan and Li Qian. As the family's sole provider, Li Fang's arrest would be their ruin. The collector relished this display of peasant submission. Kowtowing won't help. Pay what's owed. Who dares evade imperial taxes? Just then, Li Rongzhou arrived with sacks of rice, making up the shortfall. "Honored official," he said cheerfully, "who would dare withhold the court's grain?" He discreetly slipped 2 silver taels into the official's hand. "For your trouble, please enjoy some tea. At least someone here understands propriety." The collector studied Li Rongzhou, greed stirring. Anyone who could casually produce 2 taels to help others must be wealthy, perfect for further extortion. Why else flaunt your money? Which family are you from? This humble one is Li Rongzhou. Checking his register, the official's eyes lit upon xianxia tax exemption and Li Ping'an's age. His face blossomed into a chrysanthemum smile. "Brother Li, I've heard so much about you." With visible reluctance, he added another tael, pressing all 3 back into Li Rongzhou's hands. "Serving the court is its own reward. I couldn't possibly accept this." Li Rongzhou maintained his humble posture. "Your integrity is admirable, honored official." Li Pingfu quietly helped Uncle Li Fang up. "Uncle, don't worry. This ordeal is over." Li Fang seemed dazed, overwhelmed with gratitude, as if reborn. "Pingfu, without your family, I don't know what I'd have done. Being taken away would have meant almost certain death, never seeing parents or children again." He grabbed Li Yuan's arm. "Yuan, remember, Pingfu is your sworn brother for life. Never betray him. All you children must honor Uncle Rongzhou." Turning to Li Pingqian, he added, "Thank you for stopping my daughter. If she'd attacked an official, while he might have survived the mines, his young daughter wouldn't have. Pingqian, I'm forever grateful. Qian, count out to your brother." Li Pingqian quickly intervened. "Uncle, I'm too young to accept such respect. It would diminish my fortune." Li Fang fumbled for words, wiping tears of emotion. What bad luck for Uncle Fang. Li Pingqian sighed heavily upon returning home. Honest to a fault, Li Fang hadn't understood the unspoken rules. He'd simply hated seeing grain wasted. Without their family's xianxia status, they too might have suffered, though father would have nipped any trouble in the bud. Now he understood why second brother had wanted to become an immortal official. It showed foresight. "Father, why did you take back those 3 taels?" Li Pingqian asked. Li Rongzhou sipped tea calmly. Unless he took the money, that official would never have let the matter rest. This way it's truly settled. Though Li Pingqian usually trusted his father's judgment, this time he was wrong. The matter wasn't over. That winter, shocking news spread through Peach Blossom Village like wildfire. Li Fang's daughter tested positive for spiritual roots. Superior grade. The revelation electrified the village, sparking even greater excitement than when Li Pingyan earned his xianxia status. Li Fang's suffering has finally borne fruit. With an immortal daughter, his whole family will rise. I always knew that Qian girl was special. Why couldn't my daughter have such fortune? At the center of attention, Li Fang stood humbly before Li Rongzhou, offering 100 taels. "Brother Rongzhou, this is the compensation that official brought me personally. It's all yours." Good fortune brings high spirits. Since his youngest daughter had been tested with spiritual roots, Li Fang stood taller. His legs no longer ached, and every wrinkle born from hardship on his face smoothed out, making him look younger. Remembering how the once arrogant tax collector had come to his door with humble apologies, practically kowtowing, Li Fang felt as exhilarated as if he'd smoked strong tobacco and drunk fine wine. Yet his commoner mentality lingered. He hadn't yet adapted to his changed circumstances. Faced with officials, he still cowered, enduring scolding and beatings meekly, and accepting gifts modestly without daring to take more. Upon receiving 100 taels in compensation, he immediately thought of Li Rongzhou. Without Brother Rongzhou's righteous help, they'd never have reached this carp leaping through the Dragon Gate moment. Li Rongzhou found this both amusing and exasperating. He'd never helped others expecting repayment. He repeatedly declined, but stubborn as an ox, Li Fong swiftly stuffed the money into Li Pingsan's arms before fleeing home and bolting his door. Li Pingyan held up the 100-tael note, spreading his hands. "Father, what should we do?" "Keep it. Further refusal would hurt our family's bond." Li Rongzhou sighed helplessly. Who'd have thought 2 taels would yield 100 in return? "Your uncle Li Fong isn't sure of money now." Li Pingyan nodded in agreement. From his courtyard gate, he'd seen not just Peach Blossom Village, but even the town's prominent figures lowering themselves to visit Uncle Li Fong, nearly wearing out his doorstep. Some offered fields, others shops. Some proposed marriage matches for Li Yuan, while others even sent women coveting his family's genetic mutation. Li Dahu and Li Wang had also wanted to curry favor, but couldn't even squeeze through the crowd. Li Qian's celestial qualifications far surpassed the shock of her second brother passing the imperial exams. Being an immortal is wonderful, heaven's favored. With endless resources rolling in, Li Pingyan mused briefly without discouragement. Soon he'd become an immortal too. In the bitter cold season, icy winds howled. Though no snow fell, lingering dew on withered grass had frozen into frost. The Li Rongzhou family and relatives close to the Li Fangs gathered at the village entrance to bid farewell to Li Qian. After becoming an immortal, Li Qian hadn't entered the Great Yu Dynasty's Celestial Palace Academy, instead choosing the 7 Stars sect nearest Peach Blossom Mountain. Near was relative for immortals. Mortals could never traverse tens of thousands of miles across treacherous terrain on foot. "Dad, I'm going to cultivate immortality. I'll refine longevity pills for you," Li Qian said sweetly, dimples appearing in her round cheeks. Such a thoughtful daughter. Li Fong felt nothing but joy, hurriedly advising, "I don't need longevity pills. Remember your immortal master's teachings. Endure when you can, for suffering brings blessings." Disliking this advice, Li Qian responded perfunctorily. Spotting the Li family, she trotted over, beaming as she hugged Xie Yuan. Yuan, I'll miss you." "Me too," Xie Yuan said tearfully, tying a newly made piece knot around Li Qian's waist. Villagers said becoming an immortal meant bliss, but Xie Yuan thought, how could being bullied far from home with no one to confide and be bliss? She'd rather stay with family than have immortal qualifications. "Don't cry." Li Qian wiped tears away, gazing tearfully at Li Pingyan. "Now no one will compete for your brother can." This parting marked their diverging fates, immortal and mortal. A young girl's first love buried under the ruthless path of immortality. Unaware of any fierce competition over himself, Li Pingyan smiled faintly. Who didn't have childhood fantasies? From his robe, he produced a small mushroom. "This glows beautifully at night. A gift for you." The glowshroom's main function was emitting dreamy luminescence any girl would love. Nature had similar mushrooms. As for using Mark, firstly, the glow faded within minutes after plucking. Secondly, he wouldn't dare play tricks before immortals. This was simply a sincere gift. Li Pingyan genuinely liked this straightforward sister, hoping she'd go far on her immortal path, perhaps future connections too. Li Qian accepted it delightedly. "Thank you, Brother Pingyan." Just then, a sapphire figure rode the wind atop a sword across the sky. Jade-like features, extraordinary handsomeness, gentle demeanor, his sword humming beside him. A sword cultivator. Li Pingyan saw colorful spiritual lights shimmering around him, slowly absorbed into his body. This 7-star sect guide seemed remarkably young, but immortal ages were deceptive. He might be some 60-year-old geezer. Seeing the immortal, villagers prostrated en masse. Though appearing gentle, The Immortal ignored everyone except Li Qian, not even glancing at mortals. He transmitted voice coldly. The auspicious hour arrives. Peach Blossom Village's Li Qian, accompany me to the sect. Yes. Bravely wiping tears, Li Qian stepped onto the sword, waving farewell. His parting might last years. Who knew when she'd return home? As the Immortal soared through clouds, the sword's black speck dwindled until Li Qian vanished from sight. Only then did Li Feng and his wife finally weep aloud. Whoa! Immortal Venerable, why stop here? Li Qian whispered. Bold at home from family pampering, she remained cautious in unfamiliar settings. The hovering sword in desolate wilderness, with rising winds and layered shadows, felt inexplicably ominous. Don't panic, junior sister. Your superior spiritual roots are too conspicuous, attracting calamity. Let me handle this tale. The Immortal, named xianxia, manipulated his sword with godlike skill. Hand seals formed as he chanted. The sword hummed like thunder, stabbing toward a mountain shadow. As expected of Seven-Star Sect, you noticed? The lurking cultivator's eyes gleamed sinisterly as he cackled, dodging. Leave the superior roots, and I'll spare you. Noisy. Xianxia's cold words accompanied his sword erupting with metallic qi. Spiritual energy surged as the blade suddenly tripled in length, beheading the evil cultivator. Such skulking vermin can't withstand one strike. So amazing, venerable. Li Qian gazed admiringly, yearning to someday match Xianxia's power. Instantly, the sword pierced her chest. Blood bloomed, shockingly red. Staring wide-eyed at Xianxia, she gasped. Ah, as I said, your superior roots attracted calamity. How hypocritical. Killing her, then pretending remorse. A woman's mocking voice sounded. But this girl's roots suit my son perfectly. After long waiting, we can use secret arts to complete his roots while she replaces her in Seven-Star Sect. Disliking shrews, Xianxia frowned. No time to waste. Harvest the roots while the body's warm. Why should bumpkins have superior roots anyway? The woman glanced disdainfully at Li Qian. What's the brat muttering? Cursing me? Listening briefly, Xianxia said indifferently. Nothing. Just calling for her parents. Spring festival arrived. The sound of firecrackers heralded the passing of another year. These firecrackers used bamboo as containers filled with explosive material that would go bang when lit, shooting skyward. Wealthy families enjoyed their own explosions while poorer folks listened to others. There were even competitions about whose firecrackers flew higher. The loftier the cracker, the more prosperous that household would be this year. No one would admit their firecrackers flew low, either accusing others of being blind or talking nonsense, leading to heated arguments. Children bundled in thick clothes watched firecracker displays with fearful fascination, then scampered between houses. Finding a rice cake or meatball would make them jump for joy before calling friends to watch the opera troupe Old Chief had paid for. The nimble actors' ethereal performances as immortals drew thunderous applause, villagers fantasizing about, what if they were celestial beings? There were also traditional lion dances and fire performances. Truthfully, had Li Qian's ascension to immortality not become local legend, these performers wouldn't have bothered coming to mountain villages. They were just chasing immortal vibes now. The festival atmosphere felt authentic this year. Li Pinkan enjoyed it thoroughly, helping Lady Qin prepare vegetables and chop meat while snacking on her freshly fried crispy fish. Crunchy and fragrant, delicious. He gave a thumbs up, making Lady Qin cover her mouth in laughter as she sneakily fed her husband a piece too. Share the blessings. Come evening, an extravagant feast appeared, so abundant that even after sampling dishes all day, Li Pinkan found himself hungry again. Mandarin fish, pork knuckle, sliced lamb leg, mushroom soup, lavish indeed. Between the 200 taels intercepted from Wang Li and another 100 gifted by Li Feng, the family's finances had never been better. Father, let me toast you. Eldest brother, my turn to toast you. Second brother, Li Pingan laughed. Little brother, You take tiny sips while making others drink full cups? Such shrewd calculation. Will you drink or not? His second brother scared. Drink. Li Pingin downed his cup in one go. With his impressive alcohol tolerance, he remained clear-headed despite numerous rounds. After feasting, the family gathered around the hearth for New Year's vigil. Li Rongzhou and Lady Qin reminisced about their courtship, wedding festivities, and perilous refugee days. Listening, Li Pingcan seemed to see those bygone scenes reflected in the fire's amber glow. We've truly built this family from nothing, Li Rongzhou smiled. May our lineage flourish evermore. Don't worry, father. Life will only get better. Li Pingcan poked the firewood, making flames leap higher. New Year's leisure gave way to busy routines. Studying the mystical records of blessed lands, Li Pingcan learned to trap spiritual energy, using it like blue potions that let him cast 40-plus spells without mental fatigue. Though the stored energy dissipated after 3 days unless replenished. This technique resembled array formations. Using 5 elemental vessels, a twig, water, etc., arranged correctly created miniature hotspots that attracted ambient energy. Better materials in proper 5-element arrangements could form spirit-gathering arrays. Reverse the setup for concealment arrays. Beyond his current means, of course. Without cultivation channels, such arrays offered little practical use beyond skill practice, which suited him fine. He obsessively leveled enchanted stone, earth-shaping, and restoration spells toward mastery. Post-festival, 7-year-old Xie Yuan received her customary protective charm from Lady Qin, while Li Rongzhou divined an auspicious date for her spiritual root test. The household bustled with nervous energy. Xie Yuan noticed, growing visibly despondent. One night, Li Pingcan awoke abruptly to a raven's cry, just as a small figure crept into his bed. Yuan, Yuan? His hand met tear-dampened cheeks. Why are you crying? Brother Qian left me. Are you abandoning me too? Xie Yuan stifled sobs to avoid disturbing others. Can I skip the test? Understanding her insecurity from early separation, Li Pingcan sighed. The unfamiliarity of cultivation terrified her. Of course not. Li Qian went to live blissfully as an immortal. He reassured. Even with spiritual roots, you can stay with us if you prefer. Precedents existed. Childhood fears shouldn't forfeit future opportunities she might regret. Better test first, decide later. Really, truly. Only after prolonged comforting with a handkerchief did Xie Yuan finally sleep. Test results came swiftly. Xie Yuan lacked immortal aptitude. The least tread softly, avoiding mention. Yet Xie Yuan seemed relieved, her spirits visibly lighter. One man's meat is another's poison, Li Pingcan mused, recalling her test's peculiarity. Jade stone glowing brightly for what affinity like his own. True mortals elicited no reaction at all. Speaking of roots, I wonder how Li Qian's faring. He hoped the vivacious girl thrived wherever she was. Her departure somehow intensified his time-sensitive urgency, driving him to plant more trees, research spell synergies, and contemplate nature's mysteries. Time flowed like mountain streams. That year, Li Pingfu broke through to Bone Realm, gaining modest renown in Flat Peach Town. Li Pingcan reached Meat Realm, quietly expanding his arboreal domain across hillsides. 2 years later, Li Pingfu became a blood chi martial artist, drawing enthusiastic recruitment from dojos while dominating underground fights for silver and his Tiger Tyrant moniker. Another 2 years passed. At peak blood chi matching Zhou Enxian's level, Li Pingfu's formidable reputation attracted loyal followers wherever he strode. That same year, Li Pingyan passed provincial exams as the youngest laureate. The Li family's status soared, descendants thriving, household flourishing like unstoppable wildfire. The spring breeze blew warmly. Green trees swayed their shadows, and on the coiled, dragon-like branches stood a black-feathered bird, its plumage glossy as it spread its wings and soared into the sky. Little Black was now 12 or 13 years old, but showed no signs of aging. strutting proudly as it patrolled its territory and bullied the rooster at the village entrance. This rooster was no longer the same one from before. After completing its patrol, it flew back to the Li family courtyard, perching on the eaves like an auspicious beast, its dark pupils reflecting the sparring movements of brothers Li Pingfu and Li Pingqian. Bam! Seeing his elder brother's fist coming straight at him, Li Pingqian neither dodged nor avoided it. Instead, his wrist twisted like a snake, deflecting Li Pingfu's punch before crouching low and delivering a fierce counterhook. His fist was forcefully parried, a suppression born of sheer strength disparity. The two brothers weaved and flipped, exchanging blows, their movements alternating between fast and slow as light dust swirled around them. Both were in the blood-chi realm, but Li Pingqian had only recently entered the first transformation stage, his blood-chi like smoke, while Li Pingfu had already reached the peak of the third transformation stage, his blood-chi manifesting as roaring dragons. Soon, Li Pingsan's blood-chi was exhausted. After a feint from Li Pingfu, the follow-up Black Tiger Pluck's heart sent him reeling backward. Forced into a hasty retreat, Li Pingqian could only slide back to disperse the force, stepping out of the combat circle in defeat. Big brother, why do you always resort to sneak attacks? All's fair in war. Li Pingfu wrung out 2 clean towels in cold water, handing one to his younger brother. The icy stream water wiped away their sweat, leaving an indescribable freshness. You've improved a lot recently. Your punches have real power now. Today, Li Pingsan's moves have been decisive and fierce. Instead of relying on the white crane-style's guerrilla tactics, he had gone head-to-head with brute force, an approach that had initially felt unfamiliar. Still couldn't beat you, though. Losing to his elder brother wasn't shameful, so Li Pingqian brushed it off with a casual remark, though his mind lingered on the spar. He had abandoned his usual guerrilla tactics in favor of direct confrontation, and at first, his brother's movements had clearly slowed for a few breaths. This led to one conclusion: the importance of rhythm variation in combat. The martial arts schools in Flat Peach Town all taught set routines, partly because it was cheaper to instruct and partly because disciples absorbed the training more easily. Different scenarios had fixed countermeasures embedded in the school's techniques. But set routines also meant rigidity. Mastering rhythm variation meant that once an opponent failed to adapt, they could be thrown into disarray. True martial techniques were always kept secret, 3 moves hidden from non-core disciples. Then let me teach you a trick. Maybe you'll beat me next time. Li Pingsan's eyes lit up. Hurry up and tell me, big brother. Stop keeping me in suspense. It's something Master Zhou taught me. Judging chi opportunity. Chi opportunity? That sounded mystical. Seeing his younger brother's confusion, Li Pingfu explained patiently. Chi opportunity is essentially momentum and opportunity. First, observe your opponent's momentum. Identify their strengths, whether they fight barehanded or conceal weapons. Only by seeing clearly can you defend and counter. These are all opportunities for victory, so observation is key. Li Pingqian pondered this. Li Pingfu continued. In actual combat, the more you see, the more opportunities you have to win. It also makes you more confident and decisive in your strikes. This is another way to accumulate momentum. A realization dawned on Li Pingqian. In other words, the more cards you hold, the better you can predict, and the higher your chances of winning. The principle was universal. When dealing with the Black Snake Gang, or when their father and elder brother had hunted down Wang Li, hadn't they all started by gathering intelligence, stacking their own advantages while weakening the enemy? Suddenly itching for another fight, Li Pingqian spun like a white crane. Big brother, let's go again. Full power, no restrictions. Fine. Li Pingfu raised his fists, only to see his younger brother shift his stance, his palm now gripping a forearm-length branch, twisting lightly before thrusting forward. What's that little stick gonna do? Though he mocked it, Li Pingfu knew his younger brother had endless tricks up his sleeve. He focused intently, slapping at the branch to shatter it. With his Black Tiger fist mastery, shouldn't a mere twig be child's play? Yet the branch merely slid from the impact, showing no signs of breaking as it coiled like a snake's head and stabbed toward his chest. Li Pingfu was astonished. It's that tough. Yeah, of course. Li Pingcan smirked. This was a druid skill. Oak stick technique. Oak stick technique. You channel natural energy into a short stick or staff you hold. For the duration of the spell, the weapon becomes sturdier and deals enhanced damage in melee combat. Additionally, if the weapon was not originally magical, it temporarily becomes a magic weapon. In other words, under oak stick technique, the twig had transformed into a low-grade treasure. How could his brother's palm easily break it? This was one of the skills he had gained upon reaching LV4 Druid. Li Pingfu frowned, sensing trouble. If he couldn't break the weapon, he'd have to target the hand wielding it. Activating his Black Tiger technique, his bones emitted low creaks as blood qi surged into his fists. With overwhelming force, he struck Li Pingsan's wrist, numbing it and forcing him to release his grip. The oak stick technique-enhanced branch flew far away, landing on the ground and reverting to an ordinary twig. Without that weird stick, let's see what else you've got. Big brother, you're relaxing too soon. Before the words faded, Li Pingcan had already closed the distance. His fingernails abruptly lengthened into 5-centimeter claws glistening with green liquid. Li Pingfu barely had time to react before the claws swiped at him. He blocked with brute strength, but noticed droplets of the green liquid corroding the brick floor. Hissing as pits and bumps formed instantly. Yikes, acid. I yield. Seeing the acid about to make contact, he conceded pragmatically. His younger brother had no martial integrity, resorting even to acid. Truthfully, fighting a serious druid, especially one who combined martial arts and magic seamlessly, was nearly impossible even for a peak blood-chi martial artist. Li Pingcan withdrew his skill, primal savagery, triumphant and grinning. After getting beaten by his brother every day, it felt good to win for once. This victory had come precisely because his brother hadn't known his new moves, proving the validity of chi opportunity. He glanced at the skill description. Primal savagery. Your teeth or nails elongate into sharp claws, prime for acidic strikes. Make a melee spell attack against a nearby creature. On hit, the target suffers ongoing acid damage. After this attack, your claws revert to normal. You'll need more practice to get used to those strange techniques. Li Pingfu warned, but remember, never use them against anyone except me and father unless they're already dead. I know. Li Pingcan nodded. He'd already considered that. The brothers exchanged more martial insights until Li Pingcan suddenly looked toward the courtyard wall. A moment later, Li Pingfu followed his gaze just as Li Yuan hurriedly pushed the gate open. Caught under two pairs of eyes, Li Yuan froze briefly before blurting out urgently, "Pingfuji, it's bad. Killer bees have appeared in the mountains." Killer bees, also known as tiger-headed wasps, are notorious as one of the mountain forest's most vicious creatures. Fierce by nature, highly aggressive, moving in swarms with rapid flight speed. They don't produce honey but prefer raw meat. A single sting can cause poisoning in mild cases and death in severe ones. Truly an infamous species of wasps. Who's injured? Li Pingfu asked gravely. He knew Li Yuan's temperament. His brother wouldn't panic like this unless something serious happened. Little 5 and Little 7 got stung. Those wasps are vicious. Their stingers pierce right through leather armor. Li Yuan exclaimed fearfully. Over the years, the brothers had gradually established their hierarchy based not on age, but on strength. As the undisputed eldest brother, Li Pingfu led his brothers to make their name known. None in Peach Blossom Mountain could rival them, and they were rising stars even in Flat Peach Town. Apply antidote ointment first to neutralize the poison, then take them to the town clinic. Li Pingfu decided immediately. Gather all our brothers. This wasn't an accident. We're being targeted. Due to their threat, killer bees have been actively exterminated by mountain villagers. Their remaining numbers were few, and wild swarms couldn't form large enough groups to pose serious danger to humans. For Little 5 and Little 7 to get injured right away was highly suspicious. Big brother, Li Pingcan interjected. It's early spring. The snow just melted. This isn't killer bee season. Li Pingfu's frown deepened, confirming this was no accident. It must be the work of the Bee Alliance. The so-called Bee Alliance was just a group of beekeeping mountain wanderers who followed the flowers, moving their hives wherever blooms appeared, selling honey along the way. But every forest has its bad apples. Some in the Bee Alliance sold real honey, while others peddled fake, diluting pure honey with syrup. Recently, villagers discovered several beekeepers adulterating their products, leading to a confrontation where the old village chief nearly took a punch. Li Pingfu and his brothers had intervened to resolve it. Who would have thought those cheaters would hold a grudge and attempt murder using killer bees? Li Yuan, take little 5 and little 7 to the clinic first, then gather all our brothers. Got it, brother Pingfu. Li Yuan hurried off. Once Li Yuan was gone, Li Pingfu asked, "Little brother, can you handle these killer bees?" Wasps capable of injuring martial artists clearly transcended ordinary insects. These were blood-chi species, perhaps even treasure-grade insects. Normal protective gear would be useless, while steel armor would hinder mobility in mountain pursuit. They could only rely on his mysteriously capable younger brother. Perfect timing. This was right in his expertise. Li Pingfu smiled faintly. After contracting the purple-gold blood centipede, ant colony, and a blood-chi scorpion, his insect contract had leveled up from 0 to LV3, with 1 contract slot remaining. Find the queen bee, and he could control the entire swarm. Don't worry, brother. I'll take care of the killer bees. The earth was a druid's ears, spores his eyes. As the natural breeze swept across rolling green mountains and crisscrossing valleys, carrying ancient ballads and legends, Li Pingfu traversed brambles and vines with leisurely ease. Guided by nature's whispers, he effortlessly located both the killer bee swarm and their queen. Truthfully, even without the mushroom's perspective, he could have found the queen. 2 tiger-striped, black and yellow wasps happily fluttered their wings as they devoured meat strips from Li Pingfu, their synchronized wing beats creating a resonant buzz. Thanks to the druid's natural affinity, these aggressive killer bees showed no hostility toward him. After being bribed with pork, they even volunteered as guides, leading the druid back to their nest without suspicion. You two can go back. I won't follow further. Li Pingfu addressed the 2 little wasps, having already spotted the plump queen be clumsily rolling about in a beekeeper's hands. At this distance, he could initiate the contract without revealing himself. Activate insect contract. As his consciousness connected with the queen, Li Pingfu immediately sensed resistance. Nurtured by humans, this queen was stronger, capable of controlling a swarm exceeding 1,000. This also meant greater mental resistance from the queen. If the first contract attempt failed, a second would be nearly impossible. After consideration, Li Pingfu tempted, "Come with me. Unlimited honey water, endless meat, and I can make your swarm stronger." This was just an attempt. If the worker bees were gluttons, perhaps the queen shared this trait. Unexpectedly, the queen's resistance vanished instantly, and the contract succeeded. Seriously? Betraying this easily? Li Pingfu was speechless. This queen had absolutely no principles, just pure gluttony. Thinking back to the 2 traitorous guides, it suddenly made perfect sense. Meanwhile, the lead beekeeper frowned, sensing something wrong. His killer bee queen was a treasure-grade specimen, its lethality allowing him free rein through these mountains. Yet suddenly, the faint blood contract with the queen had completely severed. Though the queen remained in his hands, he could no longer sense its presence. Damn this tiny peach blossom mountain and its weirdness. The lead beekeeper spat viciously. All that kid's fault. I've already cased Peach Blossom Village. After reporting to Wu Laolu, we'll split the loot and leave. I'll ask Master about the queen later. With the queen physically present despite the broken contract, he wasn't overly worried. Casing the village? Splitting loot. These beekeepers are multi-talented, moonlighting as burglars now. Li Pingfu chewed leisurely on a grass stem while watching the raven circling overhead, knowing his brothers had already blocked the mountain path exit. Think you can rob our village? I'll teach you a lesson first. Queen, attack. At his command, the queen wriggled, releasing pheromones to mobilize the swarm. Attack those bastards. Bees. A dense cloud of killer bees erupted from the hives, their wing beats creating helicopter-like vibrations that terrified ordinary bees into frozen stillness. Like a disciplined army, they blanketed the beekeepers, lifting their stingers for brutal strikes. Screams and curses filled the air. What's happening? The swarm's gone mad. It hurts. So much pain. Old Huang, what did you do to your queen? The beekeepers hastily took anti-venom, which only mitigated toxicity, but not the stinging agony. Each man's head became enveloped in a living bee hat. Run. Just run. In their panic, they abandoned their hives, fleeing like startled rabbits. In the chaos, the queen bee vanished from Old Huang's hands. At the mountain's base, the disheveled beekeepers encountered 5 young martial artists lying in wait. Their leader's gaze was cold as steel. Attack. Kill. Bury the bodies. 5 years had passed, and Li Pingfu had grown into an outstanding young man. His strides as powerful as a dragon's, his waist as slender as a wasp's, his arms as long and muscular as an ape's, showcasing explosive strength. His body stood firm like a boulder, his lower stance as stable as an ancient tree rooted at the mountain's base. A steel-tipped arrow rested on his bowstring, drawn nearly to its full arc. In the next moment, with a resounding twang, the arrow shot forth like a meteor chasing the moon, striking Old Huang, the fastest among them, with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! The arrow pierced Old Huang's neck, blood spurting out as he let out a pained howl and tumbled down the slope. With careful planning against unprepared foes and the advantage of a ranged attack, even a nimble-footed leader of the beekeepers, who had roamed these wild mountains for years, stood no chance. Upgrading from simple leather slingshot to a crossbow, Li Pingfu's opening strike was swift and devastating, cutting off the snake's head first. His brothers, their blades thirsting for blood, wasted no time. They drew their swords and charged, stabbing wildly at the fallen Old Huang until his blood splattered like a smashed watermelon. Slash! Slash! In a single encounter, Old Huang was dead. The remaining beekeepers, witnessing this, were scared out of their wits. Without any will to resist, they too were chased down and hacked to pieces. If only we had a crossbow, Li Pingfu lamented inwardly. At this range, a crossbow bolt could have sent an enemy flying, piercing through them and into the tree behind. Unfortunately, crossbows were weapons regulated by the imperial court. Privately forging or purchasing one was a capital offense. Brother Pingfu, for corpses, none left alive. The speaker was a well-featured youth ranked second among them, named Xianxia, whose throwing knives were peerless. Wiping blood from his hands, he handed the loot to Li Pingfu. We've searched them and finished the cleanup. Bury them here. Under Li Pingfu's repeated emphasis, every brother treated finishing the job as the top priority. The 4 beekeepers had been chopped into mincemeat. Bury them here. Li Pingfu counted the spoils. There wasn't much silver, around 30 or 40 taels, but they'd found a martial arts manual titled Shadowless Evasion Technique. He skimmed through it before closing it disinterestedly. The longer the name, the worse the technique. This was a common, low-tier manual, far inferior to White Crane style. Sell the Shadowless Evasion Technique on the black market. Give little 5 and little 7 5-tails each for their injuries. I'll take 10, and the rest is yours to split. Li Pingfu wasn't stingy with silver. He could have foregone his 10 taels, but a leader who was overly generous risked breeding ambition among his brothers. Human greed was inevitable. You couldn't withhold meat entirely, but neither could you feed them until they were stuffed. Understood, Xie Xiaodao replied excitedly. Following their big brother truly meant eating well. After deducting the share for their leader and the medical expenses for little 5 and little 7, the remaining 5 could still divide about 3 taels each. As for little 5 and little 7, who hadn't contributed to the fight yet received more, Xie Xiaodao felt no resentment. Instead, it made him feel more secure. If he were ever injured, Big Brother Pingfu would treat him just as generously, never abandoning his brothers. He quickly shared the good news with the others, and everyone broke into cheerful smiles. As they buried the mangled corpses, they chattered about heading to a tavern for drinks and meat. Finally got our revenge, daring to sick killer bees on Little 5 and Little 7. This is what they deserve. Suddenly, Old 6 asked, "Huh? Where did the killer bees go?" "Idiot!" Li Yuan smacked Old 6's head. "Something dangerous must have scared those beekeepers into fleeing, and they just happened to run into us. The killer bees probably scattered too. Or did you want to get stung?" With some playful banter, the matter was brushed aside. Li Yuan glanced toward the mountains. Indeed, in these deep, untamed woods, anything could happen. Li Pingyan wasn't in a hurry to descend the mountain. Instead, he directed the killer bees to surround the smaller honeybees. He had originally considered contracting a bee colony to boost honey production for the family, but his contract slots were limited and binding ordinary insects felt wasteful. Whether the contracted insects died in battle or of old age, the contract slot would enter a cool-down period, unless the colony reproduced. For example, if a new queen emerged from the same colony, the contract could be seamlessly transferred without going through a divorce cool-down. Holding out for quality over quantity, he had waited, and his patience was rewarded with the killer bee queen. Now, as the killer bees encircled their prey with predatory intensity, the smaller bees trembled in fear, huddling pitifully in their hive. Stockpiling food is pointless compared to stockpiling weapons. Why should I bother making honey when I can just command the killer bees to steal it from the smaller bees? A brilliant idea struck Li Pingyan. Wild honey was expensive, prized by noble women in town for its beautifying properties, and it bore no trace of magic. Of course, to maintain a steady supply, he wouldn't exploit the wild bees too harshly, leaving them enough nectar to survive. Over these 5 years, to increase peach tree yields, Li Pingyan had experimented with various grafting methods. But cultivating a stable new variety was still a work in progress, a long and arduous road. The same went for mushrooms. Even without using spore growth, production could only be maintained at a fixed level. This made him yearn even more for the plant growth skill and deepened his admiration for the botanists and agricultural scientists of his past life. The beekeeper's diluted honey was mediocre, hardly worth taking. With a wave of his hand, Li Pingyan dispersed the killer bees, sparing the smaller bees' lives. By replacing the lazy and gluttonous queen, the swarm had become more spirited and united, capable of acting as a cohesive force, a tremendous asset. Even if the bee alliance caused trouble in the future, the killer bees alone would pose a serious threat to ordinary beekeepers. But Li Pingyan was pondering something else. Could the killer bee queen form a symbiotic relationship with a treasure-grade plant? After all, the blood-chi-grade centipede and the treasure-grade chonlu had given rise to the 7-leaf purple gold treasure herb, catapulting the family's martial arts progress. The bee queen was already treasure-grade. Paired with a treasure-grade plant, perhaps an even more potent medicinal treasure could be born. Now, that was something to look forward to. Returning home, Li Pingyan pushed open the courtyard gate to find the entire family in high spirits. "What's the good news?" He blinked. He and his elder brother had been gone for less than 2 hours. Glancing around, he saw his father striding over with vigorous steps, each movement brimming with an imposing aura, as if surrounded by sharp winds. The short spear at his waist gleamed ominously. This demeanor was entirely unlike his usual self. "Father, you've reached Blood Chi Peak 2. Li Pingyan immediately realized, his face lighting up with joy. "Indeed, I never thought I'd see this day in my lifetime." Li Rongzhou was in excellent spirits, filled with indescribable satisfaction and pride. 12 years ago, forced to flee disaster, he had spent his family's wealth and lost access to medicinal aids, resigning himself to never advancing further. Yet now, against all odds, he had reached the peak of the Blood Chi realm. The 7-leaf purple gold treasure herb had played an indispensable role. With 3 blood chi realm martial artists in the family, 2 of them at peak blood chi, there was a real chance of breaking through to the divine execution realm. Li Rongzhou sighed. My martial talent isn't as good as your elder brother's. I'll likely be stuck at blood chi peak for a long time. It was common knowledge that minor breakthroughs in martial arts came easily, but major barriers required many times more effort to overcome. Li Pinkin nodded understandingly, but a hopeful smile crossed Li Rongzhou's face. Once your elder brother breaks through to the divine execution realm, our family can open a martial arts school. The initial small goal was to establish a martial arts school. Over the years, everyone in the Li family had been working toward this direction. Li Pingfu sought reputation through generous deeds and chivalry, and the underground boxing reputation of Tiger Tyrant attracted many young admirers to join. His 6 brothers, except for Li Yuan and Li Chao, were all acquaintances from the martial world with shared interests. Of course, Li Pingfu was cautious in selection. He preferred brothers with average talent rather than those with corrupt minds and vicious temperaments. With this core team and their father's blood chi peak, Li Pingfu could gather the force to establish a martial arts school anytime. Li Pingin's success in passing the imperial examination also added much glory to the Li family. There was a good chance for a dual path of legality and underworld. Though martial world figures seemed disdainful of the court, if given an official position, there would definitely be people willing to join. That was a chance for redemption. Li Pingyan felt a faint thrill in his heart. Once momentum was gained, gathering strength like sand forming a tower, their influence would roll like tumbleweed, growing bigger and bigger. Actually, to open the martial arts school, the current money and influence are enough. But having the divine execution realm backing makes it more solid and reliable. He understood their father's thoughts. Would the other martial arts schools in Flat Peach Town allow the Li family to grab a piece of the pie? The cake was limited, and most of the school owners were divine execution realm experts. It would be another fierce battle without sword flashes. Father, I plan to take the brothers to escort with the Wei Yuan escort agency and go to Dragon Spring Town. After pondering, Li Pingfu said, only by going out to train and facing situations without panic can success be achieved. To open a martial arts school, the backbone must be as strong as possible. Martial skills come second. Calmness and composure are more important. Coincidentally, the leader of Wei Yuan escort agency was a close friend of Zhou and Xian, and Li Pingfu had gotten to know this Uncle Zhao through interactions. They could not escort alone, but following the escort leader to gain experience was acceptable. Dragon Spring Town, Dragon Spring Lake, was rumored to be a place with water spirit energy. 2 years ago, Li Pingkin had surveyed it with Li Pingfu during their training, but had found nothing. At that time, they were puzzled and thought Grandpa Peachtree's information was wrong. Later, after visiting locals, they learned that only in the leap year's 2nd month did the white dragon phenomenon appear. This year was a leap year. Now that the eldest brother suddenly brought this up, it was probably not just for training, but to make things easier for himself to succeed. This was the tacit understanding among brothers. Li Pingkan felt touched. His brother's care was always like silent moisture nurturing growth. He looked up and said, Father, I want to go escort with eldest brother. Father, I want to go escort with brother Pingfu. Li Yuan shouted. Flat Peach Town, Li Fong's residence. Li Fong's face was still full of wrinkles, dense and deep. He sat on a rosewood square chair, covered in silver fox fur. The expensive incense smoke curled gently, drifting into the wrinkles, making them look profound and majestic. Nonsense! Li Fong threw down his cane, scaring the maid into silence. He shouted angrily, Escorting is dangerous. How can your old man support you? Do you want to risk your life? Stay home properly. I have arranged a marriage for you. Li Yuan's scalp tingled immediately. He did not want to stay home. One big reason was to avoid arranged marriage. The elders of those women looked at him not as a son-in-law, but as a commodity waiting to be traded. Is that relying on yourself? That's relying on xianxia. Li Yuan tore apart his father's veil of shame without hesitation. angering Li Fong, who cursed his son as unfilial and threw a teacup at him. Sensing danger, Li Yuan nimbly dodged and escaped from the house. For whose sake am I doing this, if not for his good? Li Fong breathed heavily in distress, complaining to his wife and concubine, "Ah, I regret making my son learn martial arts. It turned out uncontrollable. I hold no grudge against Brother Rongzhou, but why must Pingfu cling to Yuan so tightly?" Now their social interactions were with respectable figures. Countless silver and land deeds flew into the family. Family alliances, marrying a gentle and beautiful lady, having children was the proper way. Martial men were rough and crude. He, a descendant of Immortals, still maintained ties with Li Rongzhou out of old affection. Li Yuan rushed out of the house, his expression confused. It was clearly good that his sister was chosen by Immortals, with better finances and higher status. So why did he feel unsettled? It was as if everything was a castle in the air, ready to vanish at any moment. Why has father become like this now? Although during festivals they still had exchanges with Brother Pingfu's family, and the gifts each year grew more precious. And to thank Uncle Li for saving their life, father once gifted rare blood qi medicinal herbs. But the sincerity from before quietly slipped away like flowing water amidst these increasingly valuable but unreciprocated gifts. He thought of Li Qian's innocent and radiant smile. "Sister, 5 years apart, why have you not sent any letters home? Are you encountering difficulties?" Unease and confusion enveloped the young man. He looked toward the vast sky, feeling the world like a cage. Then he glanced at the dazzling Li residence plaque, pressed his lips tightly, and plunged into the misty rain, heading to Brother Pingfu's home. "Brother Pingfu, did I do something wrong?" Li Yuan was soaked through, face full of grievance, like a homeless stray dog. Li Pingfu quickly found a clean cotton handkerchief to dry his brother's hair. "It's not a big deal. Why are you sulking?" He did not know how to comfort Li Yuan. Since Li Qian ascended to immortality and Uncle Li Fong moved to town, the relationship between the two families was no longer as close. Perhaps due to different living environments, their views had changed. Maybe distance created a rift. As the younger generation, and in front of Li Yuan, Li Pingfu naturally could not argue with their father, so he just comforted his brother's feelings. Maybe Uncle Li Fong really changed, but what did that have to do with their family? Relationships between people were never unchanging. As long as appearances were maintained, that was enough. Listening to Li Yuan's full frustration, Li Pingfu frowned. 5 years, and Li Qian hasn't sent any letters home? He originally thought his relationship with Li Qian was insufficient, so the girl never sent letters. Now hearing Li Yuan's complaints, he felt inexplicably uneasy. Could it be that something happened to Li Qian? But the Seven Stars sect Immortal took her away. What could go wrong? The more he thought about it, the more dangerous it felt. It seemed this world hid many abnormalities in secret. The next morning, it rained yesterday, so the road was a bit muddy. The grass by the roadside was covered in sparkling dewdrops. The Wei Yuan escort agency flag fluttered and swayed in the wind. Under it, about a dozen escorts gathered. They wore uniform brown uniforms with a Wei Yuan emblem embroidered on their chests. Short knives hung at their waists, showing a sharp and decisive posture. Each maintained a fixed distance from one another, standing upright. But the group of young men, led by Li Pingfu, could not match this meticulousness. Their standing posture was noticeably sloppy. "Brother Fong." Li Pingfu cupped his hands in salute. Fong Lin was the escort leader this time. He was short, with thick knuckles and a cold expression. He nodded at Li Pingfu and scanned the youths with hawk-like eyes. Only after all the youths instinctively straightened their backs did he speak in a deep voice. "To escort with Wei Yuan, you must obey Wei Yuan's rules.